The sixth day is over. You have now 4 more left to work and work very seriously, very diligently, very patiently and persistently to get best results of your stay here. Sixth day is a very important day. I am glad you have crossed this hurdle, 6th day. As I said, the 2nd day and the 6th day. It is difficult for a weak-minded person to cross the hurdle. On the first day, even when you start Anapana, operation starts, and with this operation, the 2nd day one feels like running away. Then again after Vipassana, the 5th day, 6th day, operation goes deeper, and one feels like running away under some pretext or the other. One pretext. On the 5th day evening, the discourse says so much about dukkha, misery, misery. The birth starts with misery, and then the whole life misery, misery of disease, misery of old age, misery of dying, misery of things happening which you don't like, misery of things not happening that you like, misery, misery, life after life, misery. Oh, this path is path of misery. One doesn't want to understand. This is a very pessimistic teaching. No, I must run. Doesn't try to understand or finds an excuse to run away. There is no pessimism, not a trace of pessimism in the teaching. If the teaching said that you have to suffer, there is misery, there is no way out, then yes, pessimism. But the teaching says there is a way out. You can come out of all your miseries, and you can reach the stage where you are totally free from misery. Enjoy real peace, real harmony, full of optimism, full of optimism. Back home in India there is a story in our country. A mother sends the young son to the grocer's shop nearby, gives one empty bottle, one 10 rupee currency note, go and buy some cooking oil. The boy goes, purchases oil, the oil bottle is filled with oil. On his way back, out of carelessness, he gets knocked down. The bottle falls. Half of the oil flows out. He picks up the bottle, half empty. Crying, he comes to the mother. Oh mother, I lost half the oil. I lost half the oil. Very pessimistic, very pessimistic. Story. Mother sends another son, another 10 rupee note, another bottle. He also buys oil, gets the bottle filled, and story, he also falls down. The bottle falls down. Half the oil has flown out. This boy picks up the bottle, very happy, smiling, and goes to the mother, look, I saved half the oil. I saved half the oil. I fell down, the bottle fell down, the bottle would have broken, all the oil would have gone away. Look, half the oil is saved. Both have reached in the same situation, half bottle full, half empty. One is crying for the empty one, very pessimistic. Other is happy with the filled one, at least half is full, very happy, optimistic. Story. Mother sends the third son. And story, he also falls down, half the oil is out. He picks up the bottle, like the second boy, he comes smiling, I saved half the bottle, I saved half oil. But this boy is a Vipassana boy. Not only optimistic, he is realistic also. I lost half the oil. This is truth. My bottle is half empty. And not only realistic, he is a workist, like Vipassana. Now I must work. He says, I go out and work hard, and by this evening I will earn 5 rupees and get this bottle filled. So Dhamma is not merely optimism, it is also realism, it is also workism. So each individual has to work, always remaining optimistic. No pessimism, not a trace of pessimism in Dhamma. All optimism, optimism. You got a path now to come out of misery. Misery is there. You have to accept that. Half bottle is empty. You have to accept that. How to fill it? The misery is there. Accept that misery. And the way is there to come out of misery. Make use of that. This is what you started doing. You are realizing the truth. It is not merely an intellectual exercise, not an emotional or devotional acceptance of the truth of misery and the way out of misery. You are experiencing. When you are working with the sensation, you are living. Living wisdom is there. The truth is there, which you are experiencing. It is not the wisdom of somebody else, not a borrowed wisdom. Your own wisdom with direct experience. The whole process of observing the sensation makes you understand. Because you started giving importance to the truth within the framework of the body and the truth at the experiential level. Otherwise, whole life, all importance was given to object outside, object outside. You are craving. Even though you know you are craving. But you are craving for object outside. And that object has become so predominant for you, it keeps on overpowering you, you forget that you are craving. And you also forget that by craving, you have lost the balance of your mind. And you become very miserable. And you also don't understand that you have become an addict to this craving. A natural requirement, you are thirsty, you want water, nothing wrong. You work hard to get water, quench your thirst. You tried, you didn't get water, you smile. All right, I try again. You didn't get, I try again. You don't lose the balance of your mind. But when you start craving water, oh, still not water, what will happen to me? I may die, water, water. You lost the balance of your mind. You become so miserable. One is not observing all that inside. Water is not that important. You are craving. Even craving is not that important. Craving brings misery. The moment you start craving something, that means you are wanting something which is not there. You are not contented. You are not satisfied with whatever is. You want something which is not. Which is not is which is not. And you become very miserable because of that. You keep on realizing this. Look, I am becoming miserable. I am becoming miserable. Then there is a way to come out of it. You don't know anything. You just get overpowered by this misery of craving, and then you don't know how you become addicted to this craving. This becomes worse. One becomes addicted to craving. When you start observing sensations, a stage will come sooner, maybe later in some cases, where you start understanding that you are actually not craving for this object or that object. You are craving for a particular sensation. When you crave for anything, a sensation arises. And when that craving is fulfilled, there is no more sensation. And you want that sensation again. So you have to crave for something else. Once your craving is fulfilled, the object is attained, it becomes stale and you want something else. That is attained, again it becomes stale, you want something else. You have become addicted to this craving. Say somebody is living in a one-bedroom cottage, quite happy. Suddenly it comes to his mind, what one-bedroom cottage? I must have at least a big house with 3 bedrooms. All right. Had a house with 3 bedrooms. Then it must be well furnished. This furniture, that furniture. Well furnished, all right, well furnished. Then that becomes stale. Then I must have this apparatus, that apparatus, a TV and a color TV and VCR and a Japanese deck or a washing machine or cleaning machine or this machine or that machine. The entire house is full of all these things, no space even to breathe. and yet no satisfaction. Craving. My car. Oh, this ordinary car, a tin pot. I must have that model. How about having a Toyota? And then Toyota comes on. No. I must have BWM. And then no. I must have Mercedes Benz. Oh no. I must have Rolls Royce. Oh no. And then not Rolls Royce of this model or that model. Then latest model. Not just one, two, a fleet of Rolls Royce. Still not contented. I must have my own helicopter. People have their helicopters. I must have a helicopter. All right, helicopter has come. Then I must have my aeroplane, my own aeroplane. Aeroplane has come. Now I want a spacecraft. I must go to the moon. A spacecraft to take me to the moon. Oh, that also is stale. I must have a spacecraft to go to the Mars, to this planet, to that planet. Not that. To this galaxy, that galaxy. Oh, sky is the limit. Even sky is not the limit. No limit. It is a bottomless bucket, you can't fill it. Because you have started getting addicted to craving. You are not craving for an object. You are craving for the sake of craving. That makes the situation worse, and this is what happens. As you proceed on the path, it will become so clear. When we say somebody is addicted to alcohol, or somebody is addicted to drugs, no, it's wrong. At the surface level, apparent level, it seems to be so. Actually, one is addicted to the sensation. By taking alcohol, one feels a kind of sensation, and one wants that sensation again and again. So one has to take alcohol again and again. One has to take drug again and again. The sensation is so important. This was the discovery of Buddha. Unless you start learning how to observe your sensation, you cannot come out of any addiction. Addiction of alcohol, addiction of drug is nothing compared to your addiction of craving, compared to your addiction of aversion. So many impurities of the mind. You are addicted to all those impurities, and you keep on repeating them because you are addicted to a particular type of sensation. You want the sensation again and again. You generate certain impurities to get that sensation. When that is over, again you generate the same sensation by generating this kind of negativity. This has become the habit pattern of the mind. How to come out of it? Misery is there. But a way to come out of misery is also there. Observe. Learn how to observe. Whatever is happening, you are silent witness. Don't react. Like somebody sitting at the bank of the river. The flow of the river is there. You do nothing for the flow of the river. It is natural. Sitting at the bank, you just observe. This is more than that. A flow of vibration, sensation throughout the body. You are feeling it. Like a research scientist in his lab, in a glass tube, some chemical is there. He heats up some liquid chemical, and that gets evaporated. Volatile matter gets evaporated, and that moves in some other tube, gets condensed, comes out as liquid. He is just observing. Just observing. When it gets evaporated, it doesn't start crying, oh, where my chemical went away. When it comes back again as a liquid form, it doesn't start dancing. He just understands. But all that understanding of a scientist is only at the intellectual level. He is not experiencing. Here you are experiencing the entire physical structure. What is this? How it is working? The mental structure, the combination of the two, the interaction of the two, how one is influencing the other, how one gets influenced by the other, how the mind gets originated because of matter, how the matter gets originated because of the mind. At times it looks as if matter is changing into mind. At times it looks as if the mind is changing into matter. All that one is experiencing, and that makes so much difference. Then the wisdom that you get by this experience is your own wisdom. Not because Buddha said so, not because your teacher says so, not because any scripture says so. The material structure, made of subatomic particles, tiny little kalapas. The entire universe made of tiny little kalapas. 4 basic elements: earth, water, fire, air, and 4 characteristics, each of them. The entire universe is like that. Entire material universe is like that. You see things solid, earth element, liquid, water element, air, gaseous, air element, and the temperature prevailing everywhere, fire element. The snow, solid, turns into water, gets evaporated as gas, and there is temperature in all the 3 cases. Similarly in our body also, bones etc., so solid, earth element, blood etc., water element, gases etc., air element, and the temperature prevailing, fire element. But that is not that's not the deeper level of the reality. The characteristic of each element which you experience at the sensation level, this is more important. When you talk of earth element, not that you look for a particle of dust in this element, nothing doing. Water element, you don't look for a drop of water in it, nothing doing. What is the sensation that you feel because of that? Earth element, the entire field of weight from the heaviest sensation, feeling, to the lightest is the characteristic of the earth element. Like pulverized cement dust, light, it becomes solidified, becomes heavy. When it is solidified, it's rough. When it is pulverized, it is fine, soft. You get sensations like that. Heavy, solidified sensation of one type, very rough, that gets dissolved, and then you have a soft, same earth element, but very soft. All the field of weight is the characteristic of the earth element. Similarly, the entire field of movement, from the little movement to very big movement, is the element of air. The entire field of temperature, from the coldest to the hottest, is the field of fire element. And the water element, binding nature, cohesiveness, the entire structure is within your boundary, is bound up. This is water element. This is what you experience. All the sensations that you have been experiencing till now, and all the experiences that you will experience in future, you have only these 4 elements manifesting with this sensation or that sensation. At times, masses of subatomic particles will arise with the predominance of earth element, or with the predominance of water element, or with the predominance of air element, or with the predominance of fire element. That's all, these 4 elements are there. A good meditator will not get affected. Oh, now masses of kalapas have arisen with earth element, predominance of earth element. Let me see how long they last. Fire element, let me see how long they last. Water element, let me see how long they last. Air element, let me see how long they last. One does not react, one just observes. And these sensations, which are manifestation of different elements, they arise, sooner or later pass away. They arise, sooner or later they pass away. It becomes clearer, clearer, like a scientist. You are exploring the truth, the nature of these kalapas, and you are also exploring the truth of your mind, how the mind gets influenced, how you understand how these kalapas get originated, how they multiply, how the mind gets influenced by them, and how you react and the reaction gets multiplied. All that phenomena becomes so clear, so clear. These kalapas, subatomic particles, how they arise, how they get originated. 4 kinds of food you give to them. 2 material food and 2 mental food. Material input and mental input are responsible for the generation of different types of kalapas in your body, and that you will start experiencing as you proceed on the path. It will become clearer and clearer. The material food, the food that you take once, twice or three times during the day, what type of material food you have taken, that type of kalapas will start arising with the predominance of this element or that element. For example, as you proceed on the path and you become more and more sensitive to your sensations, it will become very clear. Say one day you have taken real hot food, Indian hot food, lot of chilies, and then you sit for meditation after some time, and you get a burning sensation here and a burning sensation here. The fire element, you are given that input, and the fire element, the atoms are arising with the predominance of fire element. You have taken very stale food or very greasy food, and you sit for meditation. Earth element, you feel so heavy here. So what type of food you are taking? You take healthy food, your body becomes healthy. You take unhealthy food, your body becomes unhealthy. Law of nature. Second input, the material input of the atmosphere around you. Every moment the body keeps on sucking the material atmosphere around. One lives in a cold country, cold climate, one type of body. Lives in hot country, hot climate, another type of body. This kind of kalapas get generated because of the atmosphere around. Two other input, mental inputs. The present mind, at this moment, my mind is generating this particular sankhara. This sankhara, this type with this sankhara, this mind with this sankhara will start generating these atomic kalapas, particles, with particular type of element. Like at this moment, I generate anger. I generated anger at the mental level, but the kalapas that have started generating are kalapas with the predominance of fire element, burning. Or I generate a fear sankhara, and then trembling, air element. What type of input I am giving at the mental level at this moment? How the mind turns into matter, or influences the matter, or makes the matter to originate in a particular way. And then the fourth input is your old sankharas. The reality of the mind is every moment it is influenced by the sankhara. The present sankhara, either you keep on generating sankhara from moment to moment, you stop generating sankhara as you practice in Vipassana, you don't generate any sankhara at this moment, then your old stock will start coming up on the surface. This is the fruit of your old sankharas. In your daily life also, as you get established in the technique, it will be very clear. You get something unpleasant happens in your life. Before that something unpleasant happens in the life outside, very unpleasant sensation has started in you. And then only something unpleasant happens in the life. Something very pleasant happens in the life, a pleasant sensation has started in you. So the fruit first comes as a sensation. The seed was planted as a sensation. Say a seed of anger, my sankhara of anger. As I plant the seed of anger, I feel so much heat. Fruit of this particular sankhara, when it comes up, it will come up with the same kind of sensation. Again heat, very much heat. So the sankhara that I am generating now is one input, and it creates fire element in the body. And the sankhara of the past, if it is sankhara of anger, the fruit of that will again have fire element. Like this, the sankhara now or the sankhara past are another two reasons for different kind of kalapas to arise, As you keep on observing, then you understand that more and more I react to these sensations, more and more I generate new sankharas, and I create more and more misery for me. And if I stop generating new sankharas, then the old ones come on the surface, they create a sensation, and again I smile at the sensation. This is also impermanent. Let me see how long it lasts. It passes away. That means layers of that particular old sankhara has come on the surface and passed away. Chunks after chunks will come on the surface and pass away. You are relieved from that. You are not generating a new sankhara. You are getting liberated from your old stock of the sankharas, and the process is such. It will take you to the stage. Everyone who keeps on working properly, of course it takes time. Not that one becomes perfect by taking a 10-day course, but by 10-day course one understands this is how I have to work, and one keeps on working, ultimately one reaches a stage where there is no more past sankharas left, and you don't generate a new sankhara. And this is what is called Khinam Puranam Navanganatti Sambhavam. Khinam Puranam. All the old stock is eradicated now, and no new sankhara can be generated. One is a liberated person, and this happens by one's own practice. No one else can do that for you. The sankharas that is accumulated is accumulation of your own. You have accumulated them. You are responsible for that. Your ignorance is responsible for that. Slowly you are coming out of that ignorance. You are developing your wisdom, living wisdom at the experiential level, and you see how the old stock is getting eradicated. You are coming nearer and nearer to the final goal. Each individual has to work. No one else can do anything for you, can only just show the path. Hindrances are there, difficulties are there. In the language of those days, it is called nivarana, like curtain, thick curtains which won't allow you to see the things behind the curtain. You can't see the reality within you because of these nivaranas, these obstacles, these barriers. 5 big nivaranas, 5 big barriers. I call them 5 big enemies of every meditation, Vipassana meditator. 5 big enemies. 2 big enemies: craving and aversion. You are meditating to come out of your old habit of craving, to come out of your old habit of aversion. And ignorantly, you are meditating and multiplying your craving. You are meditating and multiplying your aversion. You are supposed to come out of craving. You are supposed to come out of misery of craving. You are supposed to come out of the misery of aversion, and look what you started doing. This is because of the old habit pattern of the mind, because of the ignorance, because of these nivaranas, these 2 nivaranas, 2 barriers. An example, how it happens. In a course like this, there are many reasons for asking the students, no communication, don't talk with the fellow student. If any problem, come and discuss with the assistant teacher or the teacher. But keep on working your own. But human mind is human mind. Always inquisitive about others. You get one opportunity and you start talking, hey, how about you? And this person replies, I get a flow of tingling vibration, tingling throughout the body, and I didn't get any tingling. And somebody says, I got a flow of like electric current throughout the body. Electric current? Wonderful, I didn't get. And when you sit for meditation now, I want tingling sensation. I want electric current or no electric current for me. No tingling sensation for me. And you keep craving. You were here to come out of craving. And in the name of meditation, in the name of Vipassana, you started craving. Craving is craving. Misery. Even if you crave for the final goal, liberation, nirvana. I want nibbana. You are running in the opposite direction of nibbana. Nibbana is a stage free from craving, and you are multiplying your craving. How can you reach the stage of free from craving? By generating craving. Not possible. So whenever you find this enemy is overpowering you, come out of it as quickly as possible. Don't allow it. Whatever comes up at this moment, this sensation or that sensation, even no sensation, doesn't matter. You accept the reality of this moment as it is. What is not there, you want that. Then again, the same old habit pattern. What is not there, you want that. And that becomes craving. And you start having attachment to this craving. It becomes a big misery for you. Similarly, aversion. An example, you are made to sit for 1 hour, adhiktan. You can't open your eyes, can't open your legs, you can't open your hands. You somehow manage half an hour, you manage 45 minutes. After that, Then the torture starts. Then again the same human mind, inquisitiveness about others. You are not supposed to open your eyes. And still you open a little bit of eye. What is happening to others? Is this pain? I am only suffering with pain, or everybody is suffering with pain? You are so curious about others. And you notice at that time everybody is sitting like a statue of Buddha. That means they have got no pain. Only I have got pain. My pain is not gone away. Everybody's pain has gone away. Oh, this pain, then your aversion becomes multiplied. Aversion towards this pain. My teacher keeps on saying everything is anicca, anicca, impermanent, impermanent. Maybe true, but this pain is permanent. This is not impermanent. Look, how many times I told you, you are anicca, and still it is not going. This is permanent. This is permanent. Aversion, aversion, aversion. The enemy has overpowered you. You are multiplying aversion. You are here to come out of aversion, and you started multiplying the aversion. Another two big enemies. Understand, all these enemies, they are defilements, mental defilements, which came in your body, in your mind, as guests, and then they became owner of the house. They don't want to go out. And when you practice Vipassana, they can't stay, they have to go out. Like a switch on, light comes and the darkness has to go. You won't have to tell darkness, oh, you go away now. Now there is light. When you practice Vipassana, these defilements have to go, and they don't want to go. So they give a kick from within. Stop Vipassana. This is not good for me. I don't want to go. You stop Vipassana. Two kinds of kicks are given from within. One big kick is that it will make you so drowsy. You had a sound sleep, all right. You sit for meditation, you feel so drowsy, so drowsy. A very big enemy is overpowering you. Fight it out. Have hard breathings. If that doesn't work, and if it is not that 1 hour sitting, stand up and meditate with hard breathing. That doesn't work. Get out, walk 5 minutes or 10 minutes, observe your sensation or respiration, come and sit. Keep on fighting this enemy. Otherwise this enemy overpowers you, you can't meditate. Another kick from within. Either this kick will make you very much drowsy, or it will make you very much agitated. You feel like doing little bit of this, feel like doing little bit of this, little bit of this, little bit of this, but no meditation. You are in 1 hour sitting adhikta, and a kick from within. You have taken hold of your body outside, and then you realize, oh, I was in adhikta, how I came here. A kick from within won't allow you to practice properly. This enemy, dangerous enemy. Another enemy, fifth enemy. Doubt, doubt. All kinds of doubt come in the mind. What is this technique? What sort of technique is this? Observe respiration, observe respiration. Even when I was not observing respiration, it was there all the time. What I gained by observing respiration? Now observing the heat, observing the perspiration, what I am doing? Have I gone crazy? What kind of meditation? And this doubt will not allow you to work. Another doubt at times. Another doubt comes about your teacher. What teacher? I was expecting a great guru from India with capital G. What kind of guru? He doesn't have matted long hair, does not have big mustache or beards, even no shaven head, and he has got no bunches of rosaries around his neck, no trademark on his forehead, no paraphernalia of a teacher, no guru. What kind of guru? He doesn't look like freak. He looks like a state. What guru? No. And he's got no supernatural power. He can't fly in the air. He can't dig dips in the earth. He and his assistant keep on asking, how about you? They should know what, how about you? Why they ask a student? No supernatural power. Doubt, and you can't work. Third kind of doubts come. Yes, the technique is good because so many people keep coming and they get benefit. They keep coming repeatedly. Certainly it is good. Teacher is also good because so many people listen to him, so perhaps good. All right. I am not good. I am not fit for this. Doubt about one's own capability. I am not fit. This is not the time for me. And this scene is not for me. I better quit. And one feels like running away. Oh, this doubt, any of these three doubts overpowers you and you stop meditating. These 5 nivaranas, 5 enemies, be careful. Don't allow them to overpower you, and then you will find you are progressing. You are progressing. The technique is wonderful. There is no dogma involved in it, no blind faith involved in it, no cult involved in it. It's pure science of mind and matter, the interaction of mind and matter, how out of ignorance this mind keeps on reacting to these sensations, keep on generating negativities, and because of these negativities more and more this particular type of sensation arises, and when that sensation arises you more react with negativity, and this vicious circle will become miserable, more and more miserable. You start observing it, you start coming out of it. Just universal law of nature, nothing to do with this particular organized religion or that organized religion. Truth is truth, universal truth, universal law. Dhamma is universal law, natural law, and that will become clearer and clearer if you keep on working. The law of nature is such that if you keep on reacting with negativity, you are multiplying your misery. You stop this reaction, you have started coming out of misery. And this has worked even in the past, this works now, this will keep on working in future. Even in the past, whether there was a Buddha or no Buddha, Buddha says whether I am there or not, whether somebody becomes an enlightened or not, the law of nature remains the same. It is eternal. All the time, when one generates negativity, one is bound to suffer. All the time, one starts coming out of negativity, one starts getting liberated from the misery. A Buddha discovers. This law remains covered. People do not know what's happening. Deep inside, how you generate negativity, people do not know. The enlightened one's enlightenment is that he goes deep inside and finds out how one keeps on generating negativities to these sensations and keeps on multiplying one's misery. How observing the sensation one can come out of this misery, come out of the negativity. This is found out by somebody, which is there already. The law is there already. And then out of compassion he starts teaching it to others, giving this technique to others. People follow it and they come out of their misery. This happened to thousands upon thousands of people in the life of the Buddha, and after that also during these 25 centuries whoever practiced got the same benefit, and even in future who will be practicing will get the same benefit. Today anybody is practicing will get the same benefit. The law is law, it is eternal, the same law. Esa dhammo sanantaro. The dhamma is eternal, the same law prevails. At the time of Buddha, how miserable people came out of their misery, not because of any miracle or magic of Buddha. The same technique was given. One instance of this person, Angulimal, a young man, very angry. He had taken a vow that he will kill 1,000 human beings. How much anger he has got. And he killed 999 of them. And he was looking for the 1,000th one. And how to remember how many he has killed. So whomever he kills, he cuts the finger and puts a garland round his neck and keeps on counting how many fingers. And that is why he was called Angulimal. One he is wearing a garland of fingers. When he was looking for the 1,000th person, he came across Buddha, or rather Buddha out of compassion came to him just to save him from his misery. No magic, no miracle, same technique was given to him, and he started realizing that he is a miserable person, full of misery, and started working on it, and working, he came out of misery. He reached the final goal of full liberated person, an anarant, full of compassion, full of love, full of goodwill for others. And now he goes around from village to village, from countryside to countryside, from city to city. Everywhere people are so miserable. I was so ignorant. Out of my ignorance I had been harming myself, I had been harming others. Like me there are so many who are harming themselves, they are harming others. If they get this wonderful technique, certainly they will come out of their misery. Certainly they will come out of their misery. So out of compassion, he goes to different places, teaches this Dhamma, this technique to others. Some people recognize him. Although he has become a monk now, he is the same Angulimal who has killed my mother, or killed my father, or killed my wife, or killed my husband, or killed my son. Same Angulimal. And out of anger they throw stones at him, they beat him, blood starts flowing from his body. But from the heart only compassion flows. Oh miserable people, I was also equally miserable. Out of ignorance I was harming myself, I was harming others. See this technique, how it helps you. You will come out of all your misery. Give it trial, give it trial. Full of compassion, the whole life full of compassion. How miserable people came out of their misery so easily, of course by practicing the technique, understanding that this technique alone can take us out from the misery. Unless we come out of our negativities, unless we come out of our sankharas, there is no liberation from misery. A very miserable woman by the name of Kisa Gautami got married, and for a number of years had no issue, and she was craving for a child. After a number of years she got a child. Unfortunately, within 2 years the child died. She had developed so much of attachment to the child, and the child died. This sorrow was unbearable for her. She took the dead body corpse of the child to the breast, and she won't give it to the people to take to the cremation ground or take to the graveyard. No, my child has not died. It is sleeping. Please do something so that he gets awakened. Please do something. And people say, no mother, he has died. And no use expecting that he will wake up. But she has gone totally insane. No, I can't give. My son has not died. Has not died. Please do something. Please do something. One wise person told her, nobody has got any medicine for this dead body. You may go to Buddha. He has got his meditation center here. You go there. Perhaps he may do something for you. And she went to Buddha, placed the dead body before his feet, and crying, my son has not died. People say he's dead. Even if he's dead, please do something. Please do something. Buddha found that her mind was so emotionally unbalanced, any kind of Dhamma teaching will not work there. He had his own way of teaching. Asked her, all right, go to the city, get a few grains of sesame. Very happy. Buddha is going to do something for my son. Buddha said, wait, listen the instruction properly. You must bring these seeds of sesame from some house where nobody has died. From a family where nobody has died. Yes, sir, I'll bring that. And she went out. From house to house, from street to street. Every house she is asking for sesame seed. My son has died and Buddha is going to do something. Please give me. Oh, you may take bag full of seed. May your son get alive. And then she questions, has anybody died in your family? And with a long face they say, yes, my father has died, or my mother has died, or my brother has died, or so-and-so has died. And the next house, and the next house. Not a single house she got where somebody has not died. And by that time, the whole day, she came to senses. There is no house, there is no family where somebody does not die. This is law of nature. People take birth to die sooner or later, and now her mind was in a position to learn Dhamma. She came back, and Buddha gave Dhamma, the same Dhamma. Observe respiration, observe sensation, go deeper, 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 and you find all your misery will get evaporated, layers after layers. And this Kisa Gautami became an Arhat, fully liberated. And all her life, serving people like me, so many mothers, like me, so many sisters, oh, they are so miserable. If they get this wonderful Dhamma, they will come out of their misery, out of this compassion, kept on serving people in Dhamma, kept on serving people in Dhamma. Another miserable person like this, daughter of a very rich person, Patachara, she also lost her husband. She had 2 sons, lost both the sons, lost her brother, mother, father. Now nobody was there in the wide world. And she became insane, total insane. Running in the streets of Savatthi, totally naked. And people throwing stones at her, and she won't understand what is happening. Because of some past paramis, some good karmas of the past, she came in contact with Buddha. Buddha was teaching Dhamma to others. and she passed by, and Buddha said, "Come, my child," and she came there, and as she sat down, she got senses even for a few minutes, and she found that she is naked. Somebody threw a cloth over her, and from then onwards she was called Patachara. Her name was Patachara. Buddha gave Dhamma, the same technique, and working on it, she came out of all her miseries. If Buddha had used some miraculous powers to give life to the son of Kisa Gautami, or give life to the sons of this Patachara, or the husband of Patachara, or the mother, father, brother of Patachara, then Buddha would not have been Buddha. Give Dhamma. This is a temporary relief. Even if somebody gets life again, it's a temporary relief. Misery is there all the time. One starts understanding as one progresses on the path. A time comes, one can remember the past, lives after lives. And Buddha says, you just see, lives after lives, countless lives. How many of your relatives, your dear ones have passed away? They have died. If you just accumulate the bones of all those who have died in the past, and you accumulate, it will be like a huge mountain. And the tears that you have shed with every dear one who has died, if you accumulate all those tears, it will be like a huge ocean. You want to carry on the same thing in future also. Life after life, countless life in future, again rolling in misery. Come out of it. Here is a way. Here is a technique. Enough is enough. You have suffered so much. Come out of it now. Come out of it. And he gives this technique, which is just law of nature. Everybody works on it. Whoever works comes out of it. And it is not necessary also that to work on this technique, one must come out of the householder's life. One should become a monk or a nun. Well, if one becomes a monk or a nun, there are less responsibilities of the worldly life, and one can work, give full time to this. The work becomes easier. But this is not absolutely essential. Dhamma is for everyone. A recluse, a monk, a nun, or a householder. Householder may have difficulties because of so many responsibilities, but still the path is the same for both. Hardly there were 100,000 monks or nuns with him, and rest of them, millions of them in northern India, practicing Vipassana and coming out of their misery, practicing Vipassana, coming out of their misery. An incident of a very rich person, a multimillionaire of those days, Anatha Pendika. He used to give lot of dana, because tradition is such that a householder must give dana. If one does not give dana, then there is more of ego. As a householder, one is not supposed to beg food from others. For a monk it is all right. For a nun it is all right. As a householder, one has to earn money properly, honestly, hard-workingly. But when you start earning money, then the madness comes. I am so smart, I am so intelligent, and that is why I am earning so much money. This ego, one starts living an ego-centered life, a self-centered life, and starts hating everybody else. Oh, these people, ignorant people, they are not intelligent, they are not smart, that's why, they are not hard-working, that's why they are not earning. And I look, I am so smart, I am so intelligent, I am so hard-working. This ego comes, which is dangerous. The whole purpose of giving dana was to come out of the ego. And the same dana makes one ego-centered person. One has lost dhamma, one doesn't know what for I am giving dana. This person was giving lot of dana. This title, Anatha Pendika, Anath means orphans, those who are very poor. Pendika, one who gives them food. That was his title, because he was giving so much food to all hungry people. He had branches of his business throughout India and beyond India in different countries. And this was a rule that wherever his office or branch is there, nobody should go hungry there. People should get food. But still he didn't know Dhamma. Came in contact with Buddha, that means came in contact with Dhamma, got Vipassana, practicing, purified the mind, got the first dip of Nibbanic stage, changed the person altogether. Now he was a changed person altogether. Now giving donation is not to build ego, is to deflate ego, is to dissolve ego. All this money that has come to me, It is because of my past good karmas it has come to me. It must be used for the good of others. Of course, as a householder, I must make use of it for my own maintenance, for the maintenance of all those who are depending on me, but the rest of it must go for the good of others, for the good of others. And now he understands the good of others, which is the real good of others. I give food to a hungry person. I must give, it's all right. But next day again this person is hungry. I give water to a thirsty person. After some time again he will become thirsty. I give some medicine to a sick person. He may get another disease, or the same disease may come up again. I may give clothes to a naked person. After some time the clothes get torn, and again he is naked. I am not taking out, I am not helping people to come out of all their miseries. If they get Dhamma, if they get this wonderful technique of Vipassana, oh, they come out of their misery. Total liberation from misery. Misery that they were encountering from life after life, life after life, they will come out of it. Dhamma should go to each and every suffering person. Besides all that I am giving material dana, this dana is most important. Sabba danang, dhamma danang janati. The dana of Dhamma is the highest dana. And he goes to Buddha. Buddha at that time was living in Rajgiri. Pays respect to him and tells, sir, why not come to Shavasti? He was living in Shavasti, which was the most populated city of India of those days. Most populated city, large number of people are miserable, all miserable, rich or poor. If you have a meditation center there, so many people will get benefit, sir. Please do something, come there. Buddha smiled. So he understood that Buddha has agreed. He came back home, looking for a center, a place where Buddha can start teaching Dhamma to people. Meditation center should not be in the midst of the city with so much of noise and all. It should not be very far away where people cannot go. So looking for a proper place, peaceful and yet not very far away from the city, he came across a garden, a park, very calm, very quiet, congenial for meditation. And he inquired who is the owner of this park. And he came to know that the prince, the son of the king, is the owner, Prince Jeta. And he went to him, sir, I want to buy your park. And the prince became very angry. I am not here to sell my park, this is for my own amusement. I can't sell it. No, sir, I have to buy. Any price, just to get rid of him. The prince says, you know the price of this land? You have to spread gold sovereigns, the entire land. This is the price. The deal is done. I will spread sovereigns. Cart loads of sovereigns he is bringing and spreading. The prince says, have you gone mad? No land can be that valuable. What are you doing? Are you a mad person? He says, no, I am not mad. This land is going to become so valuable. Buddha is going to come here and teach wonderful Vipassana. And all my wealth is nothing compared to one person getting Vipassana. Even one person comes out of the misery. My wealth is nothing compared to that. And I know not one person. Thousands upon thousands will get benefit. And he made a meditation center where 10,000 people can live, stay, meditate, learn Dhamma. This volition to serve others. Dana was there even previously. Now the dana is how more and more people will get benefited. Not to inflate his ego, to deflate his ego, dissolve the ego, just to serve others, serve others. This multimillionaire, it so happened that due to some karmas of the past, he became a pauper for a short period. He had no money. He is a pauper. And when he was a moneyed person, he will come to this center every day, morning and evening, to meditate. And as a householder, he understands, I should not go to the center empty-handed. I must carry something for the meditators. And every time he comes, he brings something for the meditators. Now he is a pauper. He has got nothing to bring. And then something comes in his mind. Behind his house, he has got a small garden. And in that garden, he has accumulated very good fertile soil from different parts of India. Now he takes 2 handfuls of that earth, fertile earth, comes to the center, under a tree, at the root of the tree. May this tree grow. under the shade of this tree, may someone get Dhamma, may someone get meditation. Volition is there. Whether a handful of earth or millions of rupees makes no difference. Volition. It is the volition that counts. After some time again he became multimillionaire, started giving the donation in the same way. He understands Dhamma now, that whatever I give, the amount is immaterial. My volition, my Dhamma volition, for the good of others, for the benefit of others, not expecting anything in return. When one does not know Dhamma, then one keeps on giving dana, but inflating the ego. One builds a big hospital, a school, a college, but wants it to be named a Goenka hospital, a Goenka school, a Goenka college, and this name must be written in golden letters at the gate. Goenka school, Goenka college. Madness. One doesn't know what one is doing. The whole volition is wrong. Understanding of Dhamma is wrong. The volition is to give without expecting anything in return, to give for the benefit of others, for the benefit of others. How people started changing in their life. Different people, householders. One Mother Visakha, again a daughter of a very rich person, married to another rich person, but the family had no Dhamma at all. And how very wisely she turns the entire atmosphere of this family where there was no Dhamma. How everybody became a good meditator and changed the whole attitude of the family, and the whole family became full of peace, harmony, where there was so much of tension and misery. How Dhamma starts working, brings peace for one and all. And this was not merely at the time of Buddha. It kept on. Whoever worked, whenever one worked, the same result comes. One incident in the life of my teacher Siaji U Ba Khin, when Burma became independent. They were small states, princely states, and a person, a good politician, statesman, he amalgamated all these states and made a union of Burma. And to satisfy these princes, one of their leaders was made the president of the country, of the Union of Burma. Now president has got no power according to the constitution there, the prime minister has all the powers, and yet this person becomes so happy that I am now the president of the Union of Burma. Previously I was just a ruler of a small place. Very happy. One evening he gives a big party. All the diplomats and elite of the city, they all come there. A big party. 7:30 is the time to start the party. Everybody has come. All the guests have come. The host is not to be seen. 7:45, the host is not to be seen. 8 o'clock, the host is not coming. Prime Minister got worried. What's going on? He sent somebody to the residence on the first floor, and those who went up there came back and told him, sir, he can't come. Why? What happened? He has drank so much, he is unconscious lying on the floor. He can't come. Oh, but without the host, how can this party, this is the president's party, conscious or unconscious, bring him somehow. Let us start the party. And two of them helped him to come. Half conscious, half unconscious, hiccuping, and he comes. He is made to sit on the main chair. And the course and the dinner starts. First course is served. Second course is served. When the third course was being served, he started vomiting. Prime Minister was so unhappy. We call our land a Dhamma land, our government a Dhamma government, and what sort of president we have got? What could be done? Next day when he came to senses, he telephoned to Prime Minister, if you want I will resign, but I cannot come out of alcohol. It is impossible. In our royal tradition, when the heir to the throne is born, that means the first son to the king is born, then the first input given is the best quality alcohol in a silver spoon or a gold spoon. This was my first input, sir. And since then I am taking alcohol. Half of my blood has become alcohol. I can't come out of alcohol. Now this person, fortunate because of some good parmi of the past, one day he passes in front of the teacher's Siaji U Ba Khin center, just out of inquisitiveness enters there. And that was the day, the 10th day, the last day, and he sees everybody's face blooming. But the operation is over now. And balm is given on the wounds. Everybody smiling. Hey, what's going on here? Meditation is taught. What meditation? Anapana is taught. Vipassana is taught. Being a born Buddhist, he has been reading about this Anapana and Vipassana in the scriptures, but he never knew that anybody is teaching this, and such results are coming. Everybody says we feel so peaceful, so harmonious. I had no peace in my life. I never know what harmony is. I am such an agitated person. Sir, can I come? Can I come? I also join. Yes, yes. Whether a prince or a pauper, anybody, everybody can come and meditate. What shall I have to do? You have to take 5 precepts. 5 precepts? Oh no, 4 precepts. 5th one is out of question. I can't do. Then go away. We can't take you. And he wants this peace. And he's not taken. So he starts arguing, starts bargaining. One little peg, sir, every day. Very little. No, nothing doing. 1 peg after alternative days. Nothing doing. 1 in 5 days. Nothing doing. Go away. We can't teach you unless you have got this foundation strong. This 5 sila are foundation of meditation. And then he says, all right. Then somehow I will control myself. But sir, under one condition, that when I go back home, you should not stop me from drinking. How can I stop you going back home? You are your own master. You drink as much as you like. But here, no. I would recommend you going back home, you should not drink. But if you drink, how can I stop you? But these 10 days, no drink. All right, sir. I want peace. I want harmony. And he practiced. The same practice. After 10 days, he goes to the president house, his own house there. And somebody is drinking even 100 yards away. He says, stinking. Who is drinking here? He can't bear. He can't bear others drinking. Out of question for him to drink. And the whole 10 days, nobody told him, if you go back home and drink, you will get this hell or that hell. Nothing doing. In Dhamma, there is no threatening. What happens? What is drink? He is addicted to the sensation of the drink. And when he learned how to observe the sensation, all the sankharas of the alcohol had gone away. The addiction of alcohol was gone away. How can he drink now? If this has happened only to one president of the Union of Burma, perhaps there was some miracle involved. This happens to thousands of people coming to courses. Addict to alcohol, addict to drug, addict to this, or more than that, addict to craving, addict to aversion, addict to fear, addict to depression, all these mental illnesses, how they go away easily. Dhamma is so wonderful. Dhamma is so scientific. Dhamma is so non-sectarian. Dhamma is so universal. Dhamma is so result-oriented. It gives you result here and now in this very life. Good that you have joined the course. Make best use of the remaining 4 days. They are wonderful days of your life. At least get established in the technique. How to practice it is a lifetime job. You have to work for the whole life, but get established in the technique. Make use of the time. Make use of the opportunity. Make use of the facility. Make use of this wonderful Dhamma, the wonderful technique. To come out of the bondage of all the cravings, aversions, illusions, delusions. To enjoy real peace, real harmony, real happiness. May all of you enjoy real peace, real harmony, real happiness. Bhavat Sarva Mangalam Bhavat Sarva Mangalam Bhavat 7th day is over. You have now 3 more days left to work. But to work seriously, you have only 2 more days left. Because 10th day, after the sitting from 8 to 9, you will learn a new technique of meditation, and after that, the vow of silence is over. Noble silence, no more noble silence, it will be noble chattering then. Chattering is chattering, noble or not noble. Chattering and serious meditation cannot coexist. They can't go together. So you won't be able to meditate seriously on the 10th day. And yet it is a very important day. Very important day because for 9 days, very deep operation, very deep surgical operation of the mind. On the 10th day, this deep wound will require some balm, and the technique that you will learn on that day will be a very soothing balm on the wound. And moreover, coming out of a very deep operation, coming out of silence for 9 days, suddenly one comes to the outside world, comes in contact. At times, people have very shocking experience. So that 10th day is a shock absorber for you. On the 11th day you can face the world better. So for actual very serious meditation, the next 2 days. And Buddha wants you to meditate continuously. So far as this technique is concerned, continuity of practice is the secret of success. People come for longer courses, 20 days course, 30 days, 45 days. They work continuously. You have recess periods, but there is no recess period for long-term students. You also to learn how to practice continuously. So for these 2 days, learn how to practice continuously. During meditation periods, of course, you sit with closed eyes and meditate, but what you call intervals are no more intervals for you now. When you have to do something at the physical level, you have to get up and walk to your residence, walk to the dining hall, etc. You are still meditating. With open eyes, you are aware. You are just resting, open eyes, you are aware. You are aware of whatever you are doing at the physical level. If you are walking, you are aware, you are walking. If you are eating, you are aware, you are eating. If you are bathing, you are aware, you are bathing. You are resting, you are aware, you are resting. But then along with that, very essential, you are also aware of some sensation or the other on the body. People have not understood Buddha properly, and they made it just awareness of walking, eating. It has its own advantage, but this is not Buddha's teaching. He wants you to be always aware of the sensation, either respiration or sensation. If you miss sensation, then you miss the deepest part of your mind. And you have to rectify the deepest part of the mind. You have to change the behavior pattern of the deepest part. So sensation, awareness of sensation is very important. While you are walking, it is not necessary, and at this stage not possible also that you can feel the whole body, sensation on the whole body, at least on the moving part. If you are walking, you are aware of sensations on your legs. If you are eating, you are aware of sensations on your fingertips. The mouth touches the food, you are aware of the sensation on the lips, on the gums, on the tongue, and as you swallow it on the throat. Whichever are moving part, you have sensations. Sometimes you don't feel sensation on the moving part than any part. But somewhere on the body you must be feeling a sensation, and along with that you are aware of whatever physical activity is going on. That is during recess periods. Then you have a continuity. Meditation hours, you sit, closed eyes, meditate. The rest of the period you open and do whatever is necessary to be done at the physical level, and you are still meditating because you are aware of your activities and you are aware of the sensations. Night time you go to bed, closed eyes, you are lying down. Lying down, you are aware of every movement of your body. You feel like turning on one side and you are aware you are turning on the one side, and then you turn on the other side. You are aware of everything that is happening at the physical level. Along with that you are aware of sensations. Not necessary, again, to move from head to feet in order or feet to head in order. You are lying down. Any sensation arises anywhere, you are aware. So some sensation or the other, anywhere on the body. And as you are aware of sensation, you get sleep, deep sleep, very good. Night is for deep sleep. Next day morning as you awaken, you feel sensations. Again you start with the sensations. Quite possible at times a serious student may not get a deep sleep, half asleep, half awakened, very good. And in some cases, whole night no sleep, wonderful, whole night no sleep. But you keep lying down, closed eyes, no sleep, doesn't matter, and you are aware of sensation, If you start worrying, oh look, no sleep, 12 o'clock no sleep, 1 o'clock no sleep, 2 o'clock no sleep, then next day you come up as a sick person. You are not practicing Vipassana. But you are just aware of your sensation. If no sensation, aware of respiration, whole night. And the mind is very equanimous. Next day you get up so fresh, as if you have come out of very deep sleep, very deep sleep. After all, nature wants you to sleep only for two purposes. One purpose is to give rest to the body. Whole day the body has been working, now give rest. Similarly, whole day the mind was busy here, there, give rest to the mind. So night time, never sit and meditate. Keep lying. So you get full rest to the body. You give full rest to the body, and mind gets wonderful rest when it is awakened, aware, and at the same time equanimous. It gets so much rest. So the purpose is served, the body gets full rest, the mind gets full rest. Next day, you are very fresh, very fresh. There are, in all the Indian scriptures, three kinds of situations are there. Either one is awakened, or one is in sleep, or one is in dream. But there is a fourth situation for the yogis. Yogis does not mean those who do these acrobatic exercises of asana and pranayama. They are not yogis. Yogi is one who attains communion with the ultimate truth, is a yogi, Vipassana yogi. Now that is a stage which is very high stage. You are awakened not as a sick person. You are awakened with the reality of the sensations within you, and keeping your mind perfectly equanimous, perfectly equanimous. That is why in many of the scriptures it is said, the entire world sleeps, but the yogi remains awakened, awakened in this sensations, the reality inside. This does not mean that night time you are getting sleep and you say, I won't sleep, I am a Vipassana yogi, that the world sleep, I will remain awakened. That is going to extreme. If naturally you feel like sleeping, sleep. But if you don't get sleep and you are aware of sensations, you are equanimous, no worry, don't have any anxiety. You are doing your job. You are just aware of the reality at the level of sensations, and you are not reacting. You are equanimous. You are given full rest to the mind. You are given full rest to the body. Like this, make use of these remaining 2 days. Learn how to practice Rattindivamatandito. As Buddha says, day and night. Only when you are in deep sleep you can't help. Otherwise, day and night, continuous. Make a very deep surgical operation, so that in these 2 days you take out very deep-rooted complexes, which are causes for great misery for you. Let them come out now. This is a wonderful time to get liberated from those complexes, and continuity will help you. Storms might come still, but now having covered 7 days, you have strength to face. You are strong enough to face them. Don't worry. No such storm will come which will make you very much agitated. Those 5 enemies, 5 nivaranas are still there, but they are becoming weaker, weaker, weaker. And you have got 5 friends also, wonderful friends. Keep them with you, and you will find that these friends are so helpful to you. These friends are really helpful provided their purity is maintained. When they lose their purity, these very friends become our enemies and they become very harmful. Who are our friends? What is their purity? Let us understand. 5 friends we have. The first friend in the language of those days was called Saddha, that means devotion, faith. Devotion, faith is a very important friend. One who does not have any faith, any devotion in whatever one is working, then how can one work? All the time doubtful, skeptical, then one cannot work. Must have confidence, must have faith. Now 7 days are over. By this time one should have faith in the technique, on the path, and can work much better. But this faith, this confidence, this devotion can become a very big enemy if it becomes blind. Blind faith, blind devotion, blind belief does not help us. They are big enemies. Don't allow them to become blind. All these 5 friends, if they become blind, they are useless. They don't help us in any way. So along with this, there must be wisdom. Every friend must have the wisdom with it, so that you understand the purity of this particular friend. The devotion, purity of devotion is only when you have wisdom with devotion. Without wisdom, it will become blind. The wisdom is like our eyes, and devotion is like our legs. One who does not have eyes will walk on the path, may even run on the path, but will not know when he or she has taken wrong path. One may fall down in a ditch because no eyes. One has only eyes and no legs, no devotion. One will keep on looking the path. Oh, wonderful path, so wonderful, so great. Buddha's teaching is so wonderful, Dhamma is so wonderful, but you can't take one step on that because you have no devotion, you have got no faith. Both are important. The communion of these two, that gives us so much strength, because then the devotion becomes enlightened devotion. A devotion with discriminatory intelligence, discriminatory wisdom. Can you know what is the essence of devotion? You don't take it just blindly. What is the essence of devotion? You may have devotion in anyone, in any god, goddess, a saintly person, an enlightened person. Why you have devotion in this person, in this being? Because this person is a saintly person, he has certain qualities, and the devotion is towards the qualities. You get inspiration seeing those qualities, and then you get an inspiration to develop those very qualities in you. Then the devotion is very helpful, very purposeful. Otherwise it doesn't help. If you just make devotion with a begging bowl, you keep on asking, oh God Almighty, please give me this. Oh Goddess, please give me this. This desire must be fulfilled, that desire must be fulfilled. That kind of devotion is blind devotion. It does not help. Devotion for the qualities, and getting inspiration and developing those very qualities, is a wonderful devotion. An instance, again years back, during the early courses I gave in India, coming from Burma. A very old lady came to a course, took the course very seriously, worked very seriously, understood the technique properly, worked properly, and got wonderful results. Going back home for 1 year, she continued to practice morning and evening, continued to apply this technique in daily life, and again she got much more benefits. After 1 year she came again to get established more and more in the technique in Dhamma. But she had an interview with me and then told me that she has got one fear in her mind. What fear? She says she comes from the bhakti cult, the cult of devotion. And this is Gyan Marg. Gyan Marg means the path of wisdom. Although this will take to the final goal, I understand. But I fear I don't want to get out of my bhakti cult, my devotion. That must remain. And I fear by this technique, I will miss my bhakti, my devotion. And I tell her, oh no, don't worry. Your bhakti, your devotion will become stronger. Oh no, sir. With this kind of technique, there is no place for bhakti, no place for devotion. And she won't understand. I told her, all right, do you really have faith in your God or your goddess? Do you really have confidence? Do you really have devotion? She said, what, sir? Traditionally, we are in this cult of bhakti. We have got so much of devotion, so much of faith, so much of confidence in this God or that goddess. Then I questioned her, do you make promissory offerings? Back in India, it's very common. Promissory offering. What is a promissory offering? Say somebody is sick in the family. The head of the family, the mother or father, will go to the temple, go down to that god or goddess, and then say, please cure my son or daughter, whoever. And when she or he is cured, I will offer you sweets, 5 rupees worth of sweets. Do you make such promissory offerings? Oh, certainly, this is very common. Then you don't have faith in your God. You don't have faith in your goddess. First you must cure your son or daughter. Then only you offer 5 rupees. You don't have even 5 rupees worth of faith in your God or goddess. You won't offer this 5 rupees worth of sweet earlier. First you must cure my son or daughter. A commercial bhakti, commercial devotion. You give first and then you take. Give and take. This is no devotion. Blind devotion doesn't help. And this is what happens in the name of devotion. You always expect something. This God should do something for me. That goddess should do something for me. This enlightened person must do something for me. This saintly person may do something for me. Always expecting something is no purity of the bhakti. Someone says that he is a great bhakta, great devotee of Rama. Wonderful. To be a devotee of Rama, a person of so much good qualities. You remember those qualities and try to imbibe those qualities in your life. It's a wonderful bhakti. But one does not do that. Rama, the quality of Rama, you might have heard his story, life story. He was the eldest son, and father decided, because he had given a promise to the youngest wife, youngest queen, and the youngest queen wanted her son to become the heir to the throne. So however unwillingly he decided that Rama should go in the jungle, get banished for 14 years, and the youngest son, Bharata, should get the throne. Very willingly. He leaves the kingdom very, very willingly. Let my younger brother enjoy all the luxuries of the royal palace. I'll be quite happy. I'll be happy in jungle. And he goes. Father dies. And the younger brother, who was not present at that time, came. And when he came to know of all this, he was shocked. He is the real heir to the throne, not I. And he goes all the way to the jungle and tells him, no sir, no brother, you must go back to the capital. You are the honor of the throne, honor of the crown. In your place, I will stay in jungle. the father made a wrong decision. He didn't make the decision in wisdom. And the elder brother says, Rama says, oh no, this is the order of the father. You must enjoy all the luxuries of the royal life. Two brothers. Throughout the human history, you have got no other example where two brothers are fighting, quarreling. You must enjoy. You must enjoy all the royal luxury. Such a wonderful person, Rama. And one says that I am a devotee of Rama. Two brothers, they claim they are great devotees of Rama, and both of them are fighting, quarreling, having civil suits and criminal suits or what. When our property was divided, you got a few dollars more on you, and you got a few inches of land more. So we are quarreling. And yet they are great devotees of Rama, great devotees of Rama. Poor Rama, if he is somewhere above the clouds, he will be shedding tears. What kind of devotees I have? They don't want to take any inspiration from the qualities that I have. They don't want to live a life that I lived, and yet they call themselves devotees, my devotees. Madness, such kind of devotion does not help, does not help. And then Rama, he is taken as God Almighty, incarnation of God Almighty. See what we have made of poor God Almighty. We have devalued him. What a great devaluation. Somebody writes the name of Rama on the forehead, Rama on his arms, Rama on his chest, and wears the upper cloth printed Rama, 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 so that the Rama should know that I am such a great devotee of Rama. As if Rama is very fond to hear his name, every now and then his name. People should keep on reciting his name. If he is the creator of the world, he should have created people only reciting Rama, Rama, nothing else, because he is so fond of these words. If he is really fond of only his name, then what an ego-centered person he is. What a self-centered person. It is said that God created human beings in his own image, but I feel otherwise. Human beings created God in their own image, according to their own liking. We want such a God, and we keep on reciting his name. He gets puffed up. Then whatever we do, right or wrong, we will get all the benefits, and he will give us this benefit or that benefit. This kind of God we create. Our own imagination, our own creation. For example, if there is a Goenka, mad Goenka, who is very fond of his name, every day people should talk about Goenka, 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 on the radio Goenka, Goenka, on the TV Goenka, Goenka, on the newspaper Goenka, Goenka, and people build temples of Goenka and establish statues of Goenka and then start dancing Hare Goenka, Hare Goenka. And this Goenka gets puffed up. Wonderful. Such a mad Goenka. When he creates an imaginary God, he will create a God of that type who will get puffed up by hearing his name. What we have done, poor God, if he exists, poor God, we have so much devalued him. This is what happens when the devotion becomes blind devotion. You forget to get inspiration from the qualities, and you forget to inspire with this inspiration to develop those qualities in you, then devotion is harmful. Someone says, I am a great devotee of Jesus Christ. Oh, wonderful, such a saintly person. A prince among the saints, so saintly. Whether someone is really saintly or not, the yardstick is, at the time of death, what kind of mind this person is carrying, and what kind of mind he was carrying. He was tortured to death, crucified. Being tortured, he has not a trace of anger or aversion or hatred towards those people who are torturing him. Only love, only compassion. They don't know what they are doing. Ignorant people. May they not be punished for their bad deeds. They are so ignorant. Only love, only compassion. A real saintly person. If someone says that I am a devotee of Jesus Christ and does not develop even little bit of love and compassion and goodwill for others, then this devotion is blind devotion. Someone comes to me and says that I am a devotee of Jesus Christ because I accept that he was Son of the God. So what? He was son of the God. As if he wants a testimonial from you. And then he will be very happy. Well, look, these people, they give me, so many people give me testimonial, I am son of the God. And what sort of Christ is Christ? We are mad, what we are doing? Is there any doubt that he was son of the God? He was son of the God. After all, what is God? Truth is God. Love is God. Compassion is God. Purity is God. And here is a product of truth, of love, of compassion, of goodwill, of purity. He is a product of that. He is son of God. Those qualities are important. And if we try to develop those very qualities in us, then yes, we are good devotees of Jesus Christ. Otherwise, no, it becomes a blind faith, blind devotion. Does not work. Does not work. Someone says, I am a devotee of Buddha. Ah, wonderful. To be a devotee of Buddha, have devotion towards Buddha, fully enlightened person, liberated person. But again, if the devotion becomes blind devotion, then early morning somebody with folded hands will say, Buddhang Saranam Gacchami, I take refuge in Buddha, I take refuge in Buddha, I take refuge in Buddha. 3 times I have taken refuge in Buddha. Now I am free for the whole day to do whatever I like. I get open general license for doing anything. After all, why I took refuge in Buddha? So that he can liberate me in spite of all my bad deeds. He should liberate me. Otherwise, why I take refuge in Buddha? Madness. Not understood. What does he mean? What does he mean when he asks people to take refuge in Buddha? Quality, enlightenment. Take refuge in enlightenment. And take refuge in enlightenment means develop enlightenment in you. Your own enlightenment is going to give you refuge. No one else will give you protection. No one else. You have to take refuge in your enlightenment, develop that quality. And then yes, there is a purpose in saying that I take refuge in Buddha. Otherwise it becomes a blind devotion. Blind devotion. He is not interested to establish a sect. He doesn't want more and more people to say, I take refuge in Buddha and have a bigger sect. Nothing doing. He is interested, full of compassion, to see people that they come out of their misery. They belong to this sect or that sect, makes no difference. People of this community or that community makes no difference. Of this country or that country makes no difference. This gender or that gender makes no difference. Suffering is there. And enlightenment of Buddha is, he gives a path. Because of his enlightenment, he found out the path, which made him enlightened. And out of all the compassion, he gives that path. If you don't walk on the path, the devotion is no devotion. It doesn't work. When we give respect to Buddha, he teaches us how to pay respect to Buddha. Buddha is not a name of any person. It is the quality, enlightened one. And anyone can be an enlightened person, not merely Gautama. This is not the monopoly of one person to become enlightened. He kept on saying that before me there were countless Buddhas, and after me there will be countless Buddhas. So when you pay respect to Buddha, he taught us how to pay respect to Buddha. Ye cha Buddha atita cha ye cha Buddha yanagata. All the Buddhas of the past, Atita, all the Buddhas of the future, Pachupanna Chaye Buddha, all the Buddhas who are now present may be, Aham Vandami Sabada. I pay respect to all the Buddhas of the past, of the future, of the present. Then you not get entangled yourself in a sect, in an organized religion. Then you get inspiration from the enlightenment, the quality of enlightenment, and try to develop that enlightenment in you. Whenever you pay homage to Buddha, he explained us how to pay homage to Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. I pay homage to anyone who has these qualities. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa, who is fully liberated, fully enlightened, and enlightened by his own efforts. To such a person I pay homage. You pay respect. We say you do puja. There is a puja which is called Samish puja, impure puja. You have an image of Buddha and you offer incense and flowers and sweets and bow down and you say, I am doing puja of Buddha. No. Niramisha puja. And what is Niramish puja? Pure puja. And he says, Dhammanu Dhamma Patipattiya Buddhang Pujemi. I do the puja of Buddha, that means I pay respect to Buddha by walking on the path of Dhamma. From the grossest to the subtlest, you start with Sila, the grossest part of Dhamma. Then you proceed to Samadhi, subtler than that. You proceed to Panya, subtler than that. And you transcend that also and experience Nibbana, the subtlest ultimate reality. This is how you pay respect to Buddha. Dhammanu Dhamma Patipattiya Buddhang Pujemi. The teaching, the Dhamma must be very well understood. The having respect for somebody, having devotion towards somebody should not make it, one should not make it a blind devotion, otherwise it does not work. Similarly, having respect for Buddha, one must keep on remembering the quality of Buddha. What are the qualities of Buddha? And these are the qualities of Buddha. Itipiso Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vidya Charana Sampanno Sugato Lokavidu Anuttaro Purisa Dhamma Sarathi Sattha Deva Manussanang Buddho Bhagavati. Itipiso Bhagava. He is a Bhagavan. What Bhagavan? In 25 centuries, India has lost the meaning of this word Bhagavan. Now there are Bhagavans like monsoon frogs here and there, everywhere Bhagavan. Everybody claims I am a Bhagavan. What Bhagavan? 25 centuries back, what was Bhagavan? Bhagga Raguti Bhagava, Bhagga Dosoti Bhagava, Bhagga Mohoti Bhagava. One who has destroyed all the raga, craving, all the aversion, dosha, and all the ignorance, illusion, delusion, moha, lives in the glory of liberation, is a Bhagava. So unless all these impurities are eradicated, to call oneself Bhagava is wrong. And Buddha is a Bhagava, a Bhagavan. You get inspiration to develop those qualities little by little. You are coming out of raga, you are coming out of dosha, you are coming out of moha, craving, aversion, ignorance. Then you are really paying respect to Buddha. You have got devotion towards Buddha. Araham. Again, old language of India. Ari means enemies. Hung, one was killed all the enemies. Oh, an apostle of non-violence, how can he kill anybody? And yet he has killed all his enemies. And who are our enemies? No outsider being is our enemy. Our own impurities are our enemies. One who has killed all the impurities, not a trace of defilement in the mind, has become an Arahant, has killed all the enemy. Samma Sambuddho, he has become fully enlightened by his own efforts. Everyone has to become fully enlightened by one's own efforts. One does not make effort and expect some supernatural power, some invisible power to make you enlightened, has not understood what Buddha is. Samma Sambuddho, each has to work out one's own salvation, get one's own enlightenment by one's own efforts. Itipiso Bhagava Arahang Samma Sambuddho Vidya Charana Sampanno. One is perfect in Vidya and perfect in Acharan. That means in practice as well as the theory. One understands Dharma at the highest level, Vidya, the wisdom, and then applies it in the life. This is the quality of Buddha. Yatha Vadi, Tatha Kari, Yatha Kari, Tatha Vadi. Whatever he speaks, he practices in life. Whatever he practices, that much only he speaks, nothing more than that. And that is why he is called Tathagata, one who has walked on the path of personal experience of the truth, has reached the ultimate goal of ultimate truth. If we say that we are devotees of Buddha, we have to follow that, step by step, with the truth, Vidya Charana Sampanno, Sugato. every step taken by this person is a right step. At the physical level or vocal level or mental level, he can't do anything that will harm others. We also try to develop that quality in us. Every step of ours, every action of ours should go for the good of others, not to harm others. Loka vidu. When he has realized the truth of the entire universe within the framework of the body, we also start taking steps to experience the truth of the entire universe within the framework of the body. Whole life one who keeps on serving people, so much of compassion. He becomes enlightened at the age of 35 and passes away at the age of 80. 45 years, day and night, serving people, suffering all around. People are so miserable. He finds out a wonderful technique, a wonderful path, and out of compassion he keeps on serving, day and night. Hardly 2 to 3 hours he will sleep, and that also just lying down with the awareness and with wisdom. Rest of the time serving. Whole life kept on serving people. Now it is 80th year. And 3 months before he passes away, he announces that after 3 months, I will leave this body. Where I should live? At that time he was in the eastern part of India somewhere. And he decides to go to Kushinagar, a big city in the middle of the northern part of India. And he has reached there. Now this full moon night, at the end of this full moon night, he will breathe his last. He is lying under a tree. His attendant Ananda is there to serve him. And suddenly a thought comes in the mind of Ananda. Tomorrow morning, as the day breaks, he will be no more. And he has got thousands of people in this city who are his devotees. When they will come to know that he came so close to our city, this mad fellow Ananda didn't inform us, otherwise at least we would have seen him, paid respect while he was alive. So it is my duty, I must inform. He went to the city, just informed 1 or 2, and then the word spread like a wildfire everywhere. People started coming in large number. Tomorrow morning he will not be there, so we must pay respect while he is alive. Large number of people coming. Ananda doesn't know how to manage them. He requests them, please come in a queue, so that more and more people pay respect and go. First part of the night over, middle part of the night over. Now the last part of the night is getting over. In a few minutes he will breathe his last. Still there is such a big gathering. Somebody at the head of the queue, he doesn't move. He says, no, you want me just to go and pay respect to him? That body, what I will gain? I want to go to him to learn this wonderful technique from him. I know he's fully enlightened, he knows the technique. I don't know what you people will teach after he passes away. You may teach properly or not teach properly. While he's alive, I want to learn the technique. Ananda says, well look, in a few minutes he's going to breathe his last. This is not the time to teach you Dhamma. And he says, no, it's all right if you don't want to pay respect. Leave the space for others, let them come. And he neither moves nor goes himself. And these words reaches the ears of Buddha. Somebody has come to the Ganges to take a handful of water to quench the thirst. And people tell him, no, you can't quench your thirst, you can't take water, just pay respect to Ganges and go away. Ganges starts overflowing. The Ganges of compassion starts overflowing. Ananda, allow him to come. He needs Dhamma. He's a proper person to be given Dhamma. He needs it. Send him. I will teach Dhamma. While breathing his last, he teaches Dhamma. At least one person should get. Not a single moment should go waste. Just serving people, without caring anything about his own discomfort, helping people. If we develop even little bit of such compassion, such love, such goodwill, such selfless service, then there is a meaning in saying that we are devotees of Buddha. Otherwise it is just no purpose is served. Someone says that I take refuge in Dhamma. I have got great devotion towards Dhamma, the teaching of Buddha. What Dhamma? Unless one understands what Dhamma and simply says I take refuge in Dhamma, doesn't work. Take refuge in Dhamma You live the life of Dhamma. You develop Dhamma in you. You develop Sila, Samadhi, Panya in you. Then there is purpose of your saying that I take refuge in Dhamma. Otherwise it is purposeless. It is senseless. And what Dhamma is? Dhamma is not a sect. Dhamma is not an organized religion. Dhamma is universal law of nature. If one has started living the life in line to the law of nature, then yes, one has taken refuge in Dhamma. And he explains what are the qualities of Dhamma. 6 qualities of Dhamma. One has to keep on understanding whether those qualities are there or not. Otherwise, in the name of Dhamma, one may get entangled in some kind of sect, belief, dogma, etc. What are the qualities of pure Dhamma? Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo. Swakhato. It must be very clearly explained. No mysticism involved. No acrobatic intellectual exercises. Nothing doing. So simple. In so simple words it must be explained so that ordinary person can understand it, because one has to follow it. Unless people understand. This is not the game of philosophers or scholars. This is something which people should understand and follow. That is why the first quality of Dhamma, Swakhato. Sanditthiko. Then whatever you are experiencing with your direct experience, the truth that you experience, then it is Dhamma. The truth experienced by an enlightened person is not truth for you. The truth as explained in the scriptures is not truth for you. The truth experienced by your teacher is not truth for you. What you experience, Sanditthiko, with your own eyes, with your own experience, direct experience, step by step, you may start with very gross truth, doesn't matter. This is your truth, your own experience, your own wisdom, and you keep on walking on the path with the truth, you are bound to experience subtler. The entire field of mind and matter, you experience the truth of mind and matter, and then transcend and experience something which is beyond mind and matter. Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sanditthiko Akaliko. To get the fruits of your practice of Dhamma should not take time. Not that you practice Dhamma now and you will get benefit after death. You perform this rite, this ritual, this ceremony, and after that you will get this 7th heaven or 11th heaven. Who has come from 7th heaven to tell me that I have performed these rites and that's why I am in this 7th heaven? All purposeless. What you gain now? Of course, after death also you will get benefit. But what benefit you are getting now? If you are getting no benefit now, then it is no Dhamma. You have taken steps on Dhamma. You must get benefit of your having taken steps on Dhamma. Then only it is pure Dhamma, otherwise no Dhamma. Somebody gives me a post-dated check. Post-dated check on a bank above the clouds, which does not exist. What am I to do with this post-dated check? One must get benefit, akaliko. There should not be a gap between my action and the fruit that I get. Akaliko. A change must start in the life. If you really started taking steps on the path, a change must start here and now, in this very life. A change for better. Ehipassiko, another very important quality of Dhamma. If someone has really started taking steps on Dhamma, one has to judge, examine whether really it is Dhamma or not. Ehipassiko, which literal meaning is come and see yourself. Come and examine yourself. Come and experience yourself. Ehipassiko. People come to courses like this. Some on the 4th day, some on the 5th day, some on the 6th day. They start thinking, oh, it is so wonderful. My mother should do it. My father should do it. So-and-so should do it. And suddenly you realize, I am here to observe my respiration, my sensation. I will see about that later on. And again after some time you start thinking, oh, so-and-so, very miserable person. This person must certainly get it. This is ehipassiko. This is the quality of Dhamma. Because you are not playing an intellectual game. You are not playing a devotional or emotional game. You are actually experiencing something. Those who come to courses and say, the discourses were wonderful. What discourse is wonderful? The Dhamma was wonderful. If you just make it an intellectual entertainment, then no, it doesn't work. Because people come here and meditate. Because they meditate, they can't resist. When 10 days are over, one starts thinking, whomever one meets, oh, it is so wonderful, I have tasted, it is so good, it has helped me. You also go and try. You also go and try. This is the yardstick to measure whether one has certainly, surely tasted Dhamma or not. If one has really tasted Dhamma, one is bound to get some benefit. And when one gets benefit, one feels like sharing this benefit with others. If someone is a good writer, he feels like writing something so that more and more people know about it. People do not know that such a technique is prevailing, is being taught. If one is an orator, he will keep and go on talking here and there. If one is comfortable money-wise, will try to spend more and more money so that more and more people come and get advantage of it. Not that you want to enlarge in your sect, now the small sect, let there be Vipassana sect, a bigger Vipassana sect. No, nothing doing. More and more people are miserable. If they come in contact with Dhamma, if they come in contact with this technique, they will come out of their misery. This love, this compassion. And then someone feels, well, when I went to a course, all the facilities were given to me because somebody has donated. Not only that, so many people selflessly were serving me. That's why I could meditate so peacefully, so comfortably. Oh, I must also give 10 days of my life. I must go and serve in one of the courses. And people come like this to give their service. Ehi pasiko, more and more people can get benefit of it. It is good when somebody gives a dana, a donation, because more people can get advantage of the facility. But it is much better if somebody gives a donation of service. You see, it is the volition that counts. When you are giving money for the liberation of people to come out of their misery. You give money to feed somebody. You give money to get water for somebody or some medicine for somebody. They are all good. But when you give money for the teaching of Dhamma, nothing like that. Your volition is that people come out of their misery, total misery. When you serve, when you give money, that moment, when you thought of this, you decided to donate money, was a good moment. Your volition was wonderful. When you actually gave money, your volition was wonderful. But when you serve for 10 days continuously you are serving, and every time you are there, you feel good of others. Ah, look, so many people get Dhamma. Look, so many people are coming out of their misery. Continuously for 10 days, you are developing this parami, you are developing this volition, Dhamma volition. It is wonderful. People who have been giving such service, they find it. With my own experience, I know how I found it. When one starts giving service, one's own meditation becomes stronger and stronger. When you give food to somebody, the nature helps you that you will not starve. Similarly, when you give Dhamma to somebody, your Dhamma in return will become stronger and stronger. You get more Dhamma. So like this, people think of ehi pasiku, more and more. I serve more and more people, so that more and more people get Dhamma, more and more people get Dhamma. This is the quality, the yardstick whether one has really practiced Dhamma or not. Opaneiku. If it is pure Dhamma, then every step that you take on the path takes you nearer and nearer to the final goal. Because the path is such, so clear, like a highway, a autobahn, no curves here and there, not that you enter a blind alley and then come back. Nothing doing. Every step takes you to the final goal. And that is Opaneiku. Adime kalyanakari, madhyame kalyanakari, antame kalyanakari. It is beneficial in the beginning, beneficial in the middle, beneficial in the end. You practice only Shila and you find you start getting benefits. You practice Samadhi, more benefits. You practice Panya, much more benefits. You reach the final goal. Countless benefits you get. Every step that you take on the path gives result, good result. Not a single step, not a little effort that you make on the path of Dhamma goes waste. Nothing goes waste. And in this way it is called Opaneyiko. Pachattang Veditabbo Vinyuhiti. Pachattang, direct experience by everyone. When you belong to this sect or that sect, this community or that community, makes no difference. Dhamma is for all. Everyone can get benefit of Dhamma by practicing oneself. It is not that first you get converted in this particular organized religion, then this particular organized religion will start helping you. Nothing doing. Then there is something wrong. Anybody, one may keep on calling oneself a Hindu, a Christian, a Jew, a Muslim, a Buddhist, makes no difference. Human being is human being. Out of ignorance, one keeps on generating craving, aversion, ignorance, and because of that one remains so very much agitated, so very much miserable. The path is there to take out the misery by taking out the impurities of the mind. So anyone can practice and will get the same result. Pachattang Veditabbo. It must be direct experience. If you play intellectual game, it doesn't work. The same teaching was there. The entire spectrum of the spirituality of India before Buddha, at the time of Buddha, and after Buddha remains the same. Come out of craving, come out of aversion, come out of illusion, delusion. Nothing new. Nothing new, but still so much new, because that is all at the intellectual level, at the emotional level. Here arose somebody who says at the actual level. How to come out of craving? Well, look, you observe your sensation. Your craving starts because of a pleasant sensation. Come out of aversion. Look at your sensation. Observe it. Whenever there is an unpleasant sensation, then only you start aversion. Really? At the practical level somebody is teaching, and this is Pachattang Veditabbo. At the level of Vedana, one has to understand the reality and come out of the misery. Vinyuhi. Any wise person can do this, can practice this. It is applicable to one and all. These are the qualities of Dhamma. Understanding these qualities, if one starts walking on the path, the benefit is bound to be there. Similarly, one says, I take refuge in Sangha. Not in any person, the quality of the person. Anybody who is walking on the right path, Supatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho, Ujupatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho, Nyayapatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho, Samichipatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho. Anyone who is walking on the right path, the correct path, the path of truth, the path of wisdom, and walking on the path, one has reached the stage where one has become a saintly person. 4 stages of liberation. Out of them, at least first stage one has reached. And then only one is called a real Sangha. Such a person, by seeing such a saintly person, one gets inspiration. And with this inspiration, one starts walking on the path. This is taking refuge in Sangha. The devotion is good devotion with the wisdom when one starts applying Dhamma in life. One starts developing the qualities in life. This is Saddha, the first important friend of ours. Second important friend, in the language of those days, it was called Virya. Virya means effort. Again, proper effort. If you don't know how to make effort, you make effort in the wrong way, and yet you don't get the result. Proper effort. What you have to do? There is a story back in our country, in India. In the city of Varanasi, a very ancient holy city of northern India, 4 friends, one moonlit night they decided we better have boating for the whole night. And they took a boat. And Varanasi is Varanasi. It is a city of hashish, bhang, lot of smoking of bhang and drinking of bhang. And they had all that. And then in that boat they started rowing the whole night, perspiring, daybreak. And they saw their boat has not moved even an inch. It is where it was. It was wrong. And then someone found out. The rope by which the boat was tied to the tree at the bank, nobody untied this rope. This rope of ignorance is there, and you keep on rowing, perspiring. What you will get? You must know how to work, and then you work properly with wisdom, understanding what the path is, understanding what the technique is. Yes, you will reach the final goal. Otherwise, all your efforts will go waste. Virya. And third important friend is Sati, awareness. Now, Sati has got 2 meanings. This word. One meaning of the word Sati, Smriti, is memory. People take that meaning sometimes. Memory, and you start remembering. Memory of the past is not the technique of liberation. Sati, the another meaning of sati is awareness, and awareness is always of the present moment. You can't be aware of the past. You can have memory of that. You can't be aware of the future. You can just be thinking of that. But you can't be aware of it. Awareness should always be and can always be for the present moment, from moment to moment. Whatever you experience, you are aware of it. Whatever you experience, you are aware of it. Aware at the surface level and aware at the depth level. When you work with the sensation, you are aware at the depth level, and as well as where you are walking, you are aware of walking, you are aware of eating, but at the same time you are aware of your own sensations. If that is missing, then it won't take you to the final goal. You may be very well aware of your walking. You get a wonderful faculty to remain alert about all your activities, but it won't take you to the final goal of liberation if you are missing sensation. I give example of a circus girl. She is walking on a tight rope and so much aware of every step. If she is not aware, she may fall down, break one of her limbs, or she may even die. So every step she is so aware, but she cannot become an arhat. She cannot become fully liberated because the sensation, she doesn't know what sensation is, and she doesn't know how to remain equanimous with the sensation. Or a dancing girl on the stage, aware of every step, every action, and yet no sensation. That doesn't take us to the final goal. Sensation is the teaching of Buddha. When you work with the sensation, you are aware of the sensation, you understand its nature of anicca, and with that understanding you maintain equanimity, then you are on the path of liberation, because this is how you change the habit pattern of your mind at the deepest level. Otherwise you are working just with the surface level of the mind. So sati must be proper sati with proper wisdom, understanding what the sati is, and then accordingly you work with sati, you reach the final goal. And then samadhi. Again, samadhi must be samma samadhi, right type of samadhi. Understanding must be proper. What samadhi is? Mere concentration does not work. Kusal chittasya ekaggata. The concentration must be of a pure mind. That means the base must be free from ignorance. If you have got an imaginary object, and with the help of this imaginary object you concentrate your mind, it is not samma samadhi. Or at the base of the mind you have got craving, you want something. By this samadhi I will gain this, I will gain that. Doesn't work. Or your aversion at the base, doesn't work. Free from craving, free from aversion, free from imagination. The object that you are experiencing from moment to moment, you are sati, from moment to moment, from moment to moment. How long you continue to be aware of the reality from moment to moment, from moment to moment, this is your real samadhi. And the fifth friend, panya, wisdom, upekha, equanimity. Very important. Again, if this panya, this wisdom is merely at the intellectual level, or merely whatever you heard or whatever you read, sutmaya panya or chintamaya panya, it doesn't work. It must be bhavanamaya panya. That is the contribution of Buddha to the human world. Bhavanamaya panya. You have to experience the wisdom at the level of your sensations. Then it is real panya. Equanimity at the level of sensations is your direct experience, and equanimity, wisdom that keeps you free from craving, free from aversion at the deepest level of the mind. This is what you started doing here. This is what you have to practice in your life. Daily practice, you are with the sensations, and yet you are not reacting with craving, you are not reacting with aversion. You keep on understanding this is anicca, and your mind becomes equanimous. Then you find how this equanimity has started manifesting itself in your day-to-day life. It must manifest. If you have just accepted anicca, if you have just accepted equanimity only at the intellectual level or devotional level, you can't expect it to manifest in your day-to-day life. Ups and downs in the life are bound to be there. Vicissitudes are bound to be there. How to deal with equanimity to all the situations in our day-to-day life, then yes, the panya is real panya. Again, a story in our country. A very rich person at the old age died, and according to the custom there, his two sons started living in a joint family. For some time they continued in joint family, and later on some misunderstanding arose, they started quarreling, and then they divided the whole property, the money, jewelry, land, everything divided half. When everything was divided, somebody found out a small packet hidden somewhere. They took it out, what it is. And they found that it contained 2 rings. One was the ordinary silver ring, other was a ring studded with very valuable diamond. The elder brother developed some greed and he tried to explain the younger one. To me it looks, this is not the earning of our father. This is, most probably, it is coming from generations, and therefore it should go for generations. I being elder, I better keep it so that it goes for generation. If you sell it and divide the money, you will lose it. So I better keep it. You better keep the silver one. The younger brother smiled. All right, be happy. You be happy with the diamond one. I'll be happy with the silver one. And they started their life. Ups and downs are coming. The elder brother with the diamond ring, when there is spring in the life, he gets so elated. And when spring goes away, and there is winter or autumn, he becomes so depressed, always losing the balance of the mind. With everything he faces in the world, loses the balance of the mind, tension, hypertension, this tranquilizer, that tranquilizer, a super tranquilizer, a sleeping pill, a super sleeping pill. And then it came to the stage where electric shocks were given. This is the brother with the diamond ring. The other brother with the ordinary silver ring. He started thinking, my father kept very secure this valuable diamond ring, it is understandable. Why this ordinary silver ring? There must be some meaning, some purpose for that. And he started examining it. And he found something was inscribed on it. And he read, what is inscribed? And it was inscribed on it, this will also change. Oh, this will also change. This is the teaching of my father. This will also change. Everything changes. And he had this ring on his little finger. Spring comes. He enjoys. He doesn't run away from that. He enjoys spring. And looking at this finger, yes, this will also change. This is not eternal. And when it passes away, he smiles. I knew this was going to change. It has changed. So what? I don't care. He doesn't lose the balance of the mind. When winter comes, again his ring, this will also change. He doesn't cry. He doesn't feel depressed. This will also change. Law of nature is such. It has to change. Ups and downs are bound to come in the life. Vicissitudes are bound to come in the life. If we keep on understanding this will also change, not necessary to look at the ring inside, the reality inside. We have got that inheritance from the Buddha. Observe this reality inside, this will change. A very painful experience is there, oh, this will change. A very pleasant flow is there, oh, this will change. And this change is there, certainly. You are experiencing. Whatever the truth you are experiencing inside, the same truth gets manifested outside. This will change, and you maintain perfect equanimity of your mind, then this friend is a very good friend for you. All these 5 friends are wonderful friends. Don't worry about the enemies. No enemy can harm you. You keep these 5 friends with you and keep them pure, no pollution, with the wisdom, understanding how to make use of these friends. And you will find step by step you are moving towards the final goal. These 2 days of serious meditation are days of real serious meditation. See that you maintain the continuity. Day and night, only when you are in deep sleep. Otherwise, day and night, nothing to do with other students. Carry on your own. Make very deep operation, surgical operation of the mind. Take out very deep-rooted complexes and get liberated. As many complexes you take out, that much liberation is there. Liberation from the miseries. Life is full of misery because the life is full of these defilements, mental defilements. Come out of them and enjoy real peace, real harmony, real happiness. May all of you enjoy real peace, real harmony, real happiness, real happiness. Bhavat Sarva Mangalam Bhavat Sarva Mangalam The 8th day is over. You have only 2 more days left. Out of these 2, only 1 day to work seriously. Even 1 day is good enough if one really works seriously, works exactly as the technique wants you to work. You get so much benefits. Another important thing, keep on understanding the technique properly, so that even going back home, you will make use of this technique properly, you will practice properly, you will apply it in life properly. Otherwise, even if you work hard and work seriously and you don't work properly, the benefits that you should get by this technique, you will be missing. Keep on understanding 2 important aspects of the technique. Both are equally important. Awareness and equanimity, they go together. Like 2 wings of a bird, they must be equal in size and equal in strength. Otherwise the bird cannot fly. Like 2 wheels of a bullock cart or the horse cart, they must be equal in size and equal in strength. Otherwise they won't work. So both are equally important, awareness as well as equanimity. If you are aware and you are not equanimous, the purpose is not served. You are equanimous but not aware of the sensations, the purpose is not served. If you are aware of realities outside, gross apparent reality, it is good, but this is not Vipassana. Even the gross reality pertaining to your physical structure, your mental structure, physical structure, all the activities of the body, you are aware. Mental structure, some very solidified gross emotion comes in the mind and you are aware. It helps. But this is not the teaching of the enlightened one. He wanted you to work with the sensations on the body. There were teachers before Buddha. There were teachers contemporary to Buddha. There were teachers after Buddha also. And nearly all of them, unless someone who was involved in any kind of immoral activity. Otherwise, every real saintly person will advise the same thing. The objects of your sense door. Don't react to these objects of the sense door. The shape, the form, the color, the light. the sound, the smell, the taste, the touch, the thought. They may be pleasant, they may be unpleasant. Don't react to them. Don't generate craving. Don't generate aversion. This was not something new given by Gautama the Buddha. This was not his enlightenment. His enlightenment was to go to the depth of the problem. Everyone else was giving importance to Salayatan, the 6 sense doors, and their objects, as if the craving and the aversion arises because of these objects of the 6 sense doors, which at the apparent level is true. But his discovery was Salayatan Pachaya Phassa, 6 sense doors come in contact with the respective 6 objects. And Phassa Pachaya Vedana, with this contact starts a sensation on the body, pleasant or unpleasant. And Vedana Pachaya Tanha, your craving, your aversion starts after you have started experiencing the sensation on the body. That link was missing. So people kept on practicing to come out of craving, to come out of aversion, but it was all at the surface level. The root was never touched. They didn't realize that they have to go to the level of the sensation on the body to take the root of the impurities out. This was the contribution of Gautama the Buddha to the mankind, to come out of their misery from the depth level. And if we miss this, then awareness is not complete awareness. Awareness of the sensations on the body and equanimity towards the sensations, pleasant or unpleasant. These are the 2 wheels of this cart. These are the 2 wings of this bird. Both must be equal in size and equal in strength for your progress. You started observing your respiration and observing respiration in a small area. When you wanted you to do this, there was a meaning behind it. If you work on a bigger area, then mind will not become that sharp. Then only the mind will feel very gross sensation here, very gross sensation here, some pain here, some pressure here, some heat here, but can never become sharp. The smaller the area of awareness, sharper the mind becomes, more sensitive it becomes, and by the time you reach the 3rd day, you started feeling sensations here. You further narrowed it down and you felt sensation on this area. It became easy for you to feel sensations everywhere. This is a very important station of the path of liberation. One has to reach this station where one feels sensations everywhere, gross or subtle, but everywhere. No part of the body should remain blind or blank. That means without any sensation. Sensation is there all the time, everywhere. But your mind should become sensitive enough to feel them. Very important station. But you can't do anything, you can't force that. It just happens naturally. Your job is to keep moving, stay where there is no sensation, stay for a minute, keep moving, stay for a minute. Very patiently you find your mind is becoming subtler and subtler, is becoming more and more sensitive, and it starts feeling everywhere. Second important station, again very important station, the dissolution of the entire structure, mind and matter. It turns into mere vibrations. Vibration, he called it bhanga. Bhanga means dissolution, total dissolution. Again, you can't do anything. Let it happen naturally. You keep on observing, your mind becomes subtler and subtler, sharper and sharper, more and more sensitive. Automatically, the law of nature is such, the solidified, intensified, gross sensations, they start getting divided, dissected, disintegrated, divided, dissected, disintegrated, and they start getting dissolved. That is bhanga. You start getting a free flow of very subtle vibrations throughout the body. It's a very important station, and yet he says it is a very dangerous experience. Dangerous in the sense that having come through all the unpleasant, gross, solidified sensation, suddenly you come to this very pleasant flow of vibration. According to the old habit pattern of the mind, you start developing craving and clinging for it. Oh, so wonderful. And he says this is the danger, very big danger. One can remain equanimous with the unpleasant ones, expecting that they will pass away and I will start experiencing subtler ones as others have started experiencing. But when the subtler one comes, one gets so much attached to it. This is a stage very frightening, he says, very dangerous. One has to be very cautious not to develop any attachment to this pleasant sensation, otherwise the progress will stop, and not only progress will stop, regress will start, because you will start generating now craving, clinging, and whenever you miss, and this pleasant sensation, flow of subtle vibration is not eternal. It comes, it goes away. Again some very deep-rooted sankhara which otherwise would not have come on the surface, because you started feeling a free flow of subtle vibration, because you reached the stage of total dissolution, then only very deep-rooted sankhara will come on the surface, which might be of the type, a very gross nature, and you start feeling again gross sensations, unpleasant sensations, and you feel so depressed. You start feeling, I am regressing, I had such a wonderful sensation and now look, it's missing, and now I am again with this unpleasant sensation. You have not understood Dhamma properly. You have started playing games of sensations. This is what one keeps on doing the whole life. A sound, pleasant or unpleasant. A sight, pleasant or unpleasant. A smell, pleasant or unpleasant. A taste, pleasant or unpleasant. A thought, pleasant or unpleasant. Now similarly, a sensation on the body, pleasant or unpleasant, and you keep on reacting with craving, with aversion. What makes the difference? You have not understood Dhamma. In spite of repeated warnings, we see some students, of course few, but there are, who keep on taking courses after courses, but they don't understand the technique. They don't understand Dhamma. They keep on relishing the pleasant sensations, and they keep on having aversion towards the unpleasant ones. They keep on playing this game of sensation. This is not Vipassana, not at all. We have to be very careful to understand the essence of the technique properly, so that you work properly, and you get the benefit of this technique properly. Unless you go to the root level, the sensation level, and unless you have equanimity at the sensation level, whatever sensation, every sensation, gross or subtle, pleasant or unpleasant, has the same characteristic of arising, passing. This is what you have to experience. When there is a solidified, intensified, gross sensation, then arising is clear. But after some time, sooner or later it passes away. It seems to stay for some time. It arises, seems to stay for some time and passes away. When this very intensified, solidified, gross sensation gets dissolved, turns into vibration, the characteristic remains the same, arising, passing, now with great rapidity. As it arises, so it passes. With great velocity, great frequency, characteristic remains the same. This characteristic must be very clear. Clear in your mind, look, it is changing. And therefore, no craving, no aversion, no craving. This is how you change the habit pattern of your mind. Otherwise, deep inside, this process of multiplication, sankhara after sankhara, every moment you generate some sankhara or the other. Because sensations are there every moment, so long as one is alive, every moment there is some sensation or the other. And the deepest level of the mind is constantly in touch with these sensations. Whether you are asleep or you are awakened, 24 hours it is in contact with the body sensations. Like you are in deep sleep, when you say in deep sleep, it is only your conscious mind which has gone in deep sleep. The so-called unconscious is always conscious of the body sensations, always conscious. A mosquito has come and bitten, the unconscious, the so-called unconscious immediately feels unpleasant sensation. drives away the mosquito, kills the mosquito. Still unpleasant sensation is there, will scratch and rub, and like this whole night mosquitoes will come, bite, and you won't know, your conscious mind won't know. That shows there is a big barrier between the conscious and the unconscious. Similarly, when you are awakened, your unconscious mind will be busy with objects outside at a very gross level. But the unconscious, the so-called unconscious, it is the conscious which remains all the time busy with the outside object. The unconscious is constantly in contact with the body sensation, and it keeps on reacting. There is a pressure somewhere, it reacts. There is a pain somewhere, it reacts. There is itching somewhere, it reacts. That reaction is continuous. That has become the habit pattern of your unconscious mind. Unless you change this habit pattern at the deepest level, you are not coming out of your misery. Not coming out of your misery. You are just trying to amend the branches, the twigs, the leaves, the flowers, the fruits of the tree. But the root is decaying, is unhealthy. So long as the root is unhealthy, your tree can never become healthy. Your conscious mind can never become healthy so long as the unconscious remains unhealthy. So Buddha found out that we have to work with the deepest unconscious level of the mind. This is what you started doing. If this point remains in your mind all the time, that I have to work with the deepest level of your mind, there are many other techniques, many other kinds of meditations. We are not here to condemn them. But so far as this technique is concerned, straight away it starts working with the depth of the mind. And if you miss that depth of the mind, our purpose is not served. Because the process of multiplication continues, sankhara after sankhara. Every moment you generate a sankhara of craving or aversion, and all the time a sankhara of ignorance, you don't know what is happening. This is misery. Every sankhara is a misery. Multiplication is there. In the outside world also, in the world of vegetation, this process of multiplication is there. So also deep inside, process of multiplication is there. And there is a way to stop this multiplication and change this habit pattern. Like outside world, a small seed of a banyan tree. In tropical countries we have a very huge tree, banyan tree, very tiny seed, size of a sesame. This small tiny seed contains this huge banyan tree. You plant it, a tree comes out which grows so huge, and it stays for centuries, very long life. One seed has started giving fruits. Every season, hundreds upon hundreds of fruits. And so many centuries, fruits after fruits, millions of fruits, one seed only. However long life this tree may have, a time will come when it will become old, will decay, will die, fall down, no more fruits. At the apparent level, one may say that one seed has given millions of fruits, but after all, the story ended. The story does not end. The multiplication continues. Understand how it continues. The seed that one planted and this huge banyan tree, fruits it started giving. The law of nature is such. You don't have any fruit which does not contain the seed of the same quality, one or more. Every fruit will contain seed. And again this seed contains a huge banyan tree and millions of fruits, millions of seeds, and every seed has got a huge banyan tree. Oh, endless process of multiplication, endless process of multiplication. But nature has also helped to understand that how this process can be stopped. It is true, every seed has one huge banyan tree. But this seed requires a fertile soil. It requires water. It requires fertilizer, manure. You throw it on a rocky land, it can't grow. Banyan tree cannot come out of it. But our difficulty is that these seeds of sankharas, millions of them are coming because of our seed that we planted once. So many are coming now. And we keep on giving good fertilizer to every seed that comes. Keep on giving very fertile soil to them. Oh, my sankhara, you keep on growing. Oh, my misery, you keep on growing, you keep on growing, you keep on growing. What ignorance. This is what one keeps on doing. Like one carries a tank full of gasoline, petroleum. One spark comes from outside, comes in contact with it, and a big explosion, huge explosion. Thousands upon thousands of new sparks, without understanding that every spark that you generated now will bring hundreds and thousands of sparks in return. And then again every spark that comes, you will be giving all that gasoline again. Multiply, multiply, multiply. At the intellectual level, one understands this multiplication is so dangerous for me. I should not generate sankharas. Every sankhara is so harmful. Every sankhara is multiplication of my misery. And yet, it is merely an intellectual understanding. Unless you practice properly at the level of sensation, you can't come out of it. One knows very well, somebody is bringing fire towards me to burn me. The best thing is that I keep my water hose ready. When he comes, I open my water hose and extinguish the fire immediately. That one understands at the intellectual level. But at the actual level, somebody is bringing fire. I open my petrol pump. Burn, burn. I throw a bucket full of petrol over him. You burn, I burn, both of us burn. And later on you realize that was so wrong. I should not have done that. When fire was brought towards me, I should have used water to extinguish it, not the petrol. And you go to your God Almighty, to this God, that God, Goddess, and pray, I made a mistake. Please excuse me, I made a mistake. Next time, the same mistake. Next time, the same mistake. You're not coming out of it. It doesn't help. Because you don't know what is happening deep inside. Deep inside there is always this volcanic eruption, always this negativity, the reaction of negativity, and you can't come out of it unless you start observing the sensations on the body. You have to feel the sensation, one important part of the technique. You must make your mind so sharp, so sensitive that you feel the sensations. Another part of the mind, another part of the technique, remain equanimous. Remain equanimous. Don't react. Don't react. Keep on understanding. This is anicca. This is anicca. And this is not a false belief. Don't accept because Buddha said so. Don't accept because the tradition says so. With your own experience you find things arise, sooner or later they pass away, they arise, they pass away, they arise, they pass away. When everything gets dissolved, then arising and passing is with great rapidity, but the same technique, the same reality, arising, passing is there. It is anicca, it is impermanent, it is impermanent. And like this you start changing the habit pattern at the deepest level of your mind. That is very important. One has to understand this. Law of nature is such that once you stop generating new sankharas, the old ones will start coming up on the surface and get eradicated. You remain equanimous, they will come on the surface, you remain equanimous, they come on the surface, they become weaker, 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 and get evaporated. This is law of nature. This is what was realized by this enlightened person. This was his discovery. When he said sankhara pachaya vinyana, the chain link, the vinyana, the mind consciousness, the consciousness of the mind, every moment it arises, passes away, arises, passes away. And the nearest cause of this is sankhara. Every time you generate a sankhara, the vijnana of the next moment, the consciousness of the next moment arises. Again you generate sankhara, the consciousness arises. Next moment, mind of the consciousness of the mind arises next moment. Like this process goes on, goes on. At the end of the life, very strong sankhara will raise its head and give a strong push, and sankhara and the vijnana arises in another body, and it continues, continues, continues. This truth was realized, how to stop it. So long as you keep on generating sankharas, this flow will continue, continue. You stop generating new sankhara, the reverse process will start automatically. An example, this flow of mind and matter, this is the flow of the life, mind and matter. For the life of the matter, for the flow of the matter, you have to give some material food. With the help of this material food, it continues, continues, continues. So also for the flow of the mind, a mental food has to be given, the sankhara has to be given, then only it It continues. Say one day you have not taken any food, you have fasted, and yet the flow of life continues. You decide 2 days fasting, it continues, 5 days, 10 days. One has fasted for 1 month, 2 months. Ultimately, the body dies because the food, you stop giving food for so long. You stop giving food for so long, then why it took so many months to die? Because the old stock was there. Whatever accumulated you have, fats, etc., it started consuming that. When that was also consumed, there was no more food, it died. The same principle for the flow of mind. You keep on giving sankhara for the food of the body. If you give even once in 24 hours, it is good enough to sustain it. But for the flow of mind, every moment a food must be given. The feeding must go every moment. And by this technique you learn, you don't give a food. This moment you are not given a food. You just experienced and you smiled, anicca, neither craving, nor aversion, nor ignorance. You are just aware and not reacting, no sankhara. Still the mind flow has not stopped. Next moment again you are not given any sankhara. Next moment again you are not given any sankhara, and yet it continues, same principle, how it continues with your old stock of sankharas. When you are not given a new sankhara for the flow of the life, old one has to come on the surface. It comes on the surface and a new vijnana arises. Again you are not given any sankhara, old one will come on the surface and new vijnana arises, and like that it flows. When all the sankharas are consumed, then you are out of it. You are liberated from all the miseries. This principle is there, but only by experience one starts understanding how the old ones come on the surface. You have generated a sankhara of anger. You will find the sensations all around are very unpleasant sensation because a biochemical reaction has started. And because of this unpleasant sensation, because of this biochemical that has started flowing, again you generate anger, new sankhara you generated. Again this biochemical gets generated and there is an unpleasant sensation. And because of this unpleasant sensation, again you generate anger, and this vicious circle, this is what is multiplication of your misery continuously, sankhara after sankhara. You generated anger. And as a result of that, some biochemical reaction has started, very unpleasant sensation has started. You don't react. Again, it continues for some time, you don't react. The habit pattern starts changing. To change the habit pattern, one has to go to the depth of the sensations and don't react, and you find how it starts clearing away, clearing the stock. Like example is given, you got fuel, a heap of fuel, burning firewood, and there is fire, it is burning. As it is burning, you throw some more firewood on it. It is burning, you throw more firewood. The new firewood that you are giving to it, the fire starts consuming the new one, and the old one remains deep inside. Layers after layers, it goes increasing, and the new one comes, and the new one comes. You stop giving new fuel. The fire is consuming. Sooner or later it will consume the whole thing, and you will be out of it. People understand it in different ways, how the old ones get eradicated. The fact is, it gets eradicated. How it gets eradicated? A research scientist of this part of the world came to my teacher about 30 years ago. He was a friend of my friend, so common friend. He came, he learned that in Burma there is a technique and there is a teacher who teaches you to come out of the habit pattern of negativity and live a peaceful life, harmonious life. All the accumulated defilements of the mind get eradicated by this technique. And being a scientist, he wanted to examine it, how it happens. He came. My teacher, normally a new student is not given more than 10 days course, but somehow he made a decision that this is a resolving case, gave him a longer course straight away. And 10 days anapana. He was working on that. And reaction started. So strong reaction, at times you will see that he is jumping about 6 inches from the floor while he is meditating. And my teacher keeps on smiling. One day he tells me, you go and see how he is meditating. In the cell, each individual has got a meditation cell. Through the louvers I see. And I see that he is standing on his shoulder. And whole body is shaking as if he is possessed. Possessed by some ghost. What's happening? I went and told my teacher, what's happening? And he smiled and he laughed. He said, let it happen. Good. That's good for him. And he carried on. And later on we came to know that he is the research scholar of skycraft. He has discovered and made continental ballistic missiles with nuclear heads. Such a person? What kind of sankhara? Creating hellfire for millions of people to die. What kind of sankhara? It has to come that way. And my teacher is smiling. Let it come. Let it come. At the end of the course, he feels so light, so happy. It's wonderful. And my teacher says, good. All that stuff came out and you are lighter now. He says, I am lighter. This is the fact. I feel happier. This is the fact. But I can't understand that my impurities, my defilements of the mind came out of these sensations. How can I accept it? My teacher laughed, said, good, don't accept. Buddha also used to say, don't accept. Don't accept just because I say so. Don't accept because the tradition says so, the scripture says so. You keep on experimenting yourself. And when you understand with your own experience and you find that yes, this is true and this is good, then only accept it. And he went back home. And he writes a letter after a few days that this meditation has given me so wonderful result. I was such a short-tempered person, so much of tension in me, always having very cross relations with those who were working under me or my superiors, and even didn't have very good relationship with my wife. Now everything is changed. And I understand not that everything is changed, I am changed. A big change has come in me. And I find everywhere, it is so good, it is so good. Yet I cannot understand what these sensations have got to do. How my impurities went away by sensation. I am a scientist, how can I accept it? After a few years he came again, worked again for a long course. And going back home he writes a long letter with a big article. He is a metallurgist, specialist in purifying the metal used in the spacecraft, etc. He says, we have got a principle, a theory. A particular metal has to be purified, it must be ultra pure. Even one particle, one molecule in a million molecule should not be a foreign molecule. It must be 100% pure, ultra pure. And for that, we melt it, then we take out a ring, which is 100% pure. And this hot ring, we pass over this rod-like shape of this metal which we want to purify. And this ring, because it is pure, it develops some kind of magnetism and it starts pulling out all the impurity from this rod. All the molecule, even one in a million cannot stay, it has to go out invisibly. And the molecules which are there, they are in so much order, it gets so much strength. Oh, this is what Buddha found out. This ring of pure consciousness moving from head to feet and feet. If this ring is not pure, it doesn't work. If this ring is reacting, craving, aversion, it doesn't work. But because it is pure, it is not reacting, no craving, no aversion, it keeps on purifying. This is his way of understanding. Different people understand in their own way. But the fact is that it does purify. Somebody comes to me and tells me, well, there is a principle of these batteries with charged battery. We keep on charging. It gets charged. We stop charging. We do nothing. And it starts getting discharging automatically. We do nothing for discharge. We just stop charging. Oh, this is also one principle. Somebody comes and tells me, you see these toys, there you have these, you twist you wind, you keep on winding, and then you leave it, and the toy will dance something, and then unwind it automatically. For unwinding, you do nothing. You just keep on winding. And Buddha gave one example. Like you have a rope, two ends of the rope, you keep on twisting, and suddenly leave it. It will get opened up. This is law of nature. You stop generating new sankharas, the old one are bound to get eradicated. You keep on multiplying, you keep on generating new sankhara after new sankhara, the process of eradication cannot start. There is always a process of multiplication. Multiplication, that means process of your misery multiplied. Every time the sankhara is multiplied, every time your misery is multiplied. So simple to understand and yet so difficult, people forget it. And they keep on generating sankhara after sankhara, misery after misery, misery after misery. This is what one has to learn. Be aware of the sensations and don't react to the sensations. The awareness of the sensations and not reacting to the sensations. So simple. This is the technique. You miss this and do anything else, then the result will not be there. You be with it and the result are bound to be there. Little by little, little by little, your own experience will say that. Like a ordinary housewife, she buys some soap or some detergent, the dirty linen is there, you use the soap, the dirt goes away. It is not the job of that housewife to see what chemical was there in this soap which went against the dirt and how it was purified. This is the job of the research scholars, the scientists, let them do. But for the ordinary person, the misery is there, the suffering is there. Because of this habit pattern of generating sankharas after sankhara, you stop generating sankhara and you find you are coming out of your misery. Your habit pattern is changing. People who are very much addicted of their anger, they are coming out of their anger. Addicted of passion, they come out of their passion. Addicted of any kind of impurity, they start coming out of it. The result is there. So the proof is there because you experience it, and you accept it only when you start experiencing the truth, the result which is good for you. And this is what the whole life he kept on teaching. This is what he kept on teaching. Equanimity. Equanimity. Your equanimity inside must manifest with equanimity outside. Equanimity inside, in your daily life now equanimity should come. Equanimity should come. Vicissitudes of life will be there. The teaching was not merely for monks and for nuns. It was equally for the householders. Number of householders used to come to him. One group came and told him, sir, we are not prepared to become monk or to become nun. We have to live as householders. Will the technique work for us? Can we also get liberated? Surely, technique is technique for all. One becomes a monk or a nun, then there are no responsibilities of life. One can give whole life for this purpose and the result come earlier. But as a householder, there are multifarious responsibilities, and with all those responsibilities, you can't give that much time, so it takes little longer. But it works, even for the householder. And he gave a sermon for the householders. How the technique works for the householder? All the responsibilities of a householder. One has to look after all the responsibilities. If you are a householder, you don't run away from your responsibility. Your responsibility towards your family members, towards the society, towards your relatives, all that you are performing well at the same time. You are practicing. And he gives 32 welfare of a family. Family man, family woman. How to acquire those 32 benefits of Dhamma. One superior than the past, and like that when it comes to the last, highest one, he says, Puttasa loka dhamme chetangaya sanakampati asokam virajam khemam etang mangalamuttamam. Etang mangalamuttamang. This is the highest beatitude of life. What is it? Puttasa dhammehi. When you come in contact with the vicissitudes of life, ups and downs, and everyone has to come in contact with vicissitudes of life. Chittang yassana kampati. And your mind does not get shaken. It remains firm, balanced. Ashokam. You don't start crying. You don't generate unhappiness in your mind. Virajang, you don't generate any impurity in your mind. Khemang, you don't generate a feeling of insecurity in your mind. You always feel secured. You are on the path of Dhamma. Nothing can go wrong. This is the highest beatitude. Equanimity with all the vicissitudes of life. Especially when unpleasant things are happening in the life. It is easy enough to be pleasant when the life flows along like a sweet song. But the man worthwhile is a man with a smile when everything goes dead wrong. And everything goes dead wrong so many times in our life. Everything goes dead wrong. Everything goes dead wrong. Yet you have to smile, not like an actor or an actress. Smile from inside, because the sensation will be there. Very unpleasant sensation will be there. And you smile at the sensation. Anicca, you are also anicca. You are also anicca. Let me see how long you last. And this is what the Buddha's teaching is. Law of nature is. Remain equanimous in every situation, all the vicissitudes of the life, and you find wonderful. Even in his own life, whatever he was preaching, he was practicing himself in his own life. Even an enlightened person has to pass through vicissitudes of life. Ups and downs are bound to come. He started teaching this Dhamma to 5 of his friends, companions, which spread to 50, which spread to 500, to 5,000, and like this started spreading. Nearly the entire population of northern India started practicing this in his lifetime. People get benefit. Some remained very much against him, partly because they didn't understand what this person is teaching. They thought perhaps he is teaching something against our religion, our tradition, and our religion will get finished by his teaching. And partly because it was a question of livelihood for them. They were priests. And his teaching, if people start following his teaching, there is no more rites, rituals, religious ceremonies, nothing. You just observe yourself and purify yourself and live a healthy life, happy life. What these rites and rituals will do. And if there are no rites and rituals, they will miss their livelihood. So opposition was there. How to stop his preaching? There was one way in those days. There used to be big debates, public debates, and lot of hooliganism was there, gundaism was there. People will come with large number of their followers and shout, and there is no actual debate. It's more rowdyism. But still, that was popular there. And if somebody is defeated, then his teaching people won't accept. So they will come to fight with him, to debate. But when they come to the gate of his ashram, they start scratching their head. He's a very intelligent person. How to debate with him? Not easy, even rowdyism, because he answers so calmly. Let us make our points. How to discuss, what to debate. And let one of us will be a leader. You be a leader. You be a leader. Somebody says, all right, I'll be a leader. Let us jot down all the points. Jot down all the points. You don't carry long matted hair on your head? Yes. In those days, all the hermits, they used to have matted hair on their head. You don't have long mustache or beards? Yes, long mustache or beard. You don't have the garland of beads around your rosary? Yes. You don't wear a skin of a deer, animal, around your waist? Yes. You don't smear ashes on your body? Yes. Then suddenly somebody says, all these questions have already been raised, and whenever people raise these questions, he smiles. He says, I don't like it. You like it, you carry on. I'm not quarreling with you. You carry on if you like it. I don't like it. How can you quarrel with somebody that he doesn't do? Let us find out something wrong in his practice and his teaching. All right, tear this away, new list. What is he preaching and what is he practicing? He preaches Sila, morality, and he practices morality. How can we argue on that? Morality is wonderful. If somebody living the life of morality, teaching others to live a life of morality, we can't quarrel. What else? He is teaching Samadhi. And what is Samadhi? Mastery over the mind. Mastery over the mind? I could not get mastery over my mind. I have been trying so many years. If somebody has got a technique which makes you the master of your mind, it is wonderful. How can you fight? No. What else? He is teaching Panya. What Panya? A process by which all the impurities of the mind go away. Impurities go away? My impurities are not gone even little. If impurities go away, wonderful. How can we fight on this point? No. What else? Nothing else. He doesn't talk anything else. He says, I teach and I practice only Sila, Samadhi, Panya, Sila, Samadhi, Panya. All other things, your beliefs, your dogmas, your philosophies are beyond me. I got nothing to do with them. You carry on whatever you like. But these three are important. This is the essence of Dhamma. They go away because they can't argue. But somehow something should be done. so that his preaching gets stopped. And one way, find out some scandal. If there is no scandal, create a scandal. And for a monk, what scandal? There can be only two types of scandals: money or woman. Money, we can't create a scandal of money because he has left all the householder's life as a prince, all the luxuries, and keeps nothing with him. But woman, yes, something can be done, because men and women both come to learn Dhamma from him. So they trained one young, beautiful girl. Every evening she will go to the ashram of Buddha, sleep under a tree with very heavy makeups and all. And next day with open air she will go out. Oh, I had a wonderful night with Shamana Gautama. I had a wonderful night. People listen, what happened? What she's talking? 2 days, 3 days, 7 days. Then she stopped that. After about 8 months, there was a big congregation. Large number of his disciples were there. He was teaching Dhamma. The ruler of the country, King Prasenjit, was there. The commander-in-chief, the prime minister was there. Anath Pindak was there. Mother Vishakha, large number of people. And she comes. He placed a piece of wood, a timber, on the stomach, tied with some string, and covered with her petticoat, and then came, shouting and abusing. Oh, shaven head, if you have nothing for your coming child, ask these rich people, your disciples, they should do something. And everybody, nonplussed what she is talking about Buddha like this. Buddha smiles. Only love, only compassion. Oh, my child, you know the truth of what you are saying. I know the truth of what you are saying. Only love, only compassion. It was very easy for him to ask the ruler, who was a great devotee, she is speaking a lie, take her head off. Her head would have been taken off, but then Buddha would not have been Buddha. Only compassion, only compassion. This vibration of compassion, and she became so nervous, the string became loose, the piece of wood came down. Dhamma works. Katvan kathamudrang yugagabhiniya chanchaya dutavachanang janakaya majje santena soma vidhina jitva munindo. He was successful by the calmness of his mind, by the harmony of his mind, by the peace of his mind, not by quarreling. You can never be successful. This he practiced in his life. So many situations came in his life, and he kept his mind so calm, so tranquil, so pure, so harmonious, good for himself, good for everybody. One more incident. An old Brahman, he was very angry that this fellow Buddha is teaching something which is totally against our religion. My own family members, my sons, my daughter-in-law, they all stop these rites, rituals, ceremonies, and they sit in a corner and do this respiration, sensation, what they are doing. He will spoil all our religion. I must go and see that I open his skull. This is the only way to stop his teaching. And he goes there, very angry, comes nearer, abusing. Buddha says, old man, you seem to be very, very agitated. Come, sit, let us discuss your problem. He had made a decision. I won't start discussing with him, because he is a very clever person. The moment I start discussing with him, my anger will go away. If my anger goes away, I can't open his skull. I must carry on with my anger. And he keeps coming nearer, abusing. Buddha says, old man, just answer one question. Don't you get some visitors at your house? Yes. So many visitors come to my house. What are you going to do? Tell me, some visitors might be bringing some present for you. Yes, some visitors do bring present. What are you going to do? A visitor brings a present to you and say you don't accept this present. What happens? The present remains with him who has brought the present. Same thing I want to tell you, old man. You came like a visitor to my place. You brought all these presents of yours, abuses. I have not accepted them. They are with you. Your property, not my property. The old man was a very intelligent person. Only the small veil, curtain of ignorance which did not allow him to understand the truth. This curtain got broken and he started understanding. How is it? The whole life people bring presents to us. present of one abuse, in return we give 10 presents. He brings 10 presents, we give 100 presents. This exchange of presents, you be unhappy, I be unhappy. Gautama Buddha, how you learn this technique where you don't accept any present? Sit, old man, sit, close your eyes, observe respiration, observe respiration, observe sensation, you must observe yourself. Unless you observe yourself, you can't come out of this problem. This is a big problem for everybody. This Bharadwaja, practicing became an arahant, fully enlightened person, and whole life kept on serving people. The whole technique is such that unless you learn equanimity at the depth of the mind where sensations are there, you can't expect the results. And when you work it that way, sensations are there and you are equanimous, sensation, anything happening outside will bring a sensation in the body. Pleasant or unpleasant, anything that happens outside will bring a sensation in the body, and if you are equanimous with that sensation, then whatever decision you make is a healthy decision. Whatever action you take is a healthy action. It is not that this technique will make you inactive, it will make you very active. Not that I am a Vipassana meditator now, like a vegetable, let anybody come and cut me, I don't care. No. Full of life, active life. The life of reaction will go away. And reaction is always full of negativity, full of misery. Now action will be positive, good for you, good for others. This change will come. And many times you will have to take very strong action, vocal, physical, very strong action. But deep inside the mind will be full of love, full of compassion. Wherever strong action is necessary, one has to take. Like an example, a child is running towards fire or towards a poisonous snake. For the child, this is some toy to play. You can't allow. You use all your force and keep the child away. The child will be crying, the child won't like it, but you have to keep the child away. There is no anger towards the child. There is only compassion. There is only goodwill. You want to help the child, but you have to use the strength. Like a very strong person, an aggressor, is harming a weak person, an aggressed person. And you say, I am a Vipassana meditator, I don't care. They suffer for their own karmas. No, Dhamma won't teach you that. You will take very strong action. You will stop this aggressor from taking this wrong action. If you are not a Vipassana meditator, then also you would have taken such an action, very strong action against the aggressor. But then you would have very much compassion towards the aggressed, the weaker one, and very much anger towards the aggressor. Now it is different. You have got compassion for the one who is weak, but you have got more compassion for the one who is the aggressor. Ignorant person, he does not know what he is doing. He is not only harming this weak person, he is harming himself also. He is generating so much of negativity, so much of ill will, and that goes against him. He doesn't understand. And he is so ignorant. He doesn't understand the soft language. We have to use hard language. This is what he understands. This is the only language he understands. You have to take hard action, very strong hard action, but full of love, full of compassion. First you have to examine yourself. Whenever you have to take hard action, you have to examine yourself that these are the sensations, because of the situation outside, these are the sensations, and I am not reacting to sensation. And this very person against whom I am going to take hard action, I have got compassion, nothing but compassion, nothing but compassion. Then yes, the technique has started working for you. Many incidents in the life of my teacher, Siaji Ubakhin. At times, he used to take very hard action. And sometimes those who were not very close to him, they will doubt what sort of Vipassana teacher he is. Sometimes he shouts so strongly. How is it? But those who were very close, it was so clear to us. When he shouts, there is no trace of anger, and yet it appears as if he is very angry. Deep inside, only love, only compassion. Of course, he was a very strict disciplinarian, even in his office when he was working with the government, and so also with the center. Whatever rules are there, discipline is there. Every student must work according to discipline. Because the purpose of one's coming here is to learn and to develop in Dhamma. If one is not working properly, then no use. So at times he will be very strict. There are meditation cells. Somebody will come out of the meditation cell and start walking here and there. He will question, hey, what you are doing? Just it so happened, I came out, all right, I go back. After some time again he comes out. Hey, what happened? And again some excuse. And when you find this fellow is not working according to discipline, then sitting in the hall, he will say, Goenka, I have to use some harsh words for this person. Let me go down. And the cells are just about 5 or 6 steps below, and he goes there, knocks the door, and he shouts. And this is the shout of a great Vipassana master. This is like an earthquake. The whole Vipassana center starts like trembling, shouts, and then comes up those 4 or 5 steps, smiling and laughing. Goenka, I have shouted on this fellow. I have shouted. What kind of shout is this? So much of love, so much of compassion. So in life many times one has to take hard decisions because the person does not understand any other language, hard decisions, but always love, always compassion, always goodwill. If there is even a trace of ill will, you have started harming yourself. How can you help others? If you can't help yourself, you can't help anybody. First you have to help yourself. Be strong to help a weak person. If you are lame, you can't support another lame person. If you are blind, you cannot show path to another blind person. First get yourself very healthy. Help yourself first, and then you will start helping others. Buddha said there are 4 types of people I see in this world. One group of people like running from darkness towards darkness. Another group of people running from brightness to darkness. Third group of people running from darkness towards brightness. And the 4th group of people running from brightness to brightness. He never gave any sermon in mysticism. Swakhatu Bhagavata Dhammo. The teaching is so clear. So whenever he said something which people may take different meaning, he explained it immediately. What is darkness? What is brightness? How one keeps on running from one to the other. The first group, from darkness to darkness. Someone is full of misery in different ways, health-wise, money-wise, family-wise, society-wise. All around there is misery, misery, misery. This is darkness, life of darkness. There is no happiness at all. And yet, every moment this person is generating nothing but anger, hatred, I am in this position because of that so-and-so, because of so-and-so, because of so-and-so, anger towards so-and-so, hatred towards so-and-so, ill will towards so-and-so. Darkness is already there, and one is planting seed of darkness. Misery is already there, one is planting seeds of misery. This anger, hatred, ill will bring nothing but misery, nothing but misery. So his future is also full of misery. Present is misery, future is misery. Present is darkness, future is darkness. Second person, running from brightness towards darkness. Brightness is quite happy, money-wise, family-wise, health-wise, society-wise, good status and everything. But madness, such an ego-centered life, such a self-centered life, hating everybody else. They are all useless fellows. I am so smart, that's why I am so happy. I have got so much money, position, power, status, hating everybody. So now he is happy. Because of some past good karmas of the past, he has got everything pleasant around. But every moment, the seed that he is planting is seed of misery. Misery. So from brightness, this person is running towards darkness. From brightness to darkness. Third person, exactly same as the first person. There is misery all around, but there is wisdom inside. One keeps on smiling. Oh, this misery has come because of some past bad karmas of mine. Let me settle my account. I carry on my Vipassana, anicca, anicca, anicca. Somebody seems to be a reason of my misery. Certainly this person is not the reason of my misery. He has just become a vehicle. My misery was bound to come through this person or through some other person. So he generates only love and compassion towards such person. He is planting seed of love, of compassion. Now there is lot of darkness, but future is brightness, brightness. Sooner or later this darkness will go, and then only brightness will come. The planting of the seed now is seed of brightness. It will bring brightness, will bring happiness. And the fourth, from brightness to brightness. All the facilities of the life are there, money-wise, health-wise, society-wise, family-wise, but keeps on understanding there is wisdom. All this is because of some good karmas of the past, and however good karma I might have done, they are not eternal, the fruit is not eternal, going to stop? So now what I am doing now? I must make use of all this money, position, power, status that I have for the good of others. For my maintenance, for the maintenance of those who depend on me, and then for the good of others. For the good of others. So all the time is generating love, compassion, goodwill, love, compassion, goodwill. All his actions, vocal, physical, mental, are for the good of others, good of others. He is planting seed of brightness. From brightness he is running towards brightness. From happiness he is running towards happiness. We should not remain in the first or the second category. We must remain in the third or the fourth. Third or fourth we can't decide. At times the life will be full of darkness because of the past karmas. At times the life will be full of brightness because of the past karmas. But we are the master of the present karma. Buddha said, Attahi attano natho, attahi attano gati. You are your own master, nobody else. And you are the master of your future, nobody else. At least whatever happened in the past, happened in the past. But now, you should not generate a single sankhara which will bring misery for you. You are your master. If you are master of the present, future is nothing but the child of the present. You be master of the present and see that your present is full of Dhamma, future will automatically be full of happiness. No darkness will be there for future. Develop this mastery of the present moment, and this is Vipassana. Be master of the present moment. At this moment, I am my own master. I won't plant any seed of misery. I won't plant any seed of darkness, only seed of brightness, seed of happiness, good for me and good for others. See that you practice it properly. The results are bound to come. Good results are bound to come. Understand the technique properly. The one day that you have to work seriously, take out as much defilements as you can and get established in the technique. You have to be aware of the sensations and equanimous with the sensation. Rest leave to Dhamma. The results are bound to be good. Aware of sensation, equanimous to sensation. Aware of sensation, equanimous to sensation. Keep growing in Dhamma. Keep growing in Dhamma. Dhamma is so great, so wonderful. May you all get the best fruits of Dhamma. May you all enjoy real happiness, real peace, real harmony, real harmony. Bhavat Sarva Mangalam Bhavat Sarva Mangalam Bhavat Ninth day is over. You are coming nearer and nearer to the closing day of 10 days Dhamma seminar. Having worked seriously for 9 days on this technique, understand how you will make use of this technique in your day-to-day life. If you don't do that, then the purpose of your joining a course like this is not served. Then it will become like a rite, a ritual, a Vipassana rite, a Vipassana ritual. It won't be helpful. Vipassana is not for that purpose. Vipassana is an art of living. How to live a proper life, a moral life, a peaceful life, a harmonious life, good for oneself and also good for others. One has to keep on examining oneself whether Vipassana is really teaching me how to live a proper life. That is possible only when you go back home and practice every day, morning and evening. And even practicing morning and evening, if you make it just a mechanical process, sitting 1 hour like you count your beads of the rosary, it doesn't help. Again, in your daily life you have to see how this technique has started helping you. Similar situations, how you are dealing with those situations, how you are facing vicissitudes of your life. Misery may start, but how quickly you come out of your misery. Like this you keep on examining yourself. And if you find that there is no change in your life, no change for better, then there is something wrong. Either the technique is not good, but technique is good because it is helping thousands of people around the world. Today it has helped in the past, so there cannot be any doubt about the technique. That means you are not working properly. Then contact your guide, your teacher, your assistant teacher, and see what mistake you are making. If you are really practicing Vipassana as you should practice, some change or the other. Don't expect some miracles, but some change or the other must start. Change for the better must start in the life. Anything may happen in the life which used to happen previously also. Some unwanted thing has happened. A wanted thing has not happened. Somebody has misbehaved and you reacted. Do you keep on reacting in the same way, with the same intensity, for the same duration, or some change is coming? When you reacted, how quickly you have come to senses, started observing sensation, come out of your negativity, and you have started generating love and compassion for the person against whom you had started generating negativity in the first instance. Keep on examining yourself like that. Maybe 10 times a similar situation you face now as you used to face previously. Quite possible 9 times you react in the same way as you used to react before. No change. Once at least, out of 10 times, if once you have not reacted, you start observing your respiration, your sensation, that is a big achievement. Once in 10 times. This alone will become twice in 10 times, thrice in 10 times, and like this you will find you are really progressing on the path. Say a situation as a reason which used to arise previously also, and you have reacted, you have generated negativity, you have generated anger. Previously, you used to roll in that anger, say for 8 hours continuously. You kept on boiling yourself. 8 hours, anger, anger, anger. Now you will notice that this boiling stops in 6 hours. You start smiling. Later on you find in 4 hours you start smiling. In 2 hours, in 1 hour, half an hour, 15 minutes, 5 minutes. This duration of period, if it does not decrease, then you are as miserable as you were before. If you were miserable for 8 hours previously, now you are miserable only for 6 hours. 2 hours you again, you are happy. you are less miserable. 4 hours, if you boil only 4 hours, you are miserable only 4 hours. And like this, duration must become less. Although you did not start observing your respiration or sensation, yet you will find this duration becomes less. The intensity becomes less. No magic, no miracle, no supernatural power comes to help you. The law of nature is such. If you had been playing game of sensation for 10 days here, it does not give any good result. I keep on reminding it to the students again and again. Unfortunately, some are such, they keep on taking courses after courses, 10 courses, 20 courses, someone will make a century, and yet no change. Because one is playing games of sensation. When there is pleasant sensation, one feels so highly elated, wonderful. My meditation is so wonderful. When a gross, solidified, unpleasant sensation comes, one feels so depressed, oh, my meditation is so bad. This is not Vipassana. This is totally against Vipassana. Sensation, pleasant or unpleasant, makes no difference. A sensation, what is the nature of the sensation? Look, it is anicca, it arises, it passes away. Every time a sensation comes, the understanding of anicca should be there. Look, arising, passing. And with this understanding of anicca, your wisdom increases, your equanimity increases, and this is how you are taking advantage of Vipassana. Otherwise, no advantage. If one keeps on playing the game of sensations, pleasant sensation, elation, unpleasant sensation, depression, if that continues courses after courses, if that continues in your morning and evening sitting, what benefit do you expect? No benefit. Otherwise, even though something unwanted has happened, you reacted with the anger, and why this duration has become less now? You have started observing respiration or sensation. Because of your practice morning or evening, without intentionally trying to observe the respiration or sensation, a part of the mind starts observing it. You are boiling in anger. 1 hour, you might get few moments here and there when you observe your respiration, you observe your sensation. Next 1 hour, again few moments. Those few moments are wonderful moments. Like your car is running with high speed, going to collide somewhere. And a break, a momentary break, the speed becomes a little less. Again, it is running. Another break. It would have went on running for say 8 hours. Now in 6 hours it stops. Then 4 hours, then 2 hours, then 1 hour. Your anger was so strong, it would have kept you boiling for 8 hours. Now because of this momentary stoppage that you give, break that you give, unintentionally, it happens because of your practice, daily practice, and you are not playing the game of sensation. If you play the game of sensation, what happens now? Something has happened which you don't like in the outside world, and because of that you will get an unpleasant sensation, and because of that you will become angry, and when you feel the sensation, all these days, this is what you have been doing, unpleasant sensation, you have negativity towards it, you don't have equanimity in your mind, so now is the unpleasant sensation, you again react to it, you are not coming out of your misery. But if you work properly, an unpleasant sensation and you laugh, when you smile, oh, this is impermanent. Let me see how long it lasts. This is impermanent. It arises to pass away. And you find this has started working. Like this, keep on examining yourself whether you are making proper use of Vipassana in your daily life or not. Don't expect that in a 10-day course one will become so perfect that now there will be no more negativity, no more boiling. Oh no. It will become less, and that is good enough. Slow and steadily you will find you are progressing on the path of Dhamma, the path of liberation from all the miseries. Whenever a misery comes, everyone wants to come out of misery. Nobody wants to roll in misery. But it is ignorance which makes us roll in misery for a long time. Saints, sages of the past, even ordinary human beings, they have been looking for a way to come out of their misery. Something has happened in life, very unpleasant, and one has become very miserable. And that incident keeps on striking again in the mind. One becomes more and more miserable. So one way out, people thought, was just divert your attention. People started running after sensual pleasures. One is very miserable, and to come out of misery, one will divert the attention, go to a cinema, go to a theatre, go to a dance hall, go to a bar, this or that, and feel, yes, I am out of my misery. You are not out of misery. Because all these sensual pleasures generates attachment in your mind. And attachment and misery go together. You are becoming more and more miserable. This is the two sides of the same coin. When you have got attachment to sensual pleasure or to anything, then whenever you miss it, you become so agitated, so miserable. You are not coming out of it, no solution. Then some saintly persons, they said, divert your attention not to these sensual pleasures, to something else. For example, unwanted thing has happened and you started generating anger. Get up and walk a little. If that has not worked, get up, drink a glass of water. You are diverting your attention. If that has not worked, just start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You are diverting your attention. If all that doesn't work, then a solution was given which worked, which still works. If you have got devotion, strong devotion in any god or any goddess, any saintly person, any liberated person, enlightened person, in whomever you have got great confidence or devotion, just start reciting his or her name mentally. Keep on reciting. Because you have got devotion, it becomes easy for you to recite it. And as you are reciting, you are diverting your attention to something else. Your anger subsides and you feel that you are free from anger. Or another solution, you just imagine the shape or the form of that particular god or particular goddess or saintly person or enlightened person, and keep on remembering that imaginary shape or form. You will find your mind is getting diverted and you feel you are coming out of your anger or your misery or any negativity or any defilement that has arisen in the mind. You are coming out of it. It looks like that. It looks like that you have pushed out your negativity by reciting these names. But the reality is not so. Those who became fully enlightened, they became fully enlightened because they explored the entire field of mind and matter, transcended the entire field of mind and matter, and experienced something beyond that, the eternal truth, ultimate truth. They experienced the entire law of nature. They understood that whenever you divert your attention, it appears as if you have put aside your negativity, but actually you have suppressed your negativity. It has gone away from the surface level of the mind and is being pushed deep inside. At the surface level of the mind you feel, look, now there is no anger or no hatred or no ill will or no pressure or no fear. Whatever negativity has come is gone now. But suppressed deep inside at the unconscious level or half-conscious level, it keeps on rolling there and keeps on multiplying. You will not come out of your misery. Escape is no solution to the problem. And these enlightened people found out. Observe it. Whenever any negativity arises, a passion arises, don't suppress and don't give it a free license to express itself at the vocal level or the physical level. Similarly, fear arises, anger arises, hatred arises, worry arises. Don't suppress it and don't don't express it at the vocal level. Finally, they gave a middle path. Observe it. Anger is a reason. Observe it. Passion is a reason. Observe it. As you observe, you are not suppressing it. As you are just observing objectively, you are not expressing it. Just observing, and you find it becomes weaker and passes away. It has not become a problem. Your problem is solved because you are observing it. Very good solution, but very difficult to practice. Very difficult to practice. When a negativity arises, say anger as a reason, so quickly you get overpowered, overwhelmed, you can't observe. So difficult. Something which you can't observe. There is no solution. Then it's only theoretically all right, but you can't practice it. These enlightened people, when they gave any sermon or any advice, it was practical advice. They knew very well that when a negativity arises, it is so difficult for anyone to observe the negativity, abstract negativity as it is. But they realized mind and matter are so interrelated. As soon as a negativity arises in the mind, say anger is a reason, passion is a reason, fear is a reason, any impurity is a reason, two things start happening at the physical level. One at a little gross level, other at a little subtle level. At the gross level, your breath will lose its normality. When you have anger or passion or fear, breath can never remain normal. It will become little fast, little hard. When that particular impurity has gone away, again it will become normal. So something starts happening at the respiration level. And another thing at a subtler level, some biochemical reaction will start. Palpitation might become increased. Heat may be there. Perspiration may be there. Tension may be there. Something starts happening at the biochemical reaction of the body level. These two things, it is very difficult to observe anger as anger, abstract anger, passion as passion, abstract passion. But if one practices, it becomes easy to observe the respiration, to observe the sensation on the body. And this is what they started teaching. Because it was very clear that for ordinary person, once one gets developed, then it becomes easy. Even abstract anger, abstract passion can be observed objectively, otherwise not. Even if you sit to meditate, you can't meditate. Anger as a reason. First important problem that comes is you are so overpowered. You don't remember even that I should observe my respiration or my sensation or the anger. You just get overwhelmed with that. Then there must be somebody to remind you. You must have a private secretary around. Whenever anger comes, his private secretary must remind you, oh look master, anger is coming. And as Buddha said, you observe your anger, observe your anger. Private secretary will work for 8 hours only in the day. And I don't have agreement with the anger that you should come only when my private secretary is on duty. It can come any time in 24 hours. Any day in 365 days. So I must have 3 shifts, 3 private secretaries. Then every country have their own labor laws. You must give staggering holidays. So 4 private secretaries or 5 private secretaries. Who can afford? Right, somebody is afforded. There is always, every moment, a private secretary like a shadow. And anger is a reason. And this private secretary will say, oh look master, anger. Anger, come out of the anger, observe anger. The first thing I do, I slap him. You fool? Are you here to teach me? I'm my own master, I know what to do. Anger is anger. All right, I am not behaved in the wrong way. And I thanked him. All right, you were kept for that purpose. You have advised me very good. Now I must observe my anger. How to observe anger? There is no shape of anger. There is no color of anger. You close your eyes and try to observe anger. What do you observe? Only the object of anger. So-and-so said like this. So-and-so did like this. Something unwanted happened. Wanted didn't happen. And that keeps on coming in your mind. You are not observing anger. You are observing the object of the anger. And that is the stimulation for your anger. Your anger becomes more and more. You are not observing anger. And that is why enlightened people said, observe your respiration. Observe sensation. Observing respiration, observing sensation, you are not diverting your attention to something else. Because this very sensation, this very respiration is like the other side of the coin. On the one side of the coin, you have got your mental negativity. On the other side, these physical things that are happening, your respiration becoming abnormal or your sensation on the body. So you are facing the problem. You are not running away from the problem. You are not suppressing the problem. A very wonderful solution was found. And for that one has to practice. No magic, no miracle. The old habit pattern of the mind was always give importance to things outside. Things outside. One never tried to understand what is happening inside. Vipassana helps you to see what is happening inside, which is more important than things happening outside. When all importance is given to things outside, then one always remains under the delusion that I am miserable because of things outside. I am miserable because so-and-so said like this or so-and-so did like this. All the cause of my misery I will keep on feeling is outside, outside, outside. A husband will say, if my wife changes a little, our house will become like a heaven. Everything will be all right. She has to change a little. And ask the wife, She says the husband has to change a little. Little change in the husband, oh, wonderful. Father will say the son should change a little. Son will say the father should change a little. Mother-in-law will say the son-in-law should change. The daughter-in-law should change. And the daughter-in-law, son-in-law will say the mother-in-law should change. Everyone else should change, not I. I am perfectly all right. What's wrong in me? Because you find fault only outside. You always find the cause of your misery outside. So all your energy, all your strength throughout the life is used to rectify things outside, to correct things outside. Nothing wrong. But big mistake that you are forgetting everything about yourself. What is happening inside? Your energy goes waste. First thing is that it is so difficult to change others. You have no control over others. How can you change others? Even if someone becomes the sole ruler of the whole world, so much power, yet it is not possible that in this person's life everything will happen according to his or her wishes. Nothing will go against his or her wishes. Not possible. Even with all the power, one tries to correct somebody, amend somebody. Where is the guarantee that somebody else will not raise the head and start doing something against your wishes? Impossible. You can't change the whole world, but you can certainly change yourself. Certainly change yourself. There is a saying in our country, the path is full of thorn, full of pebbles. You try to clean it, very difficult, and you walk, the thorn will trouble you, the pebbles will trouble you. The best thing, wear shoes and walk over it. You are protected. You don't worry about this thorn, they will remain, let them be there. There is sun, very strong sun, and you want the sun not to be so strong, it's too hot for me. You can't do anything. Take your umbrella, take the shade and run. Doesn't matter. So you protect yourself, and protecting yourself is just observe what is wrong inside. This is what you started doing by practicing Vipassana. Unless you understand the truth, the totality of the truth, you always remain deluded. Panya, the literal meaning of the word panya, pakarena janeti iti panya. You understand things from different angles. If you try to understand the problem only from one angle, it is a partial truth. And partial truth is always distorted truth. It does not help you. When you see the same problem from different angles, you are coming nearer and nearer to the totality of the truth. Then the delusion goes away. Then your decisions are good, your actions are good, because you are with the totality of the truth. One story of the past, 5 birth blind people were brought near an elephant. They had never seen an elephant, blind from birth. And they were asked to examine an elephant and say what an elephant is. Someone caught hold of the foot of the elephant, the leg of the elephant. I know, it's like a post. For him it's like a post. Someone caught hold of the tail of the elephant. It's like a brush, a broom. For him, elephant is a brush, a broom. Like that, all 5 of them gave their definition of elephant, which is true, but partial true, far away from the actual truth. Like this, if we keep on seeing things only from one angle, then it's only a partial truth, a distorted truth. All our decisions will go wrong. Vipassana starts helping you, the Panya starts helping you to see things from different angles. One very important angle, which was missing from the time one has taken birth, opened eyes, only seeing outside. One never cared to see what is happening inside. Now Vipassana has given you another angle. Something has happened outside, let me see what is happening inside. So you are not with the distorted truth, only one angle, at least you have got 2 angles now, outside, inside. And as you progress, you will have more angles to see things. But this angle, seeing things inside, is such an important angle. Now you find the cause of your misery, 100% cause of your misery outside. But as you progress on the path and you start observing things inside, very soon you will reach the stage where you will start saying, yes, something happened outside, but also something happened inside. So cause of my misery is 50% outside, 50% inside. All right. You started sharing the responsibility 50%. You do something to change yourself 50%, doesn't matter. A time is bound to come, if you really practice Vipassana, a time is bound to come when you start realizing 100% cause lies inside. Not even 1/4% is outside. 100% cause of my misery is inside. Nothing outside can make me miserable. As nothing outside can make me happy, 100% cause of my real happiness lies inside. 100% cause of my misery lies inside. Then you start working inside. You give all importance to inside, and the whole life pattern will change. You will come out of your misery so easily, because you started seeing things inside. Somebody has done something which has harmed you. Somebody has done great injustice to you. An example, you take your case to the court. I don't know how it is in this part of the world. Back in our country, when something goes to the court, litigation, it takes years together, from this court to that court to appellate court, etc., etc., and then reaches the federal court, the Supreme Court. It takes 7 years, say. 7 years the case went to the Supreme Court, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court went through all the papers and all the evidences and gave decision that the other person is 100% at fault, you have got no fault, and he should be punished. All right? He has given a punishment according to the law of the country. But if I am a wise person, I start thinking, if there was no fault on my part, Supreme Court judge says I have got no fault, then why I suffered for these 7 years? 7 years, day and night, I have no peace of mind. There must be some law of nature, some law of God Almighty, why I was penalized. With Vipassana you start understanding why you were penalized. You are responsible. Every moment you are boiling with negativity, so-and-so did like this, so-and-so did, you are responsible. You kept on boiling yourself. Somebody comes and abuses you. Just an incident, somebody has come and abused you. He is your enemy. He doesn't want to see you happy. He wants to see you unhappy. That's why he is abused, he is insulted. He has abused you once, made you unhappy and gone away. And now what happens? He just wanted you to be unhappy only once, because he abused only once. And now what happens? You say, all right, shake hands. You want me to be unhappy? I will remain unhappy. For hours together, for days together, for years together. Sometimes you say that he insulted me so much, I don't forget for the whole life. Don't forget for the whole life? Whom are you obliging? You will keep on rolling in misery, hell misery for whole life. I don't forget for 7 lives. 7 lives in hell. Madness. What we are doing? In the first instance, it was a mistake on our part. Somebody brought a present of abuse and we accepted it. When somebody is abusing, it is the problem of this person, his problem, her problem, full of negativity. This is his misery. Why share that misery? Why take that misery on you? Just smile like Buddha. All right, it is. I have not accepted your present. You have to suffer for that. You have to suffer for that. I can't suffer for you. I won't suffer. That itself was a big mistake. And then you kept on rolling. You kept on remembering, he insulted me like this, she insulted me like this. You keep on staging the drama on the platform of your mind again, years together. No one else is responsible for that. You yourself responsible for that. As you examine more and more the reality inside, things will become so clear, so clear. I am responsible. Whenever I react, I bring misery to me. I don't react, whatever happens outside, I am not miserable. I can smile. So the entire responsibility lies with me deep inside. I change my own habit pattern. I become free from misery. I start living a better life. But that requires a lot of practice. Things become easier if you practice Vipassana properly. This material structure, how it is working, how biochemical reactions are coming, because of the different sensations are coming, how the mind, the 4 parts of the mind, the vijnana, the cognizing part of the mind is working. The sanya, the recognizing part is working. The vedana, the feeling part is working. And the sankhara, the reacting part is working. How they are working? If you keep on observing them, you will notice that the 4th part, the sankhara part, the reacting part, has become so strong for you. And the first part, the vijnana, just cognizing, remaining, observing things objectively, has become so weak, so weak. And the 4th has become so strong. Oh, this is the reason of your misery. And by the practice of Vipassana, you will find the 4th part, the sankhara becomes weaker, weaker, weaker. Even if you react, it is like a line drawn on the water. It won't be so deep. And the first part, observing objectively, becomes stronger, stronger, stronger. you are coming out of your misery easily. Otherwise, if the practice of Vipassana is not done properly, the results, you can't expect the results that you should get by practice of Vipassana. As you keep on observing the reality, it becomes so clear where the mistake is, where the misery starts, how the misery starts. Otherwise, one keeps on saying, whenever I see this person, I start generating negativity. Is it so? That means something wrong in this person. The biochemistry of this person is such that your biochemistry starts changing and generate negativity. If that is so, then everyone who sees this person must generate negativity. It doesn't happen. The same person, seen by 5 at the same time, one generates negativity, anger, other may generate passion, the third may generate fear, the fourth may generate something else, all 5 generating different things. Oh, then it becomes clear. It is not there, something wrong in me. Each individual has one's own problem. An example, a artist, a very good artist, on a canvas with his or her brush and the ink draws a picture. A very beautiful image comes out, very beautiful. Starts looking at that image, wonderful. This person is so wonderful. And then loses the balance of the mind. I want to live with this person. I must live with this person, so beautiful person. And people say, you are a mad fellow. Your own creation, your own imagination, there is no truth in it, and you want to live with this picture. How is that possible? Oh no, I can't live without this person, I must get this person. Mad fellow. Similarly, the same artist may draw another picture, very horrible, very ferocious. Oh, this person is so bad, so ferocious, he will eat me, he will devour me, please save me, please save. People say, mad fellow, your own creation, your own imagination, what you are doing? We can say this artist as a mad fellow, but each one is playing the same game. Each one keeps on drawing pictures and then keep on reacting to those pictures. Each one keeps on carving images and then keeps on reacting to those images. All imaginary pictures, imaginary carvings, and yet what a great reaction is there. An example, 20 years back. 20 years back somebody said something or did something that I did not like. That means my sanya did not like. My sanya said very bad. And as soon as the sanya said very bad, sankhara reacted, a very bad person. Negativity arose. And I carved the image of this person. Very bad fellow. Very bad fellow. For 20 years I have not seen him. After 20 years, with the interval of 20 years, I see the same person and I start reacting. Very bad fellow. Very bad fellow. Oh, in 20 years he might have become a saintly person, who knows? And even the first instance, it was only my sanya which said very bad fellow. Actually he might not have been bad, who knows? My own creation. I have carved the image of this person, very bad fellow, very bad fellow. I am reacting to this image, created by me, carved by me. This comes between the reality of this person and my reaction, this comes in between, and I am reacting to this. Similarly, another example, 20 years back somebody said something or did something which I liked, that means my sanya liked, wonderful. And the evaluation was given, wonderful person, a thorough gentleman, what a saintly person, 20 years I have not seen him. With the interval of 20 years I see, that image comes. Thorough gentleman. He might have become a devil. During these 20 years, he might have changed so much. And who knows, in the first instance he might have been a devil. Only my sanya said, a very thorough gentleman, very good gentleman. I am reacting to my own images. That reality will become clearer and clearer if you start examining how your 4 parts of the mind are working, how the interaction of the body, the material structure, interaction is going on, and all that will become so clear if you just observe objectively. Same person, same object, seen by 5 different persons. 5 different persons are good, 5 different images of the same person. They are reacting to their own images, not to this person. Even the same object, it comes to me, in contact with my sense door, eyes or ears or anywhere. 5 different times, the same object, and yet I react in 5 different ways, the same object. Say certain words come to my ear. 5 times, same words have come, and I have reacted in 5 different ways. If I am a good Vipassana meditator, it will become so clear. An example. Example is example. No reality in it. Just example. One evening I am walking. I am walking with 5 of my students. It's evening, little dark. On the footpath somebody is lying there, and one of my students hits this person, kicks this person, and this person shouts, "Are you blind? You got eyes or buttonholes?" These words come to my ear. And I find a wonderful sensation in my body. Very pleasant sensation, a flow of very pleasant sensation. Somebody abused. You got eyes or buttonholes, and I am getting a very pleasant sensation. One incident. Second incident, I am going alone. I have hit this person. And he shouts the same language, the same words, the same tone. "Are you blind? You got eyes or buttonholes?" Now I find no pleasant sensation. No pleasant sensation. Unpleasant sensations are there. Third incident. Again, example is example. I am going, and with me my 5 students, and again I have hit. I have hit, and again he has shouted. Same words. "Are you blind? You got eyes or buttonholes?" And I find the unpleasant sensation is more severe than last time. Same words, but yet such difference. Fourth time. Just an example. Again, I am walking. I have hit the person. Again, the same tone he has shouted. "Are you blind? You got eyes or buttonholes?" And suddenly I realize these are the words of my son. My son abusing me. "Are you blind? You got eyes or buttonholes?" Oh, the sensation becomes so unpleasant. So unpleasant. Fifth time. Again, example is example. I am walking with 5 of my students. I have hit this person. He has shouted in the same way. I have recognized my son. Oh, now it is totally unbearable. Unbearable. Why? The same words came to the ears 5 times, and why it is so different? What happens? A good Vipassana meditator will start understanding what happens. The first time when these words came, my sanya says, "Yes, these are words of abuse, but not for you. Not for you. They are for your students." And these students, I keep on teaching them, be aware, walk with mindfulness. And they are so immature. They have not understood anything. Hit somebody, and they have to suffer this abuse. I am a Vipassana teacher. I can't make such mistake. Look, this abuse is not for me. It is for my student. And there is a pleasant sensation throughout. As soon as one takes birth and grows and comes to senses, whether one comes to senses or loses senses, who knows, but in the worldly language we say one comes to senses. The first thing one does, carves an image of oneself. Goenka. And when I carve my own image, I carve very beautiful Goenka, wonderful Goenka. And I establish this image in the temple of my mind. Wonderful. Goenka is so wonderful. Now first time, when I found that abuse is to my students who are immature, I am a matured person, I am a Vipassana teacher, then this image got some more shiny over it, some more polish. Wonderful. Goenka is so wonderful. He cannot make mistakes. Others make mistakes. Second time, the same abuse, and my sanya says, "It is for you now, not for your student. There is no student here." And this image that was carved and attachment towards this image, and this image gets shattered. Somebody abusing me? Such a big Vipassana teacher, me? What happened to you? You're not bleeding? You're not dying away? What's wrong? Why you shout? The whole attitude changes now. Very unpleasant sensation starts. And third time again, why it was much more? Because these 5 students who were with me, one keeps on making this madness. One carves one's image and establishes in one's own mind, develops lot of attachment, that itself is madness. Now another thing that one keeps on doing, just establishes a good image of oneself in the minds of others. Every student must know, Goenka is wonderful. Oh look, Goenka is wonderful. And that image, one plays so many dramas and so many things just to establish a good image. These 5 students, I have done so much to establish my good image in the minds of these 5 students. Now all these 5 students, the image is shattered. Previously only one image was shattered. Now 5 images getting shattered, I feel so unhappy, 5 times more unhappy. Somebody abuses me when I am alone, I say it doesn't matter, he has abused me. But in public with so many people, what makes the difference? Abuse is abuse. Whether you are alone or whether you are with so many other people, because you put your image in the minds of so many people and now that gets shattered, you are much more unhappy. That becomes clearer and clearer as you go deeper and make an analytical study of the things. 4th time, why it is more unhappy. The sphere of I increases now. Mine. And you start making images of mine, my son, my daughter, my wife, my husband, my mother, my father, my so. And you carve a beautiful image. And you start developing tremendous amount of attachment. At the apparent level, you keep on fooling yourself. I love my son, I love my wife, I love my husband, I love my mother, I love my father. If you go deeper, you will understand you don't love anybody. At the time of Buddha, the king of the country Pasenjit, he came in contact with Buddha, meditated, became a good Vipassana meditator. And one member of the family becomes good meditator, others slowly get attracted. So the whole family was a Vipassana meditator. His wife Mallika, the queen, she also very good meditator. Both of them meditate in their meditation room in the palace. One day after 1 hour sitting, this king asked the queen, Mallika, tell me, whom do you love the most in the world? And she says, wonderful. The same question came in my mind while I was meditating, and I realized, I love myself. I don't love anybody. I don't love anybody. Pasenjit smiled, he said, the same question came to my mind. I examined myself. I found I love only myself. I don't love anybody. Without Vipassana, it would have been totally different. A queen saying to the king that I love only myself, not you. Her head would have been taken off. What kind of queen? But now both are Vipassana meditators, very happy. They went to Buddha and said, sir, in meditation it so happened. Buddha said, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. This is the beginning where you can start rectify yourself. So long as one remains under the delusion that I love so-and-so, I love so-and-so, I love so-and-so, one does not come out of the madness. When one starts realizing I love myself, oh look what a self-centered person I am, what a selfish person I am. Whom you say mine, my son, my wife, my husband, etc., etc., you've got a dream, you have certain aspirations, and you want this person to fulfill those dreams. You are dreaming that this person will fulfill my dream, such and such dream, and that's why you are loving. Your love is expecting something in return. And when your love is expecting something in return, you are not loving this person. You are loving yourself, you are loving your own aspirations, you are loving your own dreams. Self-centered love. It doesn't help. Pure love is just one-way traffic you give. You don't expect anything in return, you just give. Just give. When a Vipassana meditator starts realizing that, then one starts coming out of this selfishness, this narrow-mindedness. So now what happened in the 4th time? This son of mine, so much dream was taken when he grows, he will be son of a Vipassana teacher, so he will be serving him like anything, and he will be so obedient, and like this and like that. And now my sanya says, these words are from your son, my son abusing me. Ordinary person on the street whom I didn't know, and with whom I had no dreams for future. This person abuses me. I don't like it, but it doesn't have much effect. My son, he abuses me. Oh, it becomes so unbearable. Now 5th time, why it is much more unbearable. Because the same mistake I keep on doing, the image of my son. As I try to establish my image in the minds of others, I try to establish the image of my son, my daughter, my wife, my so wonderful. They may have some defect, but I keep on covering the defect. Oh no, they're so wonderful, so wonderful. Now the images I established in the mind of 5 of my students about my son, those images got shattered. I am 5 times more unhappy. All that will become very clear when you know how to observe your sensation. Something has happened, what kind of sensation? Something has happened, what kind of sensation? This is how Vipassana will help you. Unless you make use of Vipassana in your daily life, then it will become like any other organized religion. One goes to a temple, one goes to a church, one goes to a pagoda, one goes to a mosque, performs this rite, that rite, feels very happy, I am a very religious person, It doesn't help in the life. deluding oneself. If Vipassana is also made that way, I take one course every year, I sit morning or evening, and my duty is over now. Let Buddha do something for me. He will do, because I am doing his job. He told me to do this, I am doing it. Now it is his job to save me from all misery. It doesn't work. It is changing your own habit pattern. Understanding at the depth how you are making yourself miserable. Moment to moment you are creating only misery for you, either craving, either aversion, either craving or aversion, this sensation, that sensation, craving, aversion, a bundle of misery. And by this technique you are coming out of this mad habit, coming out of your misery. A purpose to come to a course like this should not be taken like a rite or a ritual. There must be a purpose for your coming. And the main purpose is that you understand the reality of mind and matter within yourself at the experiential level. And every time you come, you are developing certain qualities in you. And those qualities will help you to reach the final goal of full liberation. In the language of the past, in Buddha's language, there are 10 such good qualities. And when you fulfill those qualities, you reach the final goal easily. They are called parami. Parami is a quality which helps you to cross the ocean of misery and reach the other shore free from all misery. There are 10 paramis, and one gets wonderful opportunity coming to a course like this to develop all the 10 paramis little by little, like your 10 jars, 10 pots. And even if you put one drop in each, drop by drop, a time will come when all these jars will get fulfilled and you reach the final goal. What are these 10 paramis? What are these 10 qualities? Remember them, so that next time you come, you be very careful that you put at least one drop in each jar. More the better. One parami. Nekkhamma parami. A parami of renunciation. One is to renounce the householder's life so that there is no attachment left. Everyone is not prepared to renounce the householder's life. Everyone cannot become a monk or a nun. Then how to develop this parami? And it is an important parami. Then this wonderful opportunity. For 10 days, although one has not shaven the head and one has not changed the robes, but for all practical purposes, one lives a life of a monk, one lives a life of a nun. Because in courses like this, you live on the charity of others. Whatever food you take is charity of others. Whatever facility you have is charity of others. And what for one becomes a monk or a nun? There is nothing to say mine. All these paramis are to take you to the stage where entire ego gets dissolved. The final stage of egolessness takes you to the final goal. And with renunciation, one becomes a monk, and with the begging bowl in the hand, ask food from house to house, the ego starts getting dissolved. You get a wonderful opportunity here. Initially, when courses were started in India, and for some time here also, when we didn't have our centers, then one mistake was there. We couldn't rectify, and it took time to rectify. Charges were taken from the students. No charges for the teaching, because teaching is so invaluable. What charges can give? What charges can anybody give? But at least for boarding, lodging, the actual expenses, out-of-pocket expenses, were charged from the students. That was wrong. But once the centers started coming up around the world, then the Dhamma started being taught in its pure way, pure form. If money is charged, then you don't get this parami of renunciation, because all the time you feel, I am paying for it. And when you take your meals, oh, this is not to my taste, I paid for it, no, this is not good, I want that. Your ego is there. Otherwise, like a monk, like a nun, whatever comes in the begging bowl, beggars have no choice. You get it, you eat it, you are happy with that. You are dissolving your ego. Very important. For that purpose, no charges should be taken. No charges of teaching, no charges of boarding, no charges of lodging. When we first gave this idea to the people in India, all the trustees were, when the center was established, they were so afraid. What, Goenka ji, what we are doing? This is such a poor country. People don't get meals for days together. And you are giving free meals here. There will be such a big crowd. I said, don't worry, let them come. They have to work, From morning 4:30 till night 9:30. If they work, doesn't matter. If they come only for meals, then they won't work. Then they have to run away. So it doesn't matter. And doesn't matter. Nothing happened. It went perfectly all right. People came to work seriously. Same thing here also. When I started in the West, people said, well, in the West, people will suspect you. Why you are not charging even for food? There's something wrong. Some intention, wrong intention is there. Or you are supported by some government or some intelligence group or something. Something is happening. Otherwise, how somebody can give free boarding, free lodging? How that is possible? Not possible. So this doubt won't allow people. I say, this doubt will go away, don't worry. And look, it has gone away. So Dhamma, when it is taught in its pure form, is so helpful to the students. And it helps them to develop this parami, renunciation parami. One feels, I am a monk here. For 10 days I am a monk. I am a nun. I have to live like a monk, like a nun, on the charity of others. And this helps them. Another parami, Shila parami. The 5 precepts that you take here, you are supposed to observe them outside also. But it is so difficult in outside world. You keep on breaking this or breaking that. Although it may be due to the environment, because you are kept busy from morning 4:30 till night 9:30, there is no opportunity for you to break. So at least for 9 days or 10 days, you keep your Shila so perfect. When you start talking, 10th day tomorrow, slight danger is there. That's why silence for 9 days, to observe this Shila. When you start talking, you may exaggerate something, or you may hide something, and your Shila is broken. So at least for 9 days, perfect Shila, you get this wonderful parami. And the next parami is Virya, efforts. As a householder, one has to make effort, but every effort one makes is to earn money for livelihood. Yes, one has to work. But coming to a course like this, the Virya is the real Virya, a Virya to purify your mind, a Virya to live a good life. All the efforts that you make are the efforts to purify your mind, to purify your mind. This goes to your credit, the credit of parami, Virya parami. And the next, Panya parami, wisdom. Staying at home also, reading scriptures, going and listening to some Dhamma discourses somewhere, you get wisdom. Sutamaya panya, Chintanmaya panya. But that is not parami. Parami is Bhavanamaya panya. You have to live the life of wisdom, living wisdom. And all that happens while you are here for 10 days, living wisdom. You are experiencing wisdom. You are experiencing the truth of the things inside, and you are experiencing the law of nature inside, and you are experiencing how to live in line with the law of the nature. This becomes your parami, the Panya parami. Another parami, Khanti parami, tolerance. Coming to a course like this, 100 students or 200 students sitting together, meditating. You try not to disturb others. But somebody starts disturbing you. Somebody starts coughing. Somebody starts burping. Somebody starts hiccuping. Something happens and you feel so irritated. Mad fellows, why they are disturbing others? And then suddenly you realize, oh, I have come here not to generate negativity. I must generate only compassion, love. This person is ignorant, or this person is a sick person. Why generate negativity? And you come out of this negativity. You learn how to develop your parami of tolerance, Khanti. And the next parami of truth. Truth at the vocal level is a good parami. But here at a deeper, subtler level, every step on the path must be with the truth that you experience. Not the truth experienced by Gautama the Buddha, or the truth experienced by Jesus Christ, or the truth experienced by your teacher. Nothing doing. Your own experience from moment to moment. This will take you to the final goal of ultimate truth. So truth. This parami becomes stronger. Adhitthana parami, strong determination. Somebody comes to a course like this, the first thing one does, strong determination. I will stay here for 10 days, let anything happen. I won't run away on the 2nd day. I won't run away on the 6th day. I won't run away on any day. I will be here for 10 days. Any kind of operation is acceptable to me. Another adhitthana one takes. I will observe all the rules, regulations, discipline, timetable, and this adhitthana helps. Another adhitthana which comes after Vipassana, You sit for 1 hour 3 times. You don't change your legs, you don't open your hands, you don't open your eyes. So much of pain, and yet you fulfill it. That parami is a wonderful parami. And it is so helpful in the long run. Understand, when this person became fully enlightened, that night when he sat under the tree, he sat with the adhityan, with a strong determination that I won't change my posture, not till 1 hour or 2 hours, till I become fully enlightened. It may take years together. That all my bones get scattered, I don't mind. I won't change my posture. And if you come to that stage and you sit and 10 minutes a pain starts, you say, no, I will sit later on. I will sit later on. So for lives together you have to develop this parami for adhityan, so that when your time comes, you sit with this strong determination and come out successful. Very important, very important. Another parami, metta parami. Tomorrow you will learn this technique. Love for all beings. Love for all beings. Compassion for all beings. Well, we are taught from the childhood, love thy neighbor, love thy neighbor. So we keep on saying at the surface level, may you be happy, oh my neighbor, may you be happy, may you be happy. But we have got so much negativity towards this person. Deep inside we keep on saying, you go to hell. Oh my neighbor, you go to hell, you are so bad. That doesn't work, that doesn't become a parami. Because deep inside your unconscious mind is much stronger than the surface level mind. So when you keep on giving metta only at the surface level, it doesn't work, it doesn't become your parami. This technique, for 9 days you keep on purifying your mind, keep on purifying your mind, keep on breaking the barrier between the surface mind and the inside mind, and then tomorrow on the 10th day you learn this metta, may all beings be happy, may all beings share my peace, my harmony. Then there is no trace of negativity, and you are learning the real metta which goes to your credit as a parami. And the next, upekha. With all the experiences that you have here, upekha, equanimity. Whatever experience you have, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, equanimity, you get a wonderful opportunity. Otherwise in the life, when ups and downs are coming, vicissitudes are coming, you may have equanimity, but that equanimity will be at the surface level of the mind. But now you are experiencing at the depth of the mind. The sensations are experienced by the deepest level of the mind, and you are training this deepest level of the mind to remain equanimous. Upekha. This becomes your parami. And the next, dana parami. Donation. As a householder, it is very difficult for a householder to reach the final goal. Why? Main difficulty is that a householder is not supposed to go and beg food. A monk and nun should go out and beg food. A householder has to work hard, very hard, work honestly and earn money. Support oneself, support those who are depending, and support others. This is the responsibility of a householder. Once you start working and you start earning, then the ego gets inflated. Look, I am such a smart person. I am such a clever person. I am so intelligent. And that is why I am successful. Others are not successful. I am this much, I am that much. Money that comes develops so much of ego in the mind, and so long as the ego is there, you are far away from the final goal of full liberation. Now how to come out of this ego? On the one hand, one has to earn money. And on the other hand, every money that comes generates ego in you. That is why the saintly people, the enlightened people, they advise that whenever you earn, you keep on understanding that you are not earning for yourself. Of course, you are earning for your own maintenance and the maintenance of all those who depend on you, but you are also earning for others. For others. Others have got share in my earning. Then the ego becomes less. It won't be that strong. In a course like this, 10 days are over. One has been dissolving the ego, purifying the mind. Then whatever donation one gives, according to one's own capacity, less or more, is a material, gives with a purity of mind, not expecting anything in return. Even this dana becomes very impure when you expect something in return. Your love becomes very impure when you expect something in return. Your service to others becomes very impure if you expect something in return. So also the dana becomes very impure if you expect something in return. I have given so much dana, so there must be one bungalow made for me. Whenever I come, I must be there, all comforts for me. When I'm not there, all right, let others use it, doesn't matter. But when I come, and first admission, I must always get admission, all those, expecting something in return. Or I have given so much dana, so on this bungalow or on this structure, my name should be written, donated by Goenka, the great Goenka. All that madness, because one doesn't know what Dhamma is. This is what one has been doing the whole life. Working here for 9 days, for 10 days, dissolving ego. Oh, whatever I am giving is for the good of others. As I got so much benefit because somebody gave for me. Somebody gave this charity, and that is why I got all this wonderful Dhamma which is so good for me. May similarly more and more people get benefit from it. So the charity that comes from the mind of purity, just helping others, seeing others coming out of the misery, this goes to your credit as a parami. Otherwise, if the ego gets built up, then it is no more parami. All these 10 paramis, you get wonderful opportunity coming to a course like this. Coming to a course like this, to meditate, purify your mind, and develop all the 10 paramis. People come to give 10 days service in such courses. And those who come for 10 days service, they are developing the same 10 paramis. They get an opportunity here, serving here. They find that how they are developing their parami. This developing of the parami, drop by drop, in these 10 jars, 10 pots, big pots or small pots. If you are going to become a fully enlightened person, the jar is too big. It takes time, doesn't matter. But otherwise, full liberation comes even with smaller jar. But all these 10 jars must be filled. All the 10 paramis must be complete. And that completion, you get a wonderful opportunity coming to a course like this. Make best use. Next time, whenever you come to the course, keep in mind that I am going to the course not for a rite, not for a ritual, not for a religious ceremony. I am going to fulfill my own paramis. I am going to make a change in my life, and a change for better. And then you keep on applying it in life. All these 10 paramis will come to help in your daily life also. Not at the final goal time. They will be helping you every time in your every life. Any problem comes, you will find one parami or the other is coming to help you. Because these are all good qualities. A pure mind must have those good qualities. And you are, by practicing, you are developing those very qualities. May all your 10 paramis develop, get fulfilled. May you all reach the final goal. May you all experience liberation from the bondages, the shackles, the chains of all the defilements, so that you enjoy real peace, real harmony, real happiness. Bhavat Sarva Mangalam Bhavat Sarva Mangalam Bhavat Sarva Mangalam. the 10th day is over. And tomorrow morning by 7:30 or 8 we will come to the conclusion of this 10-day Dhamma seminar. So this evening, let us review what you practice during these 10 days, what you have practiced, so that any aspect of the technique, if it is not clear, it will become clear. If it is clear, it will become clearer. So let us review what you did. Of course, the technique is very deep. In 10 days you have taken just a few steps on the path, and the path is very long path. We won't discuss the deeper aspects of the technique, because according to the tradition, the theory and the practice should go together. As much as you practice, that much theory you must understand. As much theory you understand, that much you practice. So whatever you practice for 10 days, let us review what you did. Coming to the course, first thing that you did was that you took refuge in triple gem. Triple gem. That means gem in Buddha, gem in Dhamma, gem in Sangha. And gem means very valuable qualities. The quality of Buddha, not in the person of Buddha. Quality of Buddha, quality of Dhamma, quality of Sangha. This tradition of taking refuge in triple gem has unfortunately turned into converting people from one organized religion to another organized religion. Buddha was not interested in this. Anybody who becomes really liberated, really enlightened, has nothing to do with these conversions. What will anybody get by converting people from one religion to another religion? Say if whole of this country or the whole of the world start calling themselves Buddhist, and they don't practice Sila, Samadhi or Panya, what will they gain by this name? People don't call themselves Buddhist, and they practice Sila, Samadhi and Panya. Their life will become better. They will live a happier life, more harmonious life, good for them, good for others. The life will be worth living. So Dhamma is to live a proper life. It has nothing to do with those organized religions. Quality of Buddha, quality of Dhamma, quality of Sangha. And out of all these three, Dhamma is of utmost importance. Therefore he kept on saying, you have to take refuge in Dhamma, Dhamma Saranam. You have to make an island of Dhamma for refuge, Dhamma Deepa. And what Dhamma? Not the Dhamma which is in the scriptures, no. Not the Dhamma that you hear from your teacher or you hear from Buddha, enlightened person, not that Dhamma. The Dhamma that you practice yourself, that is Dhamma for you. And this gives you all the protection, all the refuge. So he kept on saying, Atta Saranam, take refuge in yourself. Atta Deepa, make an island of yourself. Develop Dhamma within yourself, and this Dhamma which you have developed within yourself will be your real refuge, none else. He was not interested in establishing a sect, but unfortunately in his name, not one but many sects got established, and the purity of Dhamma got lost. Dhamma remains pure only when it remains universal. The moment it becomes sectarian, it loses its essence. An enlightened person is not interested in sectarianism. universal law of nature. This is what he discovers, and this is what he explains to people, and this is what he advises people how to apply it in life. That is Dhamma. Not rites, rituals or ceremonies of this particular religion or that particular religion, a philosophical belief of this particular religion or that particular religion, nothing doing. This is law, universal law of nature, which is applicable to one and all. One may keep on calling oneself a Buddhist or a Christian or a Hindu or a Muslim or a Jew, makes no difference. The law of nature is law of nature. When you break the law of nature, you are punished, then and there. If you live in line with the law of nature, you are rewarded, then and there. You live a very happy life. And this applies to everyone. This is what a Buddha discovers. The law is there, Buddha or no Buddha. Even before Buddha, this law was there. Somebody breaks the law, somebody generates anger, hatred, ill will, animosity, passion, fear, ego, defiles the mind. Nature starts punishing then and there. This was there even before Buddha. This was there at the time of Buddha. This is there after Buddha. It will continue to be there. And that is why he said, Esa Dhammo Sanantano. This is Sanatan, that means eternal. This is always there, a Buddha or no Buddha. And when who comes out these defilements, nature starts rewarding. One starts living a liberated life, a happy life, harmonious life, good for oneself, good for others. This was so even before Buddha. This was so at the time of Buddha. This is so even after Buddha. Makes no difference. A Buddha discovers this law and applies it in his own life and becomes liberated. And then out of compassion starts distributing to others. It always remains universal. It has to remain universal. Otherwise, it will lose its efficacy. A Buddha is not interested in sect. Many a times you find him talking to people, he says, I am not interested in making you my disciple. I am not interested. I am not interested in breaking you from your old gurus. I am not interested in that. You have got certain aims of your life. If one has become a recluse, a monk or a nun, or even a householder, has some aim of the life, to get liberated from the impurities of the mind. I am here to help you in that. I have got a technique which I will teach you, and practicing which you can come out of the fetters and bondages of these impurities. That's all. I am only interested in that. So very much detached. At the time when he was passing away, he says, I am not depending on the Sangha. I am not depending on these people, the congregation of the monks, the saintly people. I am not depending on them. And they are not depending on me. Each individual is depending on oneself, is depending on Dhamma. There is no sectarianism involved. Dhamma is universal and Dhamma is involved. This is what you practiced here. A Buddha is Buddha only when he is fully established in Dhamma. If there is no Dhamma, this person may keep on calling oneself, I am a Buddha, I am a Buddha. Not Buddha, nothing to do with Buddha. A Sangha is Sangha, a saintly person is saintly person if he is established in Dhamma. Otherwise, it's not a Sangha. This has to be remembered very well, that when we take refuge in triple gem, we take refuge actually in Dhamma and try to develop Dhamma within ourselves, understanding fully well the Dhamma that I develop within myself. This Dhamma alone can give me all the security, can give me all the refuge, can give me all the protection, will help me. Nothing else can help me. This understanding is there, and with this understanding one takes refuge in Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, the gem in them, the quality in them. But at the same time, one point should be very clear. Anyone who is walking on the path of Dhamma, that means purification of the mind, there are many yardsticks to measure whether this person is really progressing on the path of Dhamma or not. One yardstick. Two qualities start developing in this person. Very essential. If these two qualities are not developing, then understand this fellow is only playing some intellectual game or emotional game or devotional game. He has nothing to do with Dhamma. He is not practicing Dhamma. What two qualities? one quality, a feeling to serve others without expecting anything in return. Out of question to expect any kind of material gain, totally out of question. But even to expect some name or some fame or some position, some power, some status, oh no, then one has not understood Dhamma. Just to give, just to share what one has experienced, one has got so much benefit from Dhamma, one feels like serving others, distributing it to others. Is this quality coming or not? If this quality is not developing, then there is something wrong. This person is still self-centered. Even he talks of liberation, she talks of liberation, one's own liberation. What I have got to do with others? Then the purification has not started. Still ego-centered life, self-centered life. The ego, when it starts dissolving, one starts feeling about others. How can I help others? How more and more people can get Dhamma? This is one quality, to serve people in Dhamma without expecting anything in return. Second quality, to develop a feeling of gratitude. Very important. Even if one gets a small little material thing from somebody, a feeling of gratitude should arise. To get Dhamma, although you are not taking refuge in Buddha as a person, but you get Dhamma from Buddha. A Dhamma which gave you the powerful liberation, which has benefited you, and you don't have even a trace of a feeling of gratitude towards the person of Buddha, then no, you are not developing. To become Buddha is not easy. Countless life one keeps on developing parami. These 10 paramis which we discussed yesterday, in big quantity. To become fully enlightened in very big quantity, and it takes so many lives. And one keeps on doing that not just for one's own liberation, that one could have done by developing these very 10 paramis in smaller quantity, and one could have become fully liberated. But to reach the stage of Samma Sambuddha, fully enlightened, able to serve others, one has to develop these very 10 qualities in big quantity. And for that, life after life, the feeling of compassion was there always. Even before he became fully enlightened, that compassion was there. I will develop in Dhamma for the good of others. Of course, I will be liberated, no doubt, but also for the good of others. For the good of others. If he had not worked so hard, he would not have become a Samma Sambuddha. And even if he had become Samma Sambuddha, if he had not distributed Dhamma, how could we could have got? He would not have got. If he had decided, well, I became fully liberated now, what's the use of running after these worldly people? They won't understand Dhamma. I better go and live in a cave somewhere in the Himalayas, rest of my life, and enjoy peace, nirvanic peace within myself. Why take all the trouble of running after these people? Then he would not have been Buddha. Compassion. For the 45 years, after the age of 35 when he became fully enlightened, till the ripened age of 80 when he passed away, all 45 years, day and night, serving people, and whomever he trained. And then he sends those trained people, go out, distribute Dhamma, for the good of others. Bahujana hitaya, bahujana sukhaya, for the happiness of others, for the good of others, without expecting anything in return, just out of compassion. Serve people in Dhamma, and like this he started spreading. And then from teacher to pupil, generation to generation, how this was maintained in its pristine purity for 25 centuries. It is not easy. So all those people, the teachers, the line of teachers who maintained the purity of the technique, one feels a feeling of gratitude towards them, a feeling of gratitude towards Buddha, a feeling of gratitude to this line of teachers who maintained it in its pristine purity. Very difficult. People try to get it polluted just to satisfy the disciples. A disciple wants it in this way, all right, just to please the disciple. I come from business community, so I know very well. To satisfy the clients, clients are always right. The customer is always right. Customer wants this way, all right, this way. Wants this way. Then one is not a Dhamma teacher. Quantity has no meaning. Quality is important. Even few people practice, but they should practice in the proper way. Not just to please people, to help people. Bahujana hitaya, bahujana sukhaya. All this line of teachers, how they maintained it in its pristine purity, one feels very much grateful to them. So this quality of having developed gratefulness towards Buddha is there, although it is not taking refuge in the person of Buddha, thinking that he will liberate. Because I have taken refuge in Buddha, now I can do whatever I like and Buddha will liberate me. Nothing doing. This is not Dhamma. It's against Dhamma. You have to liberate yourself. Buddha only can point out the path. He has pointed out. He has taught the technique. Technique is there. People have maintained it in its pristine purity. One has to work on it, develop in Dhamma and get liberated. But the feeling of gratitude is important. That is why this taking refuge in Triple Gem. And the next, you took 5 precepts. Understand all these 5 precepts. They are parts and parcels of this technique of meditation. There are many techniques. Even 25 centuries back, at the time of Buddha, there were so many techniques of meditation. There were so many teachers. 6 of them were very renowned teachers of those days. Out of those 6 renowned teachers, only one, besides Buddha, used to give importance to Sila, morality. But all the rest, just to please their customers, you can do whatever you like. You are free. You are free to break Sila if you feel like breaking Sila. You want to have this sensual pleasure? Go ahead, go do that. You want this pleasure? Go ahead, do that. This kind of madness was there. And yet, each one of them announced that I am a Buddha, I am fully liberated, I am fully enlightened. How soon people forgot about them. In their lifetime, of course, they became very popular. For some time they remained popular. People thought it is very easy, you can break your Sila and do whatever you like, and yet you can become liberated. Wonderful, this path is good. But ultimately, it's polluted Dhamma. It can't give you the real benefit of Dhamma. So even in those days, even today, there might be teachers who might tell you Sila is not important. But so far as the purity of Dhamma is concerned, Sila is utmost importance. Those who keep on breaking Sila and think that they will develop in Dhamma, impossible. Doesn't matter, the progress may be slow, but your Sila must be perfect, must be perfect. This foundation should not become weak. And this is not because the Buddha says so. It is not because the scripture says so. After all, what the technique is? The technique is to purify the mind at the deepest level, at the root level. And whenever you break any of these 5 Silas, you have to develop, you have to generate tremendous amount of impurity in your mind. When you kill, you have to develop anger, hatred, negativity, then only you kill. When you steal, you have to develop greed, craving, then only you steal. When you have sexual misconduct, then you have to generate a lot of passion, then only you can have sexual misconduct. Like that, every Sila, when you break a Sila, you have to generate a lot of impurity in the mind, and here you have come to practice to purify the mind. And you keep on breaking this purity of the mind, you keep on defiling the mind, how can you progress on the path? Without Sila, you can't take even the next step of Samadhi. Ordinary Samadhi, people can get it. But Samma Samadhi, right type of Samadhi, which will take you to Panya, which will take you to liberation, is not possible when one keeps on breaking the Sila. One has to maintain Sila, and to maintain Sila one must develop the mastery of the mind in a proper way. Now whether one must first practice to develop the mastery of the mind, or whether one should first practice maintenance of Sila, it has become very difficult to put the horse before the cart or the cart before the horse. Very difficult to find solution. Such courses started even at the time of Buddha. Come to a course like this. And because of the environment, and because of heavy program from morning 4:30 till night 9:30, you have no opportunity to break your Sila. How will you break Sila? You are kept so busy. So you are maintaining your Sila, at the same time you are practicing Samadhi, and your Samadhi is becoming Samma Samadhi, right type of Samadhi. A Samadhi with the base of illusion, delusion, imagination can be practiced without Sila. A Samadhi with the base of verbalization, visualization, with the base of craving, with the base of aversion, can be practiced without Sila. But this kind of Samadhi, which wants the object of reality, reality pertaining to yourself, without craving, without aversion. If you want to develop this samadhi, Sila is absolutely essential. So these kinds of camps, they help you. Sila for good samadhi for panya. Samadhi was there. As I said, there were teachers in India at the time of Buddha, even before Buddha, who were teaching Sila. Sila was not something new which Buddha started teaching. Similarly, Samadhi was there. It was not something new that Buddha started teaching. He himself, before he became Buddha, he went to 2 other teachers where he learned very deep Samadhi, 7th jhana and the 8th jhana, 7th absorption Samadhi and the 8th absorption Samadhi, which today India and the world has lost totally. He got all that, and yet it was not the right time. All the impurities of the mind could not be eradicated by that Samadhi, so he had to develop work, Panya. Now Panya was also there in India, even before Buddha, even at the time of Buddha, and even after Buddha. But the Panya was all the time Suttamaya Panya. You read, you discuss, you talk, or Chintanmaya Panya, or you just intellectualize it, but Bhavanamaya Panya was missing. How to apply Panya in life, how to live the life of Panya, the living Panya, that was missing. This was the contribution of Buddha. The Samadhi was made very pure, and that became a contribution of Buddha, because the object was free from ignorance, the reality pertaining to yourself, your breath, natural breath as it comes in, as it goes out, your sensations, natural sensations pertaining to your own body, your own mind. So you are working with the truth pertaining to yourself. There is no illusion, there is no delusion, there is no craving, there is no aversion. Samadhi becomes right type of Samadhi, Panya becomes right type of Panya. One has to keep in mind that if one really wants to progress on the path, the purity of the technique must be maintained. You come for 10 days just to examine, just to give a trial, a justice, a full justice to the technique. After 10 days you are your own masters. We find that this is good, then don't mix up anything with it. Maintain its purity. Now what is the purity of the technique? When you work for Samadhi, you started working with respiration. There are many techniques to develop Samadhi with the help of respiration. Certain types of practices are to regulate the breath, to control the breath. They have their own advantages. We are not here to condemn other techniques. But so far as this technique is concerned, the natural breath, as it comes in, the entire path, it uses the word yatha bhuta, as it is, not as you would like it to be, as it is. No created reality, no artificial reality, no imposed reality, the natural reality, as it happens from moment to moment, as it manifests itself from moment to moment. You are now observing the breath, natural breath. If it is deep, you just accept the reality, it is deep. If it is shallow, you just accept the reality, it is shallow. Passing to the left nostril, passing to the left nostril, or right nostril, both nostril. If it is shallow, you don't try to make it deep. If it is deep, don't try to make it shallow. If it is passing to the left, don't try to turn it to the right. If it is right, don't turn it to the left. Just accept the reality as it is, as it is, as it is. Of course, sometimes for a very new student, when the breath is very subtle, one cannot feel whether the breath has come in or gone out. So one is permitted to take just a few slightly hard breathings, conscious breathings, intentional breathings, but that should not remain an object of concentration all the time. Just a few, and then come back to natural, normal, soft breathing. If it is shallow, it is shallow. Soft, it is soft. Develop your awareness of the softest breath, the shallowest breath, the finest breath, and that is how you are sharpening your mind. Another important thing, while you are feeling your breath coming in, going out, you have to keep your attention on a small area. The smaller the area, the sharper the mind is bound to become. If you choose a big area of the body somewhere and keep your attention there and try to feel the breath coming in, going out, your attention will get concentrated, but your mind will not become that sharp to feel the subtlest sensation on the body. That is why he chose Nasagga, he said. the front part of the nostril. Keep your attention on this area. And from here you keep on observing the breath coming in, going out, coming in, going out. And this helps you that within 3 days you started feeling some sensation or the other. And this helped you to make your mind so sharp that by the time you were on the 4th day or the 5th day, you started feeling sensations everywhere. So area very important. You have to start and you keep on working on a smaller area at the entrance of the nostrils. Natural breath, pure breath, bare breath, mere breath, nothing but breath. No verbalization. Understanding fully well that if you start verbalizing any word along with the breath, your concentration will become easier. No imagination, no visualization. Understanding fully well that if you start having vision of a shape or a form of any god or goddess, any founder of religion, this religion or that religion, this saintly person, that saintly person, this enlightened person, that enlightened person in whom you have a devotion. If you keep on imagining his shape or form, mind will get concentrated, but you will miss Vipassana. In Vipassana, all visualizations are prohibited, verbalizations are prohibited, imaginations are prohibited. Natural truth that keeps on manifesting itself. That's all. One reason why we don't allow these words to be used, because most of the time the words are nothing but the name of this particular god or that particular god, founder of this religion or that religion, and then it remains limited to a particular sect. A god who is very much respected by a particular sect, his or her name will not be recited by somebody else belonging to other sect. And Dhamma has to be universal, because our melody is universal. When the mind becomes impure, defiled, and one starts experiencing misery because of that, that is not limited to a particular sect or a particular community or particular country or particular gender. It is universal. So the remedy has to be universal. No sectarian remedy can solve the problem. When you have these words, and if these are words belonging to a particular sect, then it can't be universal practice. Or if you have a shape or a form which belongs to this particular god or that particular goddess or this religious person or that religious person, again it gets connected with a particular sect. This is one reason. But there is another, subtler reason also. Sometimes a student comes to me. He says, I want to verbalize, because by verbalizing it becomes easy for me to get concentrated. I won't use any sectarian word. I won't use the name of this god or that god. When the breath comes in, I will say 1. When it goes out, I say 2. This is universal. Anybody can say 1, 2, 1, 2. Or coming in, going out, coming in, going out. Good. Argument is good. But still we can't allow that. Why? Because any word, you keep on repeating that word will become predominant for you, will become more important for you, you will forget all about the breath. Mind will get concentrated because of this word. You are repeating this word. Whether the breath is coming in or not, you will say in. Whether it is going out or not, you will say out. Out, in, out, in, out, in. You forget all about the breath. 1, 2, 1, 2, you forget all about the breath. Our purpose is not serve. Our purpose is not just to concentrate the mind. Our purpose is to understand the reality pertaining to your own structure of mind and matter, how interaction is going on, and you have to reach the stage where you start feeling the sensations. You keep on repeating 1, 2, 1, 2, in, out, mind gets concentrated, but you can't feel the sensations, you can't understand what is happening within you, and you miss something very important. You miss Vipassana. Therefore, no verbalization. Another difficulty with verbalization is that every word that you repeat, and as you keep on repeating it again and again, every word has its own vibration. And then masters of mantra, they found out that certain words have very strong vibrations. Like you strike a gong, and very strong vibration comes. Words like Om, Aing, Ring, Kling, Bija mantras, they say. These words, if you keep on repeating, they generate very strong vibration in you. You get concentrated very easily. Your entire being gets engulfed in that particular vibration. But understand, this is a created vibration. This is an artificial vibration. You are missing the natural vibration. And Vipassana wants you to experience the natural vibration. These created vibrations are good, Good to the extent that they won't allow any bad vibrations. They work like a shield for you. But they are very harmful also, because they become a big barrier. They won't allow you to feel your own vibrations at the depth of your mind. What happens when you generate anger? What happens when you generate passion? When you generate fear? When you generate ego? That is much more important for you, because you have to come out of that impurity. And if you keep on repeating and you generate a particular vibration which is artificial, created vibration, and you imposed it, then you have missed the reality at a deeper level. Therefore, no verbalization, no verbalization. Similarly, no visualization. The whole technique will take you from the apparent truth, apparent, solidified, intensified truth, say this body, solidified body, and you keep on working in Vipassana, it turns into mass of vibrations, mass of atoms. This is the ultimate truth of this solidified body. And you now start an imaginary image, a solidified image. And then, unless you have broken it, dissolved it to vibration, your purpose is not served. So why create something and then dissolve it, create something and already you have got so much, this solidity, and to dissolve it is so difficult. Therefore, no imagination, no visualization is recommended. Just the sensation that you experience from moment to moment, yatha bhuta, as it happens, not yatha kata, not yatha krita, not created by you, but natural vibration, natural sensation that you experience. This takes you to panya. Then the whole body you start experiencing, and you are to observe the sensation, understand its nature, the nature of arising, passing, passing. If you don't understand this nature of every vibration arising and passing, then there is every danger that the sensation will result either in craving or in aversion. And this keeps on happening throughout the life after life. Sensations are always there. And the depth of your mind, the so-called unconscious mind, keeps on feeling these sensations all the time. It is either pleasant or unpleasant. When it is pleasant, this part of the mind keeps on reacting with craving. When it is unpleasant, this part of the mind keeps on reacting with aversion. This part of the mind, which is the root of the mind, has become a prisoner of its own habit pattern. All the time, day and night, either craving or hating, and that keeps on coming on the surface also. The mind at the surface also is influenced by the root. And you try to rectify your mind at the surface level. You may be successful for some time, but if the root is unhealthy, your entire mass of the mind will remain unhealthy. This was the discovery of Buddha. There were many teachers before Buddha, at the time of Buddha, and after Buddha. India is a very ancient land and highly spiritual land, where many experiments are done for the purification of mind, for the liberation of beings. But we find all the teachers before Buddha, contemporary to Buddha, and after Buddha, they all speak in the same language. You must come out of craving, you must come out of aversion, you must come out of ignorance, then only you will be liberated. Now craving, what craving? Aversion, what aversion? These 6 sense doors and their respective objects. You have to be free from craving towards any object. Some shape or form or color or light is the object of your eyes. You like it, you develop craving. You dislike it, you develop aversion. A sound is the object of your ear. A sound, you like it, craving. You dislike it, aversion. Like this, the smell for the nose, taste for the tongue, touch for the body, and any thought or emotion for the mind. These 6 objects, every spiritual teacher has said, don't get indulged in these sensual objects, otherwise you can never get liberated. Come out of this. Buddha also said the same thing. But Buddha went one step deeper, which nobody else could do. He found out, because he worked not with any kind of belief or philosophy of the past, all the beliefs he left aside. Without condemning them, he left them aside. Like a scientist, he started investigating the truth pertaining to the mind, pertaining to the matter, where the misery really starts, and observing the truth, he reached the stage, Sankhitena Pancha Upadan Khanda Dukkha. Sankhitena, at a very deep level. And in short, he could find out these 5 khandas, 5 aggregates the aggregate of matter, the entire physical structure, mass of kalapas, arising, passing, and 4 aggregates of mind, the cognizing part, the recognizing part, the feeling part, the reacting part, all these 5 joined together, they give a ignorant feeling, I am this physical structure. I am cognizing, this is my cognition. I am recognizing, this is my recognition. I am feeling, this is my feeling. I am reacting, this is my reaction. This I, mine, this is upadana. Tremendous amount of attachment to these 5 aggregates. And because of this tremendous amount of attachment, these 5 aggregates keep on arising, multiplying. The sankharas keep on multiplying. Your misery keeps on multiplying. He could understand that at the experiential level. This is where the trouble starts. So he examined the entire structure of mind and matter at that level, where all these 5 he could see separately how they are working. And Vipassana takes you to that stage. If you start playing games with any kind of special sensation, this or that, then you will forget dividing it, dissecting it, understanding its nature, how the mind and matter get interaction, how they are influencing one another, how they get influenced by one another. All that will become unimportant for you. And you will be just elated when you get a pleasant sensation, and you will get very much depressed when you have unpleasant sensation. He took us to Vedana, to the sensation, not to play the games of sensation. The aim was to come out of these sensual objects and not to generate craving or aversion, which was the teaching of all the spiritual leaders. But they were working only at that level, at the surface level, at the apparent level. Don't get indulged in this sensual object or that sensual object. Buddha went deeper. He says our craving and our aversion does not arise to these external objects. The external object and your craving and your aversion, there is something missing in between, and that missing link is the sensation on the body. Any object, when it comes in contact, phassa pachaya vedana, it comes in contact and there is a sensation. And one part of the mind gives evaluation, very good, very bad, it becomes pleasant, it becomes unpleasant. Then only vedana pachaya tanha, then only the craving or aversion starts, not before that. And if this particular link is missing, then you keep on working at the surface level. It is good you come out of craving and aversion at the surface level of your mind. The intellect part of your mind becomes purified, nothing wrong. But then you miss the depth of your mind. He took people to go to the depth of the mind and work with the sensation. That is why those who want to practice Vipassana as Buddha taught us, those who want to practice in the same way as Vipassana wants us to practice, they cannot forget the Vedana, the sensation on the body. If you forget sensation on the body and you are aware of everything else outside, it is good. It is good just to keep your mind concentrated, to keep the purity of your mind at the surface level, but you will miss the root level of your mind. With sensation, you are purifying your mind at the root level. So keep that in mind. Whenever you practice Vipassana, the sensation plays such an important part. The sensation, whether pleasant or unpleasant, you keep on understanding its nature. And with practice and with experience, however unpleasant a sensation may be, sooner or later you understand, well, look, it arose and after some time it passed away. It is not eternal. And when it turns into very subtle vibration, then also it is wavelet arising, passing. Oh, this is impermanent. This is the nature of every sensation, because this is the nature of the entire physical structure. This is the nature of the entire mental structure. And a sensation is nothing but a product of the contact of these two. So when that arises as the object of the sensation, the mind and the body, they keep arising and passing away. So the sensation arises, passes away. And you are experiencing it. You are not playing an intellectual game. You are not just accepting it because Buddha said so. And as you keep on experiencing it becomes bhavanamaya panya. You are living now. You are experiencing it. It is not just suttamaya panya. It is not just a theory for you. At the practical level you are understanding, and you have started changing the habit pattern of your mind at the depth level. If this is understood and kept in mind, not that all the time you will be so perfect that whenever sensation comes you won't react at all, that's a very high stage. But ultimately one has to reach that stage. The aim should be very clear. Any sensation, I will not react with craving or with aversion. Even if I have reacted, I will come to senses as quickly as possible. A very pleasant sensation came and you started reacting, wonderful, this is very good, I got a flow, now I got a flow. Immediately, you must come to senses, after all, this is impermanent. What craving about it? And suddenly it changes into very unpleasant sensation and you react with aversion. How quickly you come back to the wisdom, no, this also is impermanent. No aversion, no aversion. Like this you learn yourself to get established in this anicca, the wisdom of anicca, and you are progressing. You are progressing. These are the basic, fundamental principles of Vipassana. If you don't miss them, certainly the results, the whole technique is result oriented. Not that you will get benefit after death. After death, certainly benefits will come, there is no doubt, because there is a flow coming from the past and moving towards the future, taking us to the final goal where the flow stops. But meanwhile, when the flow is there, benefits continue to be benefits provided you practice in a proper way. This benefit must come here and now in this very life. If it is not coming, there is something wrong. If there is no change for better in your life, then there is something wrong. Something wrong means you are not practicing properly. The technique is helpful. It has been helpful last 25 centuries to so many people. It is helping now. So there is no doubt about the technique. But the way in which one is practicing something may be wrong. So contact your teacher, your assistant teacher, your guide, and try to understand what is wrong, why I am not getting any benefit from it, why my anger has not diminished, my passion has not diminished, my ego has not diminished, my impurities are not diminishing, and there is something wrong somewhere. Keep on examining yourself. Don't expect magic or miracle that having one 10-day course, now you are free from craving, free from aversion. It doesn't happen. If it happens, I congratulate, very good. But it takes time. It's a long path, quite a long path. If you understand how you have to walk on the path, and if you are walking on the right direction, in the right way, the results, good results are bound to come. Bound to come. I feel myself very fortunate that I came in contact with Dhamma, this path. Very fortunate that I was born in Burma, the land of Dhamma. India lost this technique. After Buddha, for about 5 centuries, this technique helped the people of India so much. But then slowly, some vested interest, because of some ignorance, people started polluting the technique. Try to mix this, try to mix that. And when you start mixing up the technique, you make it polluted, then it loses its efficacy. You don't get the result which you should get. And when people don't get the result, they stop practicing. So like that, India lost this technique. It went to different countries and there also it got lost. But one neighboring country, Burma, fortunately maintained the technique in its pristine purity, although with few people. Not that every generation, all the masses of the population were practicing it. No. From teacher to pupil, they took it their responsibility that we got it from India, we got it from Buddha, and we have to maintain in its pristine purity, because after 2,500 years, again it has to spread. This was the belief going on there. So they kept it in its pristine purity for their benefit and for the future generations. I feel myself very fortunate that I was born there and came in contact with this technique. 300 years after Buddha, during the time of Buddha and during 300 years after Buddha, this technique spread in northern parts of India. Then after 300 years, there came an emperor, a king, an emperor by the name of Ashoka, and a very cruel person, very ambitious person, wanted more and more of his empire, to spread his empire. He don't mind killing people, maiming people, harming people, just out of this greed to have bigger empire. And he was feeling very proud to call himself Chanda Ashoka, Ashoka the cruel. He was very happy to say that. People getting frightened by his name. How this person, because of some good paramis of the past, he came in contact with Dhamma and he got totally changed. By practicing Dhamma, he realized harming people and getting more and more wealth and more power, how is that going to help me? I am harming myself, I am harming so many people. He became totally changed. And then people started calling him Dhamma Ashoka. One who was Chanda Ashoka, Ashoka the cruel, now become Dhamma Ashoka, Ashoka the master of Dhamma, who was now developed in Dhamma, full of love, full of compassion. he started serving people, because once one tastes Dhamma, one cannot resist. One feels like giving it to others, more and more people. All this population, the people, my subject, they are like my own children. As I want my children to develop in Dhamma and come out of their misery, I like the entire population of my country to take Dhamma and come out of their misery. He started spreading with all the love, with all the compassion, giving a good example as to how he has changed. Others should also change. And not only northern India, nearly whole of India started practicing. He trained teachers, large number of teachers, who went around every part of India and started teaching it. And then he thought, why only India? Misery is there around the world, everywhere, so why not to the other countries? And he sent to different countries, from in the west up to Europe and the whole of Asia. He sent his, he called Dhamma Duta, ambassadors of Dhamma, to teach Dhamma, to teach Vipassana. Fortunately, two of them, who were Arhants fully liberated, they were sent to Burma by the name of Sona and Uttara. And these people took the words of Buddha and the technique, both. And since then, from generation to generation, this wonderful Dhamma was maintained in its pristine purity. The words of Buddha were also maintained, and also the technique was maintained in the pristine purity. It went to different other countries also, like Lanka, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, etc. There also the words was maintained, but the technique got lost. But in Burma they maintained the technique also. I am very fortunate that I was born in this land of Dhamma, where Dhamma is still there. And again I feel myself very fortunate that I was born in a business family. Fortunate because if I had been not born in a business family, in a rich family, and if I had not earned a lot of money, then perhaps some part of the mind would have been thinking, these rich people, they live a happy life, and I am missing it. These rich people. Now because I have passed through that game, and I know how miserable these people are. How miserable. This rat race of only making money, nothing but money makes them so miserable. I passed through that misery. I am fortunate that I passed through that misery. At a very young age, started this rat race of earning money, and earn lot of money from the Burmese standard. Was quite a rich man, quite successful in business and industry. And when somebody earns money, he gets a special position in the society. They make him treasurer or president or secretary of this religious organization, that social welfare organization, about a score of different organizations, president, secretary, director, trustee. Another madness. It goes to the head. The ego gets inflated. Look, I am such an important person. And all that in a very young age, mid-20s or so. And that made so madness. And this created so much tension inside. Again, I feel very fortunate that I passed through all the difficulties. I developed a kind of very severe headache, migraine headache, a special kind of migraine headache. And there was no treatment. The best doctors in Burma, they tried to treat me, different kind of medicines. Nothing could help. They started giving me morphine injection. Every fortnight there will be very severe attack, and there was no treatment, they gave morphine injection. It went on for about 4 or 5 years. Then these very doctors, good doctors, they started saying me that slowly you will become morphia addict. Now you take morphia for the sake of migraine, and later on you will have to take morphia for the sake of morphia. Every day you will have to take morphia. What kind of life will be if one has to take morphia every day? So they said, you keep running to foreign countries for your business, forget business. One trip you go only to come out of morphia. We know no doctors have got treatment for this migraine, special kind of migraine that you are suffering, but certainly they will have some other painkiller. So why not try? Accepting their advice, I went out, stayed a long time in Switzerland, in Germany, in England, in America, and in Japan, where I had my own office, so still longer time, and the best doctors everywhere. Spent so much of money, so much of time. Again I find myself very fortunate, no doctor could treat me. The best doctors of the world, they could not treat me. They could not take me out of morphia even. Migraine is far away. Very fortunate. I came back, very disappointed, but ultimately it proved very fortunate. A friend of mine, who later on became Justice of the Supreme Court of Burma, very close friend, He said, Goenka, you have tried everywhere. Why not try 10 days? 10 days with this teacher of Vipassana. Your disease looks like psychosomatic disease, and here is a technique given by Buddha which will purify your mind, and once the mind gets purified, this psychosomatic disease goes away. Why don't try? I said, wonderful, if this can help. I went to my teacher, a very compassionate person, Sayaji Ubakin, and I said, I want to join this one of your 10-day course. He said, welcome. He knew that I am leader of the Hindu community and this is a Buddhist path. He said, doesn't matter, don't get frightened. Anybody, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jain, all can get the same benefit. If you are a Hindu, you remain Hindu. I am not here to convert you, but you try this. It's a good technique. And then I said that I have come here because of this migraine disease. And then he suddenly said, no, I won't take you. I won't take you. Hey, what happened? You are devaluing Dhamma, he says. Dhamma is such a high spiritual path. It is to take you out of all the miseries of life after life. And you want to make use of just for your migraine headache. No, for that you go to some doctor, go to some hospital. This is not the place. And then very, very compassionately he explains me. If you practice this technique, this will purify your mind. The source of your misery is impurity in the mind. When that goes away, all psychosomatic diseases are like byproduct. You will get the benefit. And then he explains me, you want to establish a sugar factory? For what purpose? To get sugar out of that factory, not molasses. Molasses will come as a byproduct. Nobody starts a sugar factory to get molasses. This is just a byproduct. So you don't come here just for your migraine. You come here for high spiritual path. Then only it will help you. I understood because he was so kind and so compassionate. His vibrations were so wonderful. Yes, I will join, sir. And I will join only for spirituality, not for this migraine. If it is not cured, don't care. But going back home, the conditioning of the mind from the very childhood, born in a very staunch conservative Hindu family, and although we are taught from our childhood to have respect towards Buddha, Buddha is taken as the reincarnation of the God Almighty, the Creator, and he is the latest model of that God, ninth reincarnation. So we must have respect for him and all regards for him. But his teaching, oh no, his teaching is not good. Because he does not believe in soul. He does not believe in God. What kind of teaching? Atheist, not good. So this is what the training was of the mind, and that started worrying. If I go to these people and learn this technique, and if I become Buddhist, and if I have no faith in God, if I don't know faith in soul, what will become? I might go to hell. Oh no, this path is not for me. I better not go. For a few months, it went on. Some struggle went on. Then later on, I thought, my teacher says that you are a Hindu, you remain Hindu. I am not converting you to Buddhism. I make you a good human being. You practice Sila, morality. You practice mastery of your mind. You practice Panya, purification of mind. That is acceptable with you also. So why not try? All right, I try. But with a strong determination that I will remain Hindu. I won't become a Buddhist. All right. I give a trial for 10 days. And I went there. Very fortunate. Of course, like anybody else, the second day, I thought like running away. Because the conditioning of the mind. When I heard other people saying that when they meditate, they saw this light or that light, and I don't see any light. And my tradition says that if you see divine light, this is the stage of liberation. And look, these people are seeing divine light, and I am not seeing divine light. And then I remember the word of another saintly person. He says, a camel can pass through the eye of a needle, but a rich man cannot pass through the gateway of heaven. And I am a rich man. So this path is not for me. All these people, they are teachers, professors, doctors, good people, good-hearted people. They can see all the divine light and all. I can't see. So why waste my time here? I better run away. And I packed. One of the co-meditators, professor of history of the university there, she was very kind. She found out that I have pegged and I want to run away. So she tells me, just one day more. The first day you started getting so much sensation, people get only on the third day. You get so much and the teacher is so pleased with your performance, why you want to run away? And light is unimportant. Don't give importance even if you feel light. Just one day, I feel so grateful to her. She kept me. Otherwise I would have missed this wonderful path forever. I stayed there. And that evening when I entered my small little cell to meditate, as I sat down, a light came. This light, that light. Because the mind was not craving now. I am with my sensation. And suddenly a sound came. And with us the divine sound. Oh, this is divine sound. This is divine smell. This is divine light. And I said, no, my teacher says, don't give any importance. Only sensation. Only sensation. Very fortunate. I passed through all that. On the 5th day or 6th day, I was so fascinated by the whole teaching. Because as a leader of the Hindu community, I used to give lectures on Gita, I used to give lectures on Upanishad, on Vedanta, and everywhere the same teaching is there. Come out of craving, come out of aversion, come out of anger, come out of this, come out of that. But how to come out? There is no technique. Mere sermons, sermons, sermons. And here I find this is applied Gita. This is applied Vedanta. Here you get the practice. Wonderful technique which helps me to come out of my craving. I could not come out of my craving, my fear, my ego, my anger. And here is something which gives a practical path how to come out of it. I got so fascinated. And after 10 days I found, yes, some change has started coming in the life. Some change has started coming in the life. And I started making use of it. I feel very fortunate. Very fortunate that I was born in a country, Burma, which maintains this technique in its pristine purity, although with very few people. And they maintain the words of Buddha in the pristine purity, the technique of Buddha in pristine purity, and came in contact with this saintly person. With so much of compassion he taught me Dhamma. For 14 years, taking my responsibility as a householder, I kept on working on this technique also. After 14 years, it so happened my parents had left Burma and they had gone to India, and my mother became very sick, some kind of psychic trouble she had. And I knew if she practices Vipassana, she will come out of it. But in those days, the Burmese government would not give a passport to their nationals to go out. I feel very grateful to the Burmese government. They gave me a passport to go out to India, to teach Vipassana to my mother. And I am very grateful to the India government. They gave me visa to stay longer and to teach technique to my mother. The first course was given within a month of my arrival in India. Buddha said that you cannot pay back the debt of gratitude of your parents. So difficult. Whole life you just keep on serving your parents, do nothing. Still you cannot come out of the debt. The only way to come out of the debt of the parents is, if the parents are not established in Shila, help them to get established in Shila. If they are established in Shila, they have no Samadhi, help them to get established in Samadhi. If they are established in Shila and Samadhi and no Panya, help them to get established in Panya. They have Shila, Samadhi and Panya and they have not realized the ultimate goal of Nibbana, help them. I feel very fortunate that I could come out of the debt of gratitude of my parents. It was a small course. My 2 parents participated and 12 others participated, some known, some unknown. I had come to India just for 3 months to give this Dhamma to my parents, especially my mother. And then these 12 people, when they passed through the course, they started pressing hard, one more course, please one more course, my father will participate, my wife or my husband or my son or my daughter, ehi passiko. This is the quality of Dhamma, come and see, come and see. So another course, and then another course, and then another course. Don't know when that 3-month period passed away. And then month after month, year after year, and course after course, course after course, the Ganges of Dhamma started flowing in the country of its origin. When I was in Burma, many people there had a belief, and my teacher had a very strong belief. It seems when this wonderful Dhamma was sent to Burma by Ashoka, these 2 Arhants who were sent there, liberated souls, when they were sent there, Sona and Uttara, their teacher told them that you are taking this jewel of Dhamma to a country which will maintain it in its pristine purity for the coming centuries. It will be forgotten everywhere, but this technique will remain in that country. The name of the country in those days was Suvarna Bhumi, the land of gold, golden land. The golden land can keep this gem. After 2,500 years after passing away of Buddha, it will again come to India, get established there, and then spread around the world. My teacher used to say, now 2,500 years. And I don't know, maybe some accident, it was that year when I got my Dhamma. 2500 year was ending, and the first year of the next sasana, the revival of Dhamma, that was the time when I got Dhamma. He says, now the clock of Vipassana is struck. It has to spread. It has to spread. To be true, at that time, to me it looked like a sectarian belief. Why 2,500? Why not 2,400? Why not 2,600? Why 2,500? What is the reason behind it? It didn't look very scientific, but this was the belief. But when I came, I was really wonderstruck when I saw what is happening. When I came to India, I made a list of people who knew me or whom I knew. The list could not come to 3 figures. It was less than 100. Less than 100 in a country of millions. Just less than 100 people know me or I know them. How in the courses people started coming? Unknown people. And from every sect, from every community. Unbelievable. And not only ordinary people, householders, heads of the community, heads of the sect, the monks, Buddhist monks, the Hindu sannyasis, the Jain monks and nuns, thousands, hundreds, thousands, the Christian monks, priests, nuns, hundreds, thousands in all total. How they are coming? How they are coming? A large number of people from different walks of life. How they are coming? What miracle? I don't know them, they don't know me. How people get attracted to Dhamma? And then slowly it became clearer and clearer. People come to the courses. And when I come in contact with them, many of them, when I see them, meet them, discuss with them, talk with them, something starts inside feeling that this person is known to me from a long time. This person is known to me. Yes, known to me. So many lives. This person must have been meditating with me in Vipassana. Now the time has come. This person already has got seed of Vipassana, seed of Dhamma. And now the time has ripened for this person to grow in Dhamma, and not only help oneself, but help others. There is a potentiality of this person, not only to help oneself, but help others also. And I also see there are people who have come just to take the seed of Dhamma. They have done some very good karma of the past, some very wholesome deed they have done. And the ripening of that deed has helped them to get a seed of Dhamma. So whether you belong to the category where you got the seed of Dhamma, or whether you belong to the category where you already had a seed of Dhamma, and now you have come to develop in Dhamma, the wonderful jewel that you have got, make use of it properly. Don't just throw it away. I have seen one big defect in some students, and I keep on warning them. Many a time people come just to give a trial. Nothing wrong. Something new, one should first give a trial. But you keep on giving trial, only trial, and you never become serious to work. I see people coming to India, and they will go for this particular experience or that particular experience, have grass experience, or have some chemical experience, and then they go to some gurus, this Baba experience, this guru experience, and similarly they come to Goenka experience, a Goenka trip. We had all those trips, now a Goenka trip. What you gain? All right, have a Goenka trip. Have 1, have 2, have 3, but ultimately make a decision. If you find that some other technique is good for you, work on that seriously and get benefit from it. Little bit here, little bit there, whole life you are wasting your lives. It's a very serious path. It is not just a mental entertainment or intellectual entertainment or emotional entertainment. Like somebody is thirsty and wants water, started digging a well. You dig a well about 10 feet, and then somebody says, no, their water is better, and you start digging there 10 feet. 10 feet here, 10 feet here, whole life you keep on digging 10 feet, you won't get water at all. So have 1 or 2 tries, doesn't matter, but then make a decision. I must go to the depth where I get my water. So make trials and then make a decision that if this path is suitable to you, you find that this looks very logical, pragmatic, scientific, is not any kind of gurudom is involved, and no any kind of dogma is involved, no belief is involved, this is just pure science of mind and matter, and it has helped me, it gives good result, then work on it. To me, I am very sure it's a jewel, invaluable jewel. Nothing like this one can get in life. Fortunately, you got it now. Make use of it. Make use of it for your own good, and make use of it for the good of so many others. Dhamma is a wonderful jewel. One can come out of all the miseries of the life, May all of you who have participated in this 10-day course make use of this wonderful jewel and come out of your misery, all the miseries. Enjoy real peace, real harmony, real happiness, real happiness. Sarva Mangalam Bhavatu Sarva